can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't call me, could be sorry rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like you stole it. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my, you are my, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good to know that I need you around. You are my, you are my, you are my, every time you leave, I come down. So good to know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't call me, could be sorry rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like you stole it. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my, you are my, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good to know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't come in, could be sorry rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like you stole it. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my. You are my. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good to know that I need you around. You are my. You are my. You are my. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't come in, could be sorry rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like you stole it. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa. Yeah, touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my. You are my. You are my. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Girl, you got me, girl, we saw me rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like you stole it. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my. You are my. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my. You are my ecstasy when you are next to me. Flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Weekend Warriors series here on IG League. My name is Sor, and I joined you yesterday. Joining me now today is my co-caster Papaya. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to be getting right into the action here. We're going to be starting off the round one today. It is going to be a best of three, right one round away from the semifinals. And we have Ukers, which is a team you might be familiar with if you've been watching IGL for a little bit. They're actually some winners of some of our previous tournaments. So a lot of prestige around them here on IGL, going up against Operation Strix, who a little bit newer to the scene, but that being said, they made it here, so they have to be very good. And it looks like we are going to be getting underway here. We're going to be starting off on Ascent, going into map 2 is going to be going into Haven, and then if a decider is needed, we will be going over to Breeze, all of which pretty standard maps. I know we've run into them a lot. We were joking around in, the pre-game how Ascent and Haven are picked most of the time here on IGL, but Ascent, a very open map, a very wide agent pool. Papaya, what agents are you expecting to see here in this agent select?
I'm going to be honest with you. Little VCT reference, but I'm really hoping for a Killjoy, so we can get some replayed rounds, some amazing turret action. You know what I mean? But as
Absolutely.
well as I love the way that Astra's played on Ascent. There can be some great walls, some great ultimates coming in. I've seen some really good clutches with Astra, so maybe we'll see an Astra.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Astra, I feel like this is actually probably one of the only maps that Astra's really picked on. Unfortunately, she got that massive nerf after she was pretty much the meta for the most of 2021. You know, but even though after she got nerfed pretty heavily, she's still very good. Her global utility is still a massive tool that teams can use. I'm really surprised we're not seeing them on some of the bigger maps. We're already seeing them get played on Pearl, but here on Ascent, we could really see how much utility presence she can have around the map and how quickly she allows her team to rotate. So I absolutely agree. I think this is actually her best map to play on. And Killjoy, this is like one of the only maps where Chambers probably not like a foregone solution to every problem on the map. You're able to run the Killjoy in response, and you also have, the jet to be able to op.
You
But
know,
we are going to
some
be getting. Oh, go for
sorry.
it.
Something I would like to mention is Astra Wall, when combined with other ultimates, can be just detrimental to map control, to taking a site, retaking a site, just all those sort of things. I really want to see an Astra. It really spices up.
Here soon. The prize pool is going to be $2,250, a whopping sum of money to be played for. You can find out all the information you ever need about it over on the IGL website, on our Discord, and all of our social medias. And of course, while you're there, you can find all of the other amazing tournaments. We do stuff almost every week here on IGL, so come check it out. But yeah, it looks like we're going to be getting underway here in a second. I agree. I think Astra's really good. We talked about, the Killjoy, the Chamber. What are your thoughts on the duelists here? Because the duelist situation in this meta is a little bit weird. It used to be Jet, full stop. That was the only real option. But we're
You
seeing
know,
a lot of Rays. We're seeing a lot of Neon as well.
I'm really loving the Raze picks because Raze, you could either play her to be like just explosive, like go around the map. I'm gonna tap every single head. I'm gonna bring out the showstopper, go straight satchel towards mid and stuff like that. Or what I like to see is kind of like playing back a little bit, not using as much of that util in the start of the round, like we've seen so often for the longest time, and just kind of waiting it out, just waiting to get those picks and when you tell the spikes down and just playing post plant with Raze, which I love to see. And
Absolutely.
we are going into agent select. We do see an Astra gonna be picked.
Yeah, we
So
are seeing the Astra. We're gonna see the Omen in response on the side of Strix. Very interesting for me. We were just talking about the duelist picks not as straightforward, but in fact, we are actually gonna see both teams pick up the Jets, and neither side is picking up the Chamber
or Killjoy.
and or Killjoy. And right now, he looks like we have a double initiator on the side of Ukers, which is not surprising. And there's actually no sentinels on the defending side for Operation Strix, as they're going for the triple initiator, the breach, fade, and the KO. Smokes from the Omen and Chet as the duelist. And I'm intrigued. I've seen it before. I just don't know how successful it's going to be, because it's a really, really good composition for when you are on that attacking side. You're going to be able to get so much entry out of those three initiators. But once you switch over to the defending side, it's gonna hurt.
Something I'd like to mention is just like, it can either go great for you or it can fail miserably. And I've seen both sides of the story.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised. But it looks like as we get underway here, it is actually going to be a mid push. Starting leaning over towards B, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is a push up through market and just take into B very aggressively once they find out there's no one here defending.
Bring them down.
Oh, yeah, we're really starting to see that now. Joseph gonna be throwing out the Prowler. You have a couple defenders on site, but they might not be too successful, as 4 attackers moving in. We do see that jet dash as well. Squeak just holding a sight currently. No picks ringing out quite yet. And Prowler, sorry, not Prowler. A little bit of util going out. We see a pick now. Cairo, the first kill of the match. Taking out Squeak. Zambi able to find one on Kush. Cairo with a second kill on Trifling. Gonna be dashing away, and it's already down to the 1v4. Come in though. He says, I'm gonna take 2 for myself before going down, and that is the first round of this game.
I do really like the play that they made there. Typically when you see those first rounds get played out, usually, you just like to test the waters a little bit with that pistol round. You're not expecting too much in terms of big plays with only, maybe a ghost or a frenzy. So usually we see those big hits onto either A or B, but playing around that middle, it catches the defense off guard. And as well, they actually kind of changed up the pace a little bit. They took mid very aggressively, but then they made sure they were in a position to get on site. They had this space all up in mid and through B main, and once they knew that they were good, they didn't have anyone pushing it aggressively on them, they took the site very quickly afterwards.
Speaking of aggressive, here we're seeing Cairo left in a little bit of a weird situation. Joseph is gonna be traded out. Lemon finding the kill, and Cairo just backing it off here. 150 HP to their name. You see a pick coming in from this Astra as well. Taking down Lemon. Cairo with a beautiful pot shot onto Slicky. Kush gonna be able to find one on Cairo though, ending his reign of terror. Now Sev, along with their teammates, moving over towards the A site here, and defenders are just completely clueless to this. They're nowhere close to this site, and they get a free plant down.
Yeah, no, that's going to be a very tricky situation for them to go into. It is going to be a 2v3. They only have Stinger, not even Spectres to work with, and they're going to be favoring this push into Tree. But trying to funnel through Door is a very dangerous position going up against a Bulldog and the 2 Spectres on the attacking side.
Almost finding himself an encounter there, Kush. Just going to wait it out for now. We do see that Sova dart. Not going to be able to spot anyone. Time is slowly but surely running short, and they're gonna have to push onto the site soon. But no, pushing straight into Zambi, and Sev with one onto Squeak as well. A beautiful play from the attacking side.
Yeah, no, very well played out. A little sketchy there towards the beginning, the aggression through B main. They probably should have expected some sort of very big push. Maybe they were expecting it through middle and not B main. But it was actually quite lucky for them after that little skirmish they had over in B lobby. They were able to take site, they were able to spike down. And the last 2 actually had no util available, and they were not even close to getting any of their cooldowns down for their signature abilities. So very good start for them. That is the second round getting picked up, but that is also the anti-eco. So that's kind of expected at this point. Now, this round, the bonus is expected to go into the way of Operation Strix, but it's still very convertible, especially with that Bulldog in hand.
Switch with a little bit of a risky hold with the Vandal, but still able to pull through against Joseph. Gonna be traded out by Zambi, though. It's down to the 4v4. We do see Squeak gonna use some util. Is gonna get slightly punished for that.
And now it's just a matter of reset. They go, they poke through and B, they see what they can get. Sure, they get traded out 1-for-1, but at the end of the day, it was a lot of utility used over on B. And now it looks like they're going to go for a very quick retake over on the A.
Slicky able to find the first, gonna find some damage onto Cairo, but ultimately gonna get headshot in there. Now Lemon trying to compose the enemy Jet, and they're just gonna lose that duel.
Spike planted.
You know, it's another 2v3 here. Trifling is gonna get spotted as well. He has full HP. That might change in a moment here. Seeing lots of KO util, a flash ringing out. It's not gonna be able to land. Squeak able to find one, gonna be traded out by Cairo. The wall bang from underneath, and Trifling ready to use that util. He's gonna find a peek on the enemy KO. Zambi punished, and it's now down to the 1v1. You know, Trifling slightly damaged here. Cairo a little bit more advantaged. Gonna be peeking it from Cairo with a 4K. Able to take out Trifling and winning the third round for the attacking side.
That is going to be the bonus converter, like you said, and that's a rather big deal. They actually went into that in a very thrifty buy. Operation Strix was able to get the full buyout with the rifles and the heavy shields, but with the one purchase of the Vandal and the Bulldog, they were able to flip the one over in B main. So even though that was very costly and they lost a lot of their utility over in B main, they were able to pick up that third rifle, and that rifle that they lost was able just to go into another one of those hands, and it was very great lead up into that round. Very well played for them, and we're actually seeing a very similar setup on the defense here where they're trying to pincer in over on B lobby, but there's no one there. A is completely open for them to take, and they're taking it in full force. Spike is going to go down in just a few seconds here, and now they're going to be on retake with only sheriffs.
Spike planted.
No casualties at all yet, and a free sight for these attackers here. You see Fat Boy able to find one. What a steal. To be fair, they do only have sheriffs right now. Now they have a rifle in their hands. Kush able to find Cairo as well. And the attackers are now at a little bit of a player disadvantage here. They're going to have to play their util right, but they have plenty of that to use. Joseph able to find one onto Kush. It's down to the 3v3. Zambi going to get knocked down. We do see Lemon
Last player standing.
really trying to take that, but they're going to get shut down by Joseph for the 3K, and Sev with a kill on the Squeak as well. We do see that res.
Very, very well played. Very costly for both teams. Both teams invested an ultimate in that. But very, very well played coming out from Zambi.
Here.
I mean, we saw that Nightfall get hit, and I think it actually hit 3 or 4 of the players on site. So it was very well used, except for the fact that Zambi almost immediately popped that no command. That put them in a position where, yeah, they had all the information they needed, but because Zambi was able to pop that quickly, they had no utility themselves to take any advantage of it.
Give me those back.
Cairo with an immediate pick. Do you see Joseph gonna be picking up where he left off, getting the rest of the damage off. Squeak gonna be flashing himself for a moment there, and they find themselves another free site. No casualties
Planted.
on these attackers. We're seeing some great aggressive plays.
Absolutely. This retake's going to be very, very iffy at best. They're going to try to funnel in through market, but they're going to be running right into Cairo.
Ooh, Cairo with such a great angle to hold here.
Oh, that C's going to give so much information, too.
Ooh,
You know they're right
it's looking
there.
a little bit risky here. Cairo v Lemon. He's going to be able to spot him, but Cairo taking a ton of damage there. Sev trying to kill behind him. Sev going to be able to find a second as well. And Squeak going to be traded out.
I mean, it's just such good use of space. They know how, to operate on space, which space to take, which space to just give up. And we're seeing here that they're basically just taking as much as they can, but ignoring just about a third of the map. They're either playing for that B lobby, they're playing around mid, and they're ignoring A, or vice versa. Or sometimes they've just been going down A and B main and ignoring middle. I really like what they're doing. They're playing in a much more. It's very strange. A much
A
more
is open
defensive
again.
setup.
They're
Yeah.
really just playing mind games at this point. And, you know, they're seriously taking a gamble. The defense trying to hold that, but they've been a successful gamble. So we do see some trades ringing out. Lemon gonna try and get a kill. It's gonna get traded out. Joseph with a 3K. What an amazing sight to see. Kush able to find the first with that Deagle. That's all he's gonna get. Zambi finishing it off with the Phantom. And that's the 6th round. 0 rounds in the advantage of these defenders here.
Very well played. I was gonna say, yeah, they're playing almost strangely defensive for the offensive side because they're not playing overly aggressive. They're making sure everyone in their team is there before they make any drastic pushes. We even saw it there. They were waiting around B main. They were going to poke and prod up A, see what they could find. They weren't going to find anything, but that's because their players over in B main were getting pincered in on. The moment they had the information, they rotate around, they support the team, and they're just able to systematically dismantle the defense.
Ooh, the smoke shutting down that hold from Lemon there. Cairo, you can find a free market possibly. One person holding it though, and Trifling with the first pick of the round. We do see Sev gonna be able to find one with that ultimate onto Trifling, the returning shot. You see a lot of ultimates. See that Astra wall going up, as well as the KO ultimate. Squeak gonna be trying to hold mid, but Astra wall there still. It's looking like a push towards A here for these attackers. Lemon still just holding that. No, he's got his knife out. Bad boy with a free kill and a second kill as well on the Squeak. It's down to a 2v4 already. You know, that was just an absolutely detrimental pick. 2 picks actually for that Astra.
And now we're seeing a very, similar situation that we have been seeing over and over again. Sight is theirs. There's 4 sitting there to defend. And the last 2 are trying to group up and are going to try to funnel through A main to do something, but they're just going to be met with the firing squad. They do have some utility. Slicky does have almost everything. But at this point,
looking like a save.
Down. Yeah, no, their economy is in ruins. Even if they do damage to them and get exit frags, it's not going to hurt their economy at all. Best thing you can do in this situation, save those rifles and fight another day.
That was a little bit close there.
Yeah,
I was feeling a bit concerned for Zambi for a moment there, but surviving with all the rifles. Their eco is definitely very high.
Yeah, there we go. I was actually just moments away from saying that Operation Strix are in desperate need of a timeout here. And they're going to need to pull something out of their back pocket. Because right now, it just seems like Ukers has their number. And they're not allowing them the chance to get into this game. Even when Operation Strix, try to switch it up, play a different pace, play at a different tempo. Maybe catch them off guard with, an angle they're not expecting. It just seems like the adaptations that Ukers are bringing out just completely have their pocket every time. Nothing they do can just break this wall of an attack.
Definitely. I really feel like we're seeing the experience coming in from Ukers.
Yeah.
It's just really showing. I really don't want to say it, but there is kind of a skill diff in this match here.
Yeah, a little bit. But to be fair, I don't think anyone's really that surprised. Like I said, Operation Strike's a little bit newer to the scene. We haven't seen them get, this far into a tournament before, or at least not as far as my memory can recall. Meanwhile, Ukers are, repeated winners of some of the IGL tournaments. So we know that Ukers is a big team. We know that Ukers is a difficult team to crack. So, Operation Strix, I'm not saying they're down and out, but they're definitely going to need to do something that even, other teams and other competitions weren't able to do.
A little bit of a fade lineup. Not going to be able to spot any of the attackers. It's looking like pretty much mainly an A push.
Oh,
Astra possibly going to show her face towards mid. You see Lemon. Going to go for some pot shots. They're not going to land, though. Iroh slowly pushing towards the A site. The defenders here, they're finally expecting this push. Except for 2 of them over towards the B site. Not a lot of stuff going out quite yet, but now we're going to see some util being thrown onto site. Cairo going to get taken advantage of this there. Sev able to find 2. Slicky with a beautiful pot shot onto Zambi as well. And it's down to the 3v3. They find themselves with a site yet again. Spike goes down, and Joseph just going to try and hold this. They're going to be found by that Prowler, though. Now starting to go for the pot shots. Sorry, not pot shots, wall bangs. Lemon going to be peeking it, able to find two kills. And now it's down to the 1v3. Bad Boy be able to find two instead of the 1v1. But Kush finding the first round for the defenders.
I really like the play there. I think that might have mostly been down to a misplay on the side of Ukers. Ukers have been doing so well playing around that space. Like I said, they make sure that their entire team is there until they, go and push forward. They take as much space as they need and they defend it really well. But in that situation, that was actually the first time we saw a 5-man push onto a site yet this game. They have constantly played a very default setup, and the moment they switch over to that more traditional 5-man push, I mean, Operation Stretch are just able to read it, and they're able to rotate so quickly, and it's just clean. I will say, probably a lot more painful than they would have hoped either way, even though they were able to win the round. Seeing as Cute Fat Boy was able to pull 2K in the end of that round, and was just not able to secure it. So, yeah, a little bit of a trickery on the side of Ukers. Didn't go their way, but it so easily could have backfired and gone right back into their way.
Interesting jet dash strat there. I don't know if he was body blocked or something like that. It may have just been a fake. But, yeah. Very strange. Trifling, gonna be holding this angle. Nobody getting damaged quite yet. See full HP on the side of everybody. Jet does have that ultimate, though. Gonna be trying to use that to their advantage. Trifling gonna be flashed.
They're going for it again. Maybe not a 5-man push, but they're still going for this 4-man. And I think this might work out for them, especially as now they've waited so long, they're expecting an 8 push. They're not expecting this.
Fat Boy with the first kill on to Kush. And Cairo going to get damaged to 30 HP. Health is kind of detrimental in these situations, not necessarily kills. If you can damage the team a lot, you can really hurt their position here. Squeak, are we trying to hold this? We do see some Astra Util, though. At low HP coming to his advantage as he's able to find a kill onto Cairo. Bad Boy with a second pick onto Trifling as well. And Slicky will try and be pushing that. Not going to be able to find it, though. Lemon, last one left alive with the ultimate. The Knives not able to land it. And Zambi with a 2K as well to finish off that round.
That key boy there playing around the angles, just not able to get seen. If they were, they might have been able to communicate their location, maybe not able to get that 2K at the end there. But I mean, we're seeing that the playbook is still so deep for Ukers. Sure, it wasn't a 5-man push, but they made that small adjustment. Instead of the 5-man, they have the 4-man push through B, but they also are playing around these ultimate orbs. Getting the ultimates in the pockets of players like Cute Fat Boy and Zambi, whose ultimates have a huge effect on the game. And they're taking their sweet time. They know they have all the time in the world to get that spike down.
Ooh, some immediate peaks, some trades ringing out, and Joseph putting a 2K Seb with one as well as Zambi, and now it's all down to Kush in the 1v3. It's not looking too great. Kush still going to push it nevertheless. Hoping to possibly pick up a rifle here.
Yeah, a little bit of a rifle differential there, as even though they got the drop on them, the rifle is just too much to overcome. They're able to also secure that ultimate orb as well. Like I said, they're still playing around them, are actually doing a really good job at conserving them. They have 2 in their back pocket. That being said, Kush, the last one standing, doesn't have much, but they do have that Nightfall. They might be able to do enough, but there's only 2 on site. Astra, Cute Fat Boy, that's lurking around in mid, even if they're able to get the 2 on site, is still an unknown quantity to them. That's going to be a huge pain in their side to deal with.
He does have that ultimate to his name, plenty of time left on the clock. Could be interesting here, but the Prowler with the information. Gonna be able to spot Joseph though, but Zambi finishing it off. The kill on the cushion. That's the 10th round. The 9th round in the advantage of these attackers here.
Yeah, no, it's looking more and more like a very unfortunate here for the side of Operation Strikes. Maybe a set is just Ukers map. I know I have personally casted for Ukers on this map, and they had a really, really good showing, so I'm not all that surprised to see them be in such a commanding position. But man, If this keeps up, this might be a very short best of 3 because it just seems. I've said it before, but Ukers just seems to have Operation Strixie's number.
Starting it off with that Astra ultimate, trifling. Cheeky little pick onto Cairo just before that wall goes up, and Joseph throwing out that high, able to find one onto Kush as well as Zambi stealing the kill. They are able, yet again, very early round, able to find the spike and get it down onto the site here. Ball's gonna be dropping in a moment now, and do see cute fat boy able to find 2 on the lemon and trifling. Make that 3. What a beautiful play. An astounding hold from this Astra.
Doesn't have much utility to work with. That is actually the last bit besides some knife to work with. Oh,
Fat
wow.
boy with a 4th pick. What a breathtaking play.
Round in the half.
It really is. And I mean, that whole round just kind of exemplifies the reason we were talking about why Astra is such a good pick on this map. I mean, that global utility, being able to place the stars down anywhere on the map and be able to, you know, actually fire them off from anywhere on the map very specifically, just allows them to lurk and create space everywhere else that the team really is not, which is a pretty unique capability. Usually when you have, you know, Omen, Brim, they have to be with a team up on the front line. But Astra, you're able to just completely play around and see what the team needs, and maybe creating more space in mid, maybe creating more space back towards their spawn. At the end of the day, that's what leads to those big plays.
Kush gonna be throwing out a Prowler. Is gonna get found by that Sova dart. Oh, sorry, the Sova drone. Gonna be tagging him. Slicky. A little bit of an off angle. They might just be expecting that. They are indeed. Cairo with the headshot landed with that Vandal, and we do see Squeak does have a flash. He's gonna be flashing out.
Oh.
He's gonna be able to blind one, but he's not gonna be able to find that kill. Lemon, a little bit of a flank. Sev able to find one onto Squeak, and Lemon with the kill onto Joseph, and they're starting to close the door, starting to get the spike down. They do get it down indeed, and yet again, a little bit of a player deficit for this defending side, but that might just be changed by trifling, able to find the kill onto Cairo. Got another pick going out. Zambi finding one, gonna be traded out, and now it's all up to Q Fat Boy. He has that util to his name. He's gonna use it, but Lemon ultimately finding that 3K. What a great play.
Still fighting as well. That is going to be the second round for them, and that's going to be the end of the half as well. It's going to end up
jokes on you.
10-2. And
Switching sides.
very, very desperate position here because, you know, if they're not able to convert this pistol, they're going to be looking at, you know, an 11-2, and that almost always sets up for the anti-eco round that will go into the way of Ukers as well. And they'll be looking at match point from the very start of this half. They need to be able to convert this pistol. And it's looking like they're setting up to. 3 of them are going to have ghosts, but they're going to be running into the entirety of Ukers running the Frenzy and the ghosts. And I've said it before. During that Stingometer where the Frenzy and the Stinger were the best guns in the game, mini ARs, they nerfed the Stinger to the ground. The only thing they did with that Frenzy is they made it 50 credits more expensive. You could do a lot of work with that Frenzy.
That's for sure. Cairo gonna be holding mid. Hasn't used their dash yet, so they do have that in the future. Still no damage quite yet.
Here.
You see some smokes going out. Cairo gonna be pinging that for their teammates here, and possibly gonna push through those smokes as well. Seeing 3 players right there. A little bit of a risky situation. Cairo gonna opt to back it off, and Sev being a lone defender on site. Sorry, not the lone defender. Lone defender along with that fade.
Oh.
Ooh, Cairo with a great pot shot. Able to find the headshot onto Trifling. Not gonna get damaged either. You see some KO util going out as well. And Sev's just trying to hold this. Lemon gonna be pushing that. Joseph able to find the kill onto Lemon. Sev with a kill onto Kush. Sev with a 2K, and now it's all down to Slicky. Coming in from behind him. He's not gonna whiff the shots. Able to find the first with the ghost, and it's up to the 1v3. Slicky with 74 HP. Ooh, he's gonna be found by Cairo.
Very unfortunate there. And That is going to be the pistol going into the wave Ukers. That sets them up for the 11th round, and that should also set them up to bring it to match point. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some sort of buy here from Operation Strix, but it's getting a little bit desperate. We talked about how, this is a very attacking team composition for Operation Strix. I just think maybe that's not the best move when you're going into the defense first half.
If you're noticing Tab here, look at the stinger meta. Like, my
yeah, there we
God.
go.
2
But at the end
stingers
of
on
the
one
day-
side, 3 on the other. We got a Spectre and an Ares as well. You know, it's actually a pretty equal buy when it comes to these teams.
Yeah, Operation
You see a couple
Strix must
Spectres,
against the
but
wall. They
not
have to
that
buy out
crazy.
here.
Fat Boy able to find the first on a Lemon. Zambi gonna be able to find one onto the opposing KO. Squeak gonna get taken out.
Down.
Already 2 down for these attackers. It's not looking too hot for them.
No, and it looks like they're going to reassess the situation. They already lost Spike once. They were able to pick it up, but now it looks like they're just going to play winning game, see if maybe they can pull rotate, but they're not going to get anything, especially as they're still 5 up. They're just going right back into the default over on the defense side. Pick up a no orb just in case, but none of them are really any close to getting that ultimate on hand, and they're running out of time to use them. Maybe try to take some space over towards middle, but right now, seeing as they have
Looking
the
like a
man
cat
advantage-
push now. Cairo gonna be holding it. He's gonna be able to spot one. I think they spotted him as well. He's able to find the first cheeky little kill onto Trifling, and Kush be able to find the trade onto Cairo.
Standing.
Kush gonna get taken out by Joseph and Zambi. What do you kill onto Slicky as well? That's the 12th round in the advantage of these now defenders.
Yeah, that's match point, and very well played there by Ukers. I mean, like you said, they pot out over on their side of Operation Strix. They wanted to secure that round, and because they're not, they're going to have to go for a light buy again, or they're going to go for a force buy. They're buying out everything they can, but that is going to consist of like a Spectre, some Stingers, or sorry, some Spectres, Sheriff, and a Bulldog at best, and mostly light shields. They don't have much to work with. That being said, Ukers hasn't bought out either. This is convertible.
Lemon finding a kill on Cairo, an immediate pick. Zambi gonna be tagged by that util, but Squeak ultimately finishing him off. Sev able to find the first 4. Sorry, not the first. Able to find Slicky there. Gonna be throwing that drone. The drone able to find a lot of information there as well. And Q Fatboy finding a kill on to Trifling. It's down to the 3v3 right now. Kush. Gonna be pushing that. Joseph able to find one as well, and Kush gonna get taken out now.
Yeah.
Ooh, Astra peeking that. That looks like it's game. There it is.
Defenders win.
It is stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's only so many places you can go when you're stuck in that Rosa corner. So, I mean, a little bit of a stomping there from Ukers. And I was saying it before, but that pickup of the triple initiators, probably a really good pick. But when you're starting out on that defense side, you're not going to be able to convert a couple rounds. They probably were hoping to convert maybe at least 4 or 5. But once you're in that position where you're 10-2 down, the mental is kind of shot. Even if you have the advantage on the attacking side with those agents, it's not like Uger's, composition was weak on the defensive side at all. They were going to have to overcome them with pure skill, grit, and determination. Unfortunately, map number 1, they just weren't able to do it.
Yeah, not much I can say to that. If we see this leaderboard, wow, that is a lot more kills on the side of Ukers there.
Yeah, no, actually, every single one of the team of Ukers were able to outfrag the top fragger for Operation Strix. So a little bit of a stomping here on Ascent, but remember, this is a best of 3. So we still at least have one more map here to go for this series. You never know. We've seen crazier comebacks in Valorant happen. Valorant's a very weird game. Anything can happen, and it's not over until you hit the count of 13. Anything between then, 0 and 13, anything can happen. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with map number 2, but right after a short break.
You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky.
Alrighty, we are back and getting right into the action here on Agent Select on the map of Haven. If you're just now joining us, my name is Soren. Joining me today is Papaya as my co-caster, and we are casting for Operation Strix versus Ukers. I mean, we saw in last map a little bit of a stomp over on the side of Ukers, able to secure it at 13-2. A little bit unfortunate for Operation Strix, but we're already seeing the agents get picked. Actually, both teams are picked through, and I mean, pretty standard. We're gonna see the Neon come out paired up with the Sky and the Breach, which is actually my pairing of choice if you're gonna be going for that Neon. It allows you to play very aggressively in the site. Meanwhile, on the side of Ukers, we have a much more standard composition. We are seeing that Breach play out again, but we're seeing now Joseph switch over to the Chamber. We're seeing the Raze pick that you talked about on map 1 being a very good pick on most maps. I think we're gonna have a pretty good map too. Papaya, what are your thoughts?
You know, I really think Breach is just detrimental to Haven. You have a lot of these tight corners, stuff like that. Same with Chamber, though. You know, you see a lot of those immediate picks, especially towards mid, where Chamber can just beam people to Headhunter if they land their shots, though. That's the only key factor.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like, Fade might have a little bit of a lineup, seeing as they are just kind of staring into a wall right now. But we are seeing a very heavy lean over towards the A site, and it looks like we might see a pretty aggressive push in. We saw in the last map that Operation Strix wanted to play for that attacking side. Unfortunately, just were not able to get a foothold into it after going 10-2 down on the defense. But now they're starting on this attacking side with a very attacking composition yet again. So I'm very intrigued to see what we're going to be seeing here. Very aggressive take into A.
Seen a triple flank coming in from the side of Ukers. That's going to be able to absolutely overpower Slicky there.
Still haven't dealt with the Fade either. They have no idea the Fade's even there.
They might clear it soon, though. Fade's going to have to use that. Not able to spot one. Sev able to find two. We do see a kill coming in from Cairo as well, and it's all down to Squeak. Wow.
Thanks.
It's absolute destruction here. I said I was interested to see what they're going to pull out, and it looked pretty good. But unfortunately, I think they actually were a little bit to their detriment. They played really quickly into A main. But
It's the gritty on the spike.
A little bit.
The disrespect.
But instead of playing in the site very quickly and trying to take that space as much as you can, because you are on a timer, and one of the best things to do against a defense, especially when you know you're on the pistol and you have that advantage on the attacking side, is instead of waiting for that timer to run out to get that spike down, you take spike down, or you get site very quickly, get spiked down very quickly, and then you put the defense on that timer. You know, there's only 30 seconds or 45, I think it might be, to get the spike defuse. So put that pressure on the defense and make them retake site very quickly, catch them off on the back foot. But unfortunately, they waited. They gave them as much information as they can. They knew it was going to be an A hit, and spike wasn't even down yet, even though they had sight. A little bit to their detriment, I believe. Is looking like a big lean over towards B. 4 sitting up right outside the door of B main.
Cairo! Some great spray control. Able to find a trifling as well. Slicky, we do see Zambi able to find one onto Lemon as well. And Cairo looking for that 30. He's thirsty. He's starving for it. He's going to go for it. Satcheling into it. He's finding a blinded player. The 3K. And now it's all up to the Frenzy. Zambi stealing the kill, though. A near 4K for Cairo. What a stunning push.
It's looking like another decimation. It's not looking good for Operation Strix. They're probably a little bit, hit mentally after, the demolition of the last game. And now they are going into round number 3 with only 1 kill on the board in the last 2. Kush was able to do something, but not enough. They do have full rifles, but because, the last 2 rounds have been so dominant, we're seeing the Spectres, we're seeing the Stingers like we've seen so many times before in this, this series even, and we're seeing that Bulldog, all of which are very capable of, converting this round.
It was a lot about what I was talking about, the aggressive Raze plays. You can play Raze 2 ways, but Kush gonna be traded out. Sev able to find that second kill, and Joseph gonna get punished for holding that angle. Trifling says, no, you're not gonna peek me. Sev gonna get traded as well. Lemon finding himself a 2K, and it's all down to Zambi now. In the 1v3, the spike is already down, and this may look like the first round going towards Strix here. Or sorry. Never mind. I got the teams mixed up. I apologize. Zambi gonna be pushing towards I forgot the name. Towards the garage here, sorry. He's gonna be trying to peek something, but there's nothing you can do in that situation. Lemon with a 3K.
Yeah,
that is the first round for Strix.
Yes, Strix are able to convert that first round for them, and very well played for them. They were able to get the key picks that they needed, and actually was looking a little bit sketchy as, Ukers were able to get a few key picks, especially in that window area towards B, that was able to get them rifles in hand. But luckily, Lemon comes up massive, pulls 3 out of that round, and because of that, they're actually able to get themselves into that 3v1 instead of pushing aggressively, pushing and risking losing that lead, hunting for that kill. They actually play back. They play for that post plant in a situation they know they can win. It's nothing flashy, but at this point, they don't need flashy. At this point, they just need to get rounds on the board. Very well played round for them.
Ooh, Cairo gonna see a blinded opponent for a moment there. You see the Sky Tiger gonna be taken out as well, and Cairo gonna be trying to hold that, but he's gonna get concussed now. Throwing out a Raze bot. We're seeing a lot of these aggressive plays coming in from this Raze here. And I'm just here for it. Now, Lemon.
Lemon was spotted.
Ooh, possibly. Lemon just waiting for that peak. They're playing like defenders right now. But we see the defenders playing like defenders as well. And it's just led to this very awkward tension in between sewers here.
Yeah, no, it looks like they're maybe hoping to pull out a rotate, but they already know that they had some sort of presence thanks to that boom bot. Because of that, they're not willing to give up this A hit. They also know that no one's up towards C because they have someone pushed all the way up. They have all the information they need. Just sit and wait. No suspicion.
But they're not going to do that. They're going to leave the A site and they're leaving it open.
Ooh, very risky.
I mean, going straight out. We do see some pot shots. Not going to be landed. Cairo gonna try and get it off. Whiffing some shots though. 13 seconds left, and they do get the spike down just barely. Kush. Basically a free kill towards mid. Fat boy. Just not holding the right angle at the right time. Kush still gonna be pushing that. Joseph is expecting him with the operator.
Right
throwing out some fade util now. Cairo with a hold towards heaven here. Gonna be satcheling out, trying to get one on a Squeak, but we all know how that goes. Slicky finding one, Lemon finding one, Squeak finding one, and the round is over. It's 2-2.
That is going to be the second round picked up for them, and that's actually a much better start into this map than we saw in the last one. You know, they're already pretty
already
much
at
where
2.
they were. Yeah, at the round count that they finished with in the last map. So 100% improvement so far, but they have to compound off of this. I mean, they did pick up the operator, which is now in the hands of Kush, but I think that actually might be a detriment to them. Opping on Haven on the attacking side, not the best situation. You're kind of separating yourself from the team, but you're not able to take any space off of it. They were able to get that first kill early. That really set their team up for success. That was because they were able to have that rifle in hand and were able to create space. That operator doesn't allow them to do the same thing.
Ooh, Cairo just barely avoiding a little bit of an encounter there. Gonna be holding an off angle with this Stinger. But we see the opposing chamber also gonna be holding that as well. So much tension here.
They've got themselves completely pincered in as well. We have that duel over there in A lobby, as you can see. But you know, the rest of the defense is set up in a position where they know exactly where
Taking
they
back
are.
some util, finding the kill on the Cairo, and now he's just gonna be backing that off. They've already found themselves a sight on to C. And another round that's a little bit of a player deficit for Hookers here.
Oh.
Catboy gonna be peeking that. He's gonna get punished for it. Lemon able to find 2. Zambi gonna get traded out for that kill on Trifling. And now it's all up to Sev in the 1v4. It's looking great for Strix here.
You know, Strix are looking to take the lead for the first time this series. They're expecting this push towards Garage, and I wouldn't be surprised if this round ends very quickly. Are they going for a save? Not the best situation when you have a Stinger in hand. No, they aren't.
That's not gonna work out for him. Slicky able to find the kill on the 7. That's the 3rd round for Strix here. Only 2 rounds advantage of Hookers though.
Yeah, no, this is the first time they're going to be taking lead in this series. Pretty well started for them. Lem coming online, finishing up that round with 6 kills on the board. Only deaths, so you know, really coming alive early, and this is exactly what you need, especially when you're on that Neon. You need to have a really good start to this map. And very similar to what we saw in the last map, they need to get rounds because this is a very attacking team composition. They need to convert these rounds now because on the defense, they're going to be much more scarce.
Showstopper going out. We do see a kill coming in towards Lemon. Slicky gonna be able to find one on the Catboy, and Zambi trading out Slicky. Cairo finding a kill, and now it's looking like it's in the advantage. Whew. Kush able to find one on the Cairo though. You know, we may not see an advantage quite yet, but there is a player deficit when it comes to Strix here.
Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Squeak is stuck there with the spike in that cubby, and they're expecting someone to be peeking down long or have some sort of angle down it. And
It's looking like he's going to use that blind. Not going to be able to find Zambi, but he's running away, and it looks like he may have just escaped that. They're playing back right now. They know they're defenders. They know they can just wait this. There's only 38 seconds left.
They
Squeak.
expected that rotation.
Ooh, a little bit of a risky situation now. Going to be throwing out some util. It's going to get shut down, and now they know for sure they're going C. Squeak going to take some damage now. Not going to be taken out by that util though. They have another blind. They're going to be able to blind one, but it doesn't even matter. Sev with a kill on to Squeak, and 12 seconds left in the round. It's not looking too great. Kush with only 1 HP, the decay, as well as that util from the breach. Zambi finishing it off.
They had their lead for the moment, and unfortunately, it does get shut down almost immediately. Now, 3 members of Ukers, 6 kills on the board as well. And I mean, very well played. They were able to hold down site, you know, so well. And very specifically, they knew they couldn't really do anything. They expected this guy to be in that cubby. They were just waiting to hear something. But at the same time, they didn't hear any movement. And in that case, they knew they're still in C. That time was ticking. And it just shows such good game knowledge, as they knew that, at the end of the day, there's not just one way to win the round. Time is, in fact, a factor, and they use it to their advantage. They were able to pull out the win because of it.
I am absolutely loving the pushes we're seeing from Lemon here. Great taking of the sites.
No one checks.
Ooh, Fat Boy with such a cheeky 2K. Trifling with a 3K of his own. Gonna be popping that ultimate. Sev gonna be taken out by it, and Trifling looking for the ace now. It's all up to Joseph, but he's able to stop the ace. Joseph has the operator. You see a tour de force from the enemy chamber now. It's all up to this defense. Throwing out the blind. They know he might be sticking it. But no, right behind him, tour de force to the body. Kush able to find the kill onto Joseph, securing the 4th round for Strix.
Very, very well played for them as well. I mean, the Sky, again, kind of trapped in that cubby position. They knew that the time was ticking. They knew that Joseph had to do something. Meanwhile, Kush on that flank, very good game knowledge. They knew that that flank was coming through. They didn't have to play risky. They did not have to play for that kill. They were just able to play for the time. They knew that Joseph was going to have to push, do something before they ran out of time to get the defuse. And instead of pushing, playing aggressively, they just waited for that flank, came up perfect, and the tour de force was able to finish it off. But it's looking, in this round, like a very aggressive push into A. But that being said, it's pretty much halted by the Haunt. And then as well, they have their strong side defense there, so it's just a matter of absorbing pressure. Meanwhile, the two, especially the chamber up in B, is absorbing so much pressure and taking so much space that it's slowly pinching them off from any other options other than A.
Ooh, Sev. A cheeky little kill on Trifling. You see a second kill coming in as well. Able to pick up the rifle. Secure that second elimination. Now Joseph only up with the headhunter. The shot's whiffed, and Kush with the headhunter of his own. The wall big landed, and Joseph gonna get punished for that.
When they hear that push through garage as well, Cute Fat Boy was in a position to maybe catch him off guard, but is able to hear enough information to help the team out regardless.
Yet another site push for Lemon.
No.
Oh my god, a knife coming in from Fat Boy. He's gonna get traded out by Lemon though. I really wish we could have seen all of that. Cairo able to find 2 kills, and that is the round.
Very unfortunate to die to the knife there. You hate to see it, but at the end of the day, very well played coming out from Cute Fat Boy. I mean, they were kind of the key to that entire round. Very unfortunate that Joseph wasn't able to get, an extra kill in that window area, but Cute Fat Boy sitting in that B main position. They're expecting that push into A, but they don't forget their fundamentals. They're expecting that rotation to come through. So Cute Fat Boy waiting there to support. Not able to get the trade, but just enough information gathered sets their team up to go for that push on the C. And is able to get that nice little flashy kill with the knife. I mean, Cute Fat Boy had a great map over on Ascent, and I'm sure they're still feeling themselves, and they're just getting started and warmed up after that kill.
Tour de force to start it off. Lemon does have that bulldog. Joseph able to find the first. We're waiting for that second push. Not gonna get concussed though. Lemon's gonna try and be peeking that. Ooh, he's gonna whiff the shot. Able to see another one. This Neon just moving all over the place. He's able to see where they are, but yet another whiff shot at Lemon with a 2K.
Oh, that's huge. And they're able to cause so much damage up over an A. Cute Fat Boy over on C does have that operator. Created so much space for them, but seeing as they're the only one there and they're pushed up so aggressively, they might be caught out here.
I am loving these Neon plays. Just moving way too fast for them to even expect what's going to happen next. And Lemon getting some damage onto Cute Fat Boy. Fat Boy going to be peeking it, but it doesn't even matter. Lemon with a 3K looking for the ace now. He's peeking straight into Cairo. Cairo going to be able to find the trade. Zambi, the 2K, and finishing off the round in the 1v1. Squeak, sorry, 1v2. Squeak going to be taken out.
Very good. Lemon is really coming alive here in this map of Haven, excuse me. Finishing up 10 and 6 after that round. And you can really feel it. You were talking about the neon plays. They're sliding around. They're zooming everywhere on the map. They're just showing so much presence and actually so much confidence. Despite, you know, being down in rounds technically now, even though it's only by one, and being down in the map, they are still very much alive and kicking. Those are only going to be operating with a classic, that they do have the overdrive in hand. That I'm sure they're going to be popping. I wish they will. Oh.
Finally not whipping his shots. Joseph able to find one on Trifling. Fat Boy gonna get traded out as well by Slicky. And now it's down to the 3v4. Joseph in the back of sight trying to get another shot off. He's gonna be taken back to that TP as well, though. Still waiting for the C push. We're not seeing it quite yet. Slicky gonna be peeking. Nobody's holding an off angle. Nobody being a rat quite yet. Now you see that ultimate coming in from that fade. Slicky gonna be pushing it. Able to take out the Prowler, but he's quite damaged here. He's got the decay as well, and he's going to be found by Joseph. The wall bang! What a great play.
A little bit concerned here. The play has been over towards C and in Garage this entire time, but the spike never left window. It has been by B and is now making its way very slowly on the A. But even if it gets planted, they're segmented as a
Last
team.
player standing.
Unlucky timing, Sev with the wall bang headshot onto Squeak, and now it's all down to Kush in the 1v4.
Just can't be segmented.
And you know, I wish I could say that I have high hopes for this battle, but only time will tell. He's gonna win the first shot. He's gonna get blinded. Oh, there's nothing he can do there. Sev with a kill on the Kush, and that is yet another round for these defenders.
Yeah, it's been a little bit back and forth here. Right now, actually, Strix was the only team to get 3 in a row before this round. But, you know, seeing as it's going so back and forth, it usually favors the side of the attack because they're, you know, able to get the spike down, you know, most rounds, I would say. But
Except for this one.
yeah, it just seems like Ukor just always has a plan. And even when they, you know, win rounds, sometimes they're even able to completely prevent the spike from making its way into sight. So even though these rounds are going back and forth, usually you prefer them to go into, you know, the attacking side. And they're not getting as much value as they would probably hope to. It does look like they're going to be leaning over towards A, though it is a much more default situation. 2 sitting over by C, 3 by A. Kush does now have the operator, and Joseph has one as well. So the opping duel is going to be in full force. And we're already seeing the utility dump as well. That's going to completely cut Kush off. Not going to get any value over on A with that op. Now they're going to just go for this reset. They're kind of smoked off, but I almost seem a little bit hesitant to push forward. Even though this is a full buy round, there's no rifle advantage or disadvantage. Actually, it's the exact same buy across the board.
Except
So
for one Phantom.
Yeah, that's the only real difference. But, I mean, it looks like they're just waiting for Ukers to try to push forward. Maybe wait for them to make a mistake. But Ukers very content here, especially with Joseph on that op. They're very content to just sit back, absorb this pressure, and wait to see what Strix are willing to do. Because right now, they're not taking any space. In fact, they're actually giving up A, probably in hopes to play for the retake here.
Slowly but surely moving in. We do see an Omen teleport as well. Cairo not able to find it off.
30 seconds left.
Lemon
Ooh, to the
what
wall.
a great pot shot. The spray landed onto Cairo. Do see an Omen TP as well. So much util going out. I can't even tell what's going on. What are we watching? This is Overwatch. Trifling with a kill onto Sev, and Tammy gonna be taken out by Squeak as well. We do see Joseph with a returning shot of his own. That's the first kill on to Strix. But Strix, with such an aggressive push, that was a great way to get sight for them. And time slowly but surely running short. I'm gonna have to get off the site soon.
Yeah, it was a very good site execute. However, it was very costly just to secure that round. That cost them 2 ultimates in their pocket. That was both the Into the Shadows as well as the Seekers coming out from the sky. Luckily, though, for Squeak on that sky, they were able to secure 2 kills, so they were able to get 2 points back into their pocket. But this late into the game, None of them are particularly close. Two of the members of Strix are 2 ultimate points away from their ultimates. Meanwhile, we have the Showstopper, and Zambi's only 2 away, and we've already seen how much of an impact Zambi can have. I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to convert it. They also have 2 operators on the side of the defense as well. So this is going to be a tough nut to crack, especially without those ultimates that they could free spend like they did in the last.
An immediate C push yet again. They're going for their classic play that they've done so many times. And whew, Joseph, he can't do anything there. Zambi able to find one, as well as Lemon gonna get traded out. Yet another aggressive neon push, but we're seeing a little bit of an aggressive raise push. Zambi finding one on to Triflin, and Sev gonna get one on to Slicky as well. It's down to the 2v4. Push just kind of playing back here. He does have that op as well. Oh no, Squeak.
Oh,
Their signature spot, able to find one, but no. That's all he's gonna get. Cairo with the op kill onto Kush, as well as the third kill for that chamber.
again, another instance, I mentioned it earlier, but you know, Kush with that operator on the attack caused a lot of damage, yes, but they had to get that spike down. In situations like that, where again we saw that Sky stuck in Cubby, you know,
Signature spot.
yeah, they again tried to do that push up with the chamber, which last time worked out perfectly fine. They had the Vandal in hand, they were able to get 2 kills. It worked out great for them, but in that round, they only had the operator, and there was no rifles around to help them out. So they weren't able to cause nearly as much damage. And then Squeak was just left alone in Cubby. I liked what they had. They ended up finishing out 5-7, which is a much better half than what the 10-2 they dealt with last time. But they're still showing very similar flaws round to round, and they're not making the adjustments they need.
Oh, Lemon for the detrimental pick onto Joseph. Fat boy. Able to trade it out though. It's now all up to Slicky, but he's concussed, and you see Sev getting that kill. Squeak can be trading it out though. Very equal pushes, but we do see a lot of damage going out onto Squeak here. Trifling peeking yet another kill for himself. For his teammates, I should say. Kush gonna be holding this with a headhunter and may just be able to find a free kill. Zambi, my god! Cairo and Zambi taken out by Kush. That was a great play. An extraordinary headhunter hold.
Very unfortunate from them. They knew they had the player in flank. They knew there were players in CT and maybe one in Garage. Garage was open at the time, but last time they saw, there was one running away into that position. They weren't comfortable, playing in that C position when they knew they were possibly surrounded, so they had to push through, try to take a 1v1. They just weren't expecting that hold from Kush. Very well played. They were more expecting it over in Garage, and if they're able to keep up that momentum, that was a very good round to be played out. I really liked what they're saying, but this is going to be more and more difficult as the rounds progress and we get into the meat and potato rounds of the full buys.
Cairo taking out that Yuto now. Joseph not able to land the shots. We're seeing a lot of this neon dashes and just outplays really. Lemon though, gonna be peeking straight into Zambi. Squeak with a 2K. It's all down to Zambi with such low HP and Cairo as well. But Cairo, 21, pushing it down to the 2v2. They still have the advantage of HP, but it's all up to Kush now with 53 HP here. They throw out a nade. They're playing post-plant perfectly. So many Ps. Kush gonna try and get this off. He's not gonna get it though. So that Zambi with the sheriff kill onto Kush. That is yet another round.
And that is going to be the rounds. The first 2 split. And I say it every time it comes up because it's not very normal that we see that anti-eco go into the way of the, weaker team. But at the end of the day, it gets split. And that makes it a little bit of a tricky situation because usually we see the pistol and the anti-eco get picked up and then the team that loses those 2 pick up the bonus. Usually means whoever wins the pistol comes out on top with 1 extra round. But when it's split like this, it usually gets split 2-2. And with Ukers in the lead like they were in the round count, this is exactly what they want. They don't want these beginning pistol rounds to go into the advantage of Strix.
Lemon with an immediate pick onto Sev here. Joseph going to be trying to hold this. He's going to be yoinking the Spectre off of his teammate's dead body. Starting to get the spike down. They're going to opt to not plant it. Oh, wait. No, they did. Sorry, visual bug. Kush going to be trying to hold flank here. Able to take out the trademark. He is going to be found, though.
Looks like this is going to be a 5-man retake. They have all the tools they need.
Pyro with an immediate pick. Camby. Sorry, Zambi. Able to find 2 kills. One onto Slicky as well. And Trifling.
Last player
Pretty good
standing.
play onto Cairo. Joseph finding one onto the enemy chamber. And Chamber able to find 2. And that's yet another win for the attackers.
They have everything they need to go for the retake except for the kills, and it goes exactly the way I expect. You know, the first 2 rounds are split. That means the next round goes into the way the team who won round 2, which in this case will be Ugers. Now we're gonna see a full buy come out from Operation Strix. However, the economy has been played so well by Ugers that they do have almost full rifles on the board. That being said, one is in fact a Bulldog and one is a Spectre. So it's not a perfect buy, and they're going up against an Operator. So it's not amazing, but it's still convertible. But I think we're expecting it to be split 2-2 at the end of this 4th round.
Lemon does have that Vandal in hand. Skydog going out now. It is able to spot one, but it's not able to concuss anybody. You know, Lemon's playing a lot slower right now. Not using those dashes quite yet. Ooh, get a spot ahead, but not able to land it. Sev with a Spectre kill and Trifling. Finding one onto Sev. Cairo gonna get a wallbang headshot onto Trifling as well. Getting that trade. But Cairo is also very damaged, down to 24 HP.
I dropped the spike.
Definitely by Lemon there.
Yeah, now they're going to be making their way into B. There's no one actually there. They're going to TP in to get the spike down, but that's going to trigger the trademark. And it looks like they're going to be going for post plant, which is probably a good situation. They don't know the op is in the hands of Kush over on C. So,
This guy pushing pretty close to Omen here. Right behind the wall, obviously. It's not wall bangable, but Kush now pushing flank here. They may just be expecting that. Oh my god!
No way.
Oh my god, Kush! What in the world are you doing? The whip shot on the player with his back turned. What a sight to see, but he's able to find the wall bang nevertheless.
One enemy remaining.
Yet another whiff shot, and Cairo with the satchel is able to find it.
A little bit sketchy there. A little weird from the go hunting. They did end up losing one player, but I mean, at the end of the day, they wanted to remove that Operator from their hands. And that's going to be a big hit to the economy. Ukers was able to convert that, so they did end up finishing 3-1 after the split. I need to stop saying that. The last 2 times I've said that it's going to be split 2-2, it gets split 3-1. But at the end of the day, Ukers comes out on top. That brings them to double digits as well. And now we're going to see some rifles come out from Strix. It's going to be, you know, a Phantom, a Vandal, a Bulldog, and the next 2 are going to be classics, as, you know, their economy is kind of in the dumpsters. But we're seeing ultimates be used almost immediately into this round.
Economy definitely in shambles now. Lemon gonna be peeking that. Not peeking Fat Boy though, and Fat Boy with a second kill onto Slicky as well. Then Trifling gonna be moving in toward it. He's gonna be spotted as well. It's not looking too great for him. He's gonna be concussed by that Prowler. Moving up towards heaven now. You see that raise, trying to get a little bit of a right click. He's going to be able to spot one, but Zammy nevertheless finding the kill, and now it's all up to Squeak in the 1v4.
Yeah, Phantom in hand. They could do a lot. They do have Seekers. They have almost... Now they officially have full utility in their pocket, so they can cause some serious damage, which they're going to need to. They're one of the people that bought out, so they only have 500 credits after that round.
Only getting some damage, but able to land the headshot nevertheless. Make that a 3K, going for the ace now. But with not much time left on the clock, he's going to have to push this here. Yeah, that is a round loss, but 3 kills for Squeak there.
That's going to help out immensely. That's an extra 600 credits in their pocket on top of whatever they're going to get due to the lost streak that they're currently on. That should set their team up to be a little bit better in a fighting position. That's actually going to lead Kush to be able to get the operator as well. So they're in a fighting position. They can cause some serious damage, but they popped 2 ultimates there, and they were not able to convert that. That was the overdrive that got no value, and the Nightfall, which confirmed they were on A, but by the time the Nightfall came out, they were already on site. So very costly for a round loss. Meanwhile, the only thing they really invested on the defense side, or excuse me, the attacking side, was the Rolling Thunder. So very well played for them. Maybe very costly. Too costly.
I'm going to have his TP shut down. Squeak throwing out those Seekers now. Also healing back up on Lemon. No, we're hearing a lot of shots, but not a lot of kills quite yet now.
Now it's going to be a complete reset here, but it looks like the defense might try to play a little bit aggressive. They have the money to go hunting if they really want. Joseph setting at 7,000 credits. Could play pretty aggressively, but they do only have...
You know, they're all just holding angles right now. Trifling is going to get damaged by that operator, though. Squeak healing them back up to 100 HP. They're still just kind of playing slow right now. 39 seconds left. They're going to have to take this A site. It's their only option here. I don't think there's a lot of time for flank, and they are going to be starting off with that breach ultimate. Cairo able to find one on 11, make that a 2K as well. Trifling gonna get absolutely punished for trying to hold that. It's down to the 3v5 already, sorry.
Spike
I've
is
seen
doing
this
it.
play before. The retake so many times for defense. Cairo with an aggressive hold. To the right of Squeak, you might just expect that. He's just darting back and forth. His crosshair not finding a solidified place, and Cairo with a 3K.
One enemy
Possible
remaining.
ace now, but Sev stealing the ace out of his hands. Kush will get punished as well, and now it's all up to Slicky with 45 HP to his name. It's not looking too hot for him. He's gonna scope out for a minute there, and they're gonna peek. Just Valorant timing, what can I say? And Sev with a second kill onto Slicky.
And it's looking pretty much done and dusted. They were able to fight pretty hard in this game. 100%, actually, I think it's a 200% improvement on the round count from the map number 1. But at the end of the day, Ukers are just proving to be a little bit too much of a task, seeing as this is going to be, you know, a very much a forced buy here for Operation Strix, as they should be able to get a few rifles on hand, but you know, with only 1,000 credits in the pockets of some of them, it looks like it is mostly going to be, you know, Spectres, a Bulldog. But they do have the Tour de Force, but it's the only real, you know, ace up their sleeve that they have to work with.
You know, they've been kind of giving up sights. They're trying to do what we saw, but Joseph, the kill onto Slicky, an immediate pick. Now Sev could be peeking towards mid. He's going to be able to spot one. Trifling Taco, just completely clueless to his situation. Sev does have some util as well. We hear that boombot. They do get the spike down. This may just be the last round.
Yeah, no, it's looking more and more desperate every second that passes.
Ooh, but Sev
Where are you?
with a headshot on the lemon. Gonna be throwing out lots of util towards these defenders, and Kush gonna get punished. Sev gonna be peeking into their death. Squeak finding the kill, and it's now down to the 1v3. Not looking too great. It's not looking great at all. The round lost as well as the game.
And that is going to be the series. That is going to be the best of 3 between Operation Strix and Ukers. Very unfortunate for Operation Strix. They did a really good job to get here in the upper bracket, but unfortunately they are firmly sent down to the losers by Ukers. And I think this is actually probably the most dominant performance we've seen yet. I think we saw a 2-0 yesterday. However, I mean, first map going 10-2, I believe, or 10-3, or excuse me, 13-3, 13-2, and then map number 2 going 13-6. It's showing that Ukers are just the real deal. We talked about before, they have won IGL tournaments before, so I'm not surprised, but man, Ukers have come in with a passion today.
Absolutely. Not much I can say to add on to that. Thank you very much for watching, guys. It's been a pleasure casting for you. I've been Papaya.
My name is Soren. Real quick before we go, though, we do have one quick announcement before we get to even more Valorant action. We have divisions recently announced for IGL. You can go online to our website, IGL, to find more information, as well as our Discord or any of our social medias. We have a lot of great stuff coming out for you guys. We have weekend tournaments almost every single week here on IGL, so go check out for all the information on them. Again, social media, Discord, and our website. Again, my name's Soren. Joining me today was Papaya. Thank you much. We'll be right back with some even more better Valorant, and I believe we're going on to the lower brackets next.
Alrighty, welcome back everyone to the IG League TV. We're right here playing off in the Weekend Warriors event yet again, and we have two teams that have made it all the way to the finals of the main bracket. Of course, loser finals are going to be going on after this game, but let's find out who's going to be getting sent down under. Right here, we have the two teams of Ukers on defense and Fish Tacos on attack. My name is EduCast, and I am joined by the wonderful Sir Mickey. Sir Mickey, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling ecstatic, man. We're here. We're on the cusp of greatness. I mean, it's IGL. We're always on the cusp of greatness. We just are greatness, radiating positivity. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I'm excited and I'm ready. We have our maps are already set. We're going to Ascent to start off the night, to start off our night. And like you said, it's Ukers and Team Face Tacos. We're going to start on Ascent, where Ukers is going to be on defense. And then after that, we're going to head to Fracture, where, little known fact, I haven't casted Fracture yet. So that'll be interesting. And then, if need be, map number 3 is going to be on Haven as the tiebreaker. But I don't know, with the performance that Ukers has been given so far, I don't know if we're going to see a map 3. But you never know.
Yeah, and honestly, Ukers has a domination going on in the bracket. I mean, what they just did to the previous team, if you guys were watching earlier today, while, of course, Soren and Papaya were casting, was a just bloody mess that Ukers left in their wake. But Fish Tacos, they are here to go right now. And obviously, we're going to start off on Ascent here. And we know the map of Ascent, it's where Ukers loves to play. They have absolutely dominated Ascent almost every single time that they show up. But right here, right now, we're going to find out in the upcoming game. I believe both teams are ready. And honestly, if you guys have any predictions in the chat, type them down below. We want to see where you guys are putting your money on it. Obviously, the fan favorite has been Ukers recently, but maybe Fish Tacos can win some hearts today. We have an insanely solid lineup for you guys to be seeing, and we're moving right into Agent Select here. So, Mickey, my question for you is, what do you think is one of the best lineups for agents on the map of Ascent?
I mean, as far as compositions go, this map, I feel like a lot in the competitive scene, especially recently with Istanbul just closing up this past weekend, or not this past weekend, but the weekend before that, we saw a lot of Astra on this map. We saw a lot of Astra, and it was very weird, which we saw a lot of Astra on Pearl as well, but it's definitely weird to see Astra on this map because she is built for those open spaces, and not that she doesn't work here, but I feel like Astra is more comfortable, similar to Viper, more comfortable on more open maps like Breeze or even Haven. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see Cute Fat Boy heading up on Astra on this map. And it looks like we're not going to have a mirror composition. We don't even have a Sentinel setting up for Ukers. So that's going to be interesting, to say the least. I'm definitely looking forward to see how these compositions arrive here on Ascent. And like you said, Ukers has just made Ascent their playground, their own personal funhouse in the past. And we have, you and I, Edu, we've casted Ukers time and time again at IG League. And I feel like every time Ukers shows up, and tonight has been no different. They started off 2-0 in that last series, and now we're right back in where they're comfortable on Ascent. And I'm definitely excited to see what Cairo and company have in store for us.
And I completely agree. We know how Ukers play. I really want to know, what are we going to be seeing coming out from Fish Tacos? And now that the game has started, Fish Tacos, we all know, is the team on that attack. So we have to find out, how are they going to get going here? Obviously, already getting spotted out by that suppression from the defenders. This has been a rough start so far. Are able to grab that ult for free. I love that we're seeing Ukers play very passively here, waiting to see if anybody wants to try to swing out, wants to try to get some damage dealt, that they're just going to get him gunned down. But only time tells is now we're seeing a little bit of a semi-rotation back here, and they don't want to push into that Astra utility. The fun fact, once you use the star, that's where it's going to be until it gets popped here. But one thing I will be mentioning right now is, if they're going to be doing this rotate, they have to get past that fade over in B main. That is definitely scary. Joseph, with any rifle, any pistol, he can gun you down. And if you also take a look at this, you're seeing 4 frenzies on the defense here, and a frenzy can absolutely mow players down faster than any other pistol. But here we go. Finally, we're seeing a big push coming on. The flashbangs coming out from Phoenix, and now everybody's just ready to go. But there's Joseph.
Oh.
He's going to get gunned down. I mean, that's not a lot of damage. Hopefully, The bomb now can maybe
30
get
seconds
defused
left.
after this retake. A 4 versus 5 already. An amazing setup by Fish
planted.
Tacos.
Yeah, Fish Tacos coming out of the gate nice and strong there with Zeke and company leading pretty early on. Cairo doing a good amount of wallbang damage, but Sev is going to pick up the final onto rest, and suddenly 2 versus 2. Zambi picking up one for himself. Zeke one as well. The KOs are going at it, and now it's Karma and Zeke in a 2 versus 1 scenario, and they're going to shut down Zambi nice and quick, and that's going to be round number 1 right out of the gate in the favor of Team Fish Taco. We were just talking about how strong Ukers has been, and obviously still very early in the game, but Ukers not showing up too strong on that defensive side to start off the game. But again, still plenty of game left, right? So we have plenty of time for Ukers to either pick up the ball and just roll with it, or just to stub their toe and fall over and face first and bust their nose open on said ball. But again, it all comes down to that communication, the cohesion between these two teams. You have to be able to play well with your teammates, because this is a very team-oriented game. It's not just about going in and getting kills and doing damage. While that is a huge aspect of it, you got to be willing to let your team anchor or give communication or something to help each other out. You have to be willing to put your life on the line for your team. And so far, Ukers has not done that. But again, they are on defense. So it really, again, just comes down to the communication and the cohesion between these teams. But it looks like Fish Tacos are going to put a very, very strong footing towards a site here in the second round. Karma's going to go ahead and get bombed down. And now the rotate is coming through, where Ukers is finally going to release that 5 stack on B and going to go ahead and try to get this retake going.
Yeah, I mean, having that full stack on a B, definitely putting all of your eggs in that basket. Now the retake's going to be incredibly difficult now that this is a pistol versus Spectre kind of gameplay. And look at that damage right onto Cute Fat Boy already, but it's not going to stop him from being able to get off one. But this is the massacre. Zambi able to get one before he's eventually dropped. But there's Joseph able to get not only the chamber down, but also a stinger in his hand. Now with this push coming up, he is finally gonna get gunned down by Zeke. And honestly, the fact is they put so much on that B side that retake went fairly well for them. In that 5 versus 5 retake, they were absolutely able to get quite a few picks and a lot of damage dealt. But now it's the buy round, Mickey, and we know how this is gonna be going on.
Yeah, I mean, again, economy is one of those huge aspects of the game. I mean, you keep winning rounds and winning rounds, obviously your bank's going to look great, but at the moment, Ukers, they're kind of playing their numbers here. They're playing their pockets as much as they can. They save that second round. They're not going to, it's right out of the gate, go broke. But the question is, are they going to be able to keep up that momentum off of this rifle? They have to take this round, or it's just going to be no bueno for their bank account. But at the moment, it's a pretty good stalemate down a long, and as I say that, 66 is going to rip Cairo into pieces, down to 85 HP on his own, though. Demon, a nice and early run it back, is going to get the information, but Zambi's going to put him down and take out Zeke. Cute Fat Boy's there for the refrag. 3 versus 4. Bomb is now trapped on site. Zambi and Cute Fat Boy absolutely holding it down, but 66 going to find a literal window of opportunity, but Sev is going to be there for the flank, and finally, Uker's going to be able to snatch that point and put it on the board 2-1, still in favor of Fish Taco.
Yeah, I mean, what we just saw there was a clean hold. Cute Fat Boy nearly getting gunned down by demons, but you have your teammate watching your back. If you don't have your teammate watching your back, then you are going to get sent out of this map. One thing I will mention so far from these players is you're seeing coordination on the side of the defense that I think the attackers just don't have. Yes, 66J, he was able to get that initial pick, which, yes, has given him his ultimate, but the problem is he's doing it all alone. That lurking chamber might just not be enough here. I mean, he's trying to make space, and the defense is already right on their tail. But right now, we're seeing Zambi here anchoring down, knowing that JJ might just push him. But this is spike-sided towards A. Anything could happen with a new incoming push.
Zambi beautifully avoiding that fellow KO flash. The flash drive not going to catch anyone here, but very evenly distributed throughout the map is Fish Tacos at the moment, and that recon is going to come in, provide a little bit of intel. 66 is going to go look for a early peek into tree. Going to get denied with information, so he's going to go ahead and back out of that situation. While it does look like Karma is still going to be posted up way at top mid with Spike on the back, there's still plenty of time to play with. There's just under a minute on the clock. Joseph is going to get peeked here by Rest and puts him down nice and easy, and that's going to be the smokes off the board for Fish Tacos, and that's going to be detrimental to taking sight. Now approaching the 30-second marker. I mean, Ukers, they've been pretty solid so far this round of at least playing time and providing no space for Fish Tacos. Cairo was in a beautiful position, does the damage to 66, but Demon is going to be there for the trade, and now Karma and company looking for an A-site push. They don't have time to mess around here. Demon stuck in tree room, looking for a flash. He's going to get ripped apart. Cute Fat Boy going to make it a 1 versus 4, but he goes down. Karma now in a 1-on-3, not going to find anybody. Zambi going to finish him off with a wallbang headshot, and it's all tied up 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely not the kind of position that you want to be in. When you get your hands tied, you're going to have to try your best to push forward. One thing that I'll mention is they ran out of time so early into the round, and what I mean by that is they weren't able to get any space from the first second of the round, and they didn't get it all the way till the round ended with only 11 seconds before they were even able to really touch a site before they were finally gunned down. That mid presence that they have is just not holding enough, and this defensive team, Fish Tacos, is just popping, or no, this defensive team from Ukers is really just coming online right now. Right here, we got Joseph anchoring it back, last man standing over on B. He knows that we have a lot of people coming. Q Fat Boy guns down Demon. Zeke gets another for the trade, but we are seeing a big push in lane, and that's gonna be it. The site is now open, and the retake has to come down. And now a 2 against 2. Mickey, take us away as this ultimate gets popped. Who's gonna be left standing?
Zeke with a beautiful no command to allow entry to site. Both KO getting a pick. Now it's KO versus KO. 60 HP from Zambi. 2 bullets, not gonna cut it. Zeke gonna rip his head off. 3-piece on the board. Again, that beautiful entry from Zeke. The no command coming out, completely nullifying the defensive side's abilities, and they just weren't able to keep up with it gunplay-wise, and it came down to that 1v1, and unfortunately in that situation, Zeke just got the better of Zambi, and it all comes down to this, a 3-2 now with Team Fish Tacos just ever so gently taking the lead here. 3-2, just a 1-round difference, and economy on both sides is pretty messy, pretty chaotic in terms of numbers, but again, it all comes down to that communication, the cohesion between these teams, and at the moment, they're both pretty solid on these entries and retakes, and again, Fish Tacos looking for this aggressive A-push. Demon, once again, with the run it back, gonna get 0 information. Zambi shuts him down nice and quick. But the haunt does come out, provides information that the attackers need, and now it's all-out war on A site. 2 versus 2 now as Cairo goes down to the hands of Demon, and now it's Demon and Rest. 2 versus 2, a minute on the clock. They've got to get things done here, and they've got to get them done quick. The smoke's not quite ready from Rest. I think he is going to play for that cover. The flash comes out. Joseph peeks him beautifully. Headshot on the Rest. A minute on the clock now. Demon going to get bombed down. The Nightfall comes out. Sevs with the Owl Drone. They have all the information in the world. They're toying with him at this point, and Joseph finally going to close the chapter that is Demon's life, and it's going to be all tied up here 3-3 as Ukers looking to take this game back.
Yeah, I mean, what we just saw coming out from Ukers there is every time that they have a trade, it's always a 1-for-1. And on defense, you have to try to keep your numbers even, or you're going to get pushed off. We saw an amazing round coming out from Ukers, especially Joseph, able to get that pick onto Rest, able to pretty much do it for free. I'm really questioning why that Omen decided to jump up at that time, because right as he got blinded, he jumped up and he sees that dog coming, so he knows when it's going to be activated on him. So really just a misplay coming out there. And if these guys on the attack, if Fish Tacos consistently trying to go for these picks and try their ego frags, they're gonna get caught right out of the water. Let's find out right now with this round coming in. Round 7, the economy looking awful for these attackers. Can they try to win this thrifty? That's gonna be a big question, but they have to get past Cairo in market if they really want this site.
Yeah, that is the question. Can they pull this thrifty out of absolutely nowhere? Demon is going to be able to take out Cairo, but Sev with a beautiful lineup picks up 3. And just like that, it's suddenly Fish Tacos at a 2-man disadvantage, 2 versus 4 here. And Joseph and company showing how dominant they're going to be this early in the game. Sev with a beautiful lineup on that 3-piece. Zambi to close it out like butter. Just so smooth. Ukers, they tripped a little bit there in the beginning, and then they picked it back up. It was like it didn't even happen. They just went right back to clapping, and now for the first time, Ukers is going to be able to take control of this game, even if it is just barely. It's 4-3. Again, still plenty of game left to be played. Plenty of game for Fish Tacos to regain control here. But again, Ukers has just been so strong today. But you have to wonder, is the fatigue going to set in here? They've played a couple games today. So Ukers, the mental strain could be coming into play here. Will it come into play? But Joseph is looking to just prove me wrong and say, no, we're fine. Everything's fine. We're going to take control. Seb looking for one, but he gets traded out immediately.
Yeah, immediately traded, and honestly, I'm shocked that op shot did not connect, but what is going to connect is Zeke spray down, getting him one. Zambi on tree, getting down 66J with another headshot, but that is just going to be a run and gun one tap for Zeke. And here comes another ultimate from this attacking Phoenix. He has popped his fourth run it down, run it back yet again, and now that is 4 already. He is absolutely bringing his A game here, and I think it's just picking up those orbs and picking up those picks, and there it is. That's what we like to see, though. Joseph gets himself one, and now it's a little bit of a reload here, but it is going to be a B retake, a battlefield over at B site with the bomb now planted. Can we find out, is the Joseph and the Astra really going to be enough when they come in here? Obviously, we do have the Astral Divide available. I doubt that they're going to really use it here, but they could. Rest, ready to anchor it down. He's got himself the Phantom, waiting for someone to really push him here, and spots out one. But Joseph, that's so much info for him. And here is the Astral Divide. They know where the bomb is ticking, but it's just going to cut off Boathouse. Nothing else here. And this is the push. Cute gets Demon. And there it is, last man standing. Rest is going to get Cute. Fatboy teleports back into Boathouse. They don't actually hear him, but if he gets timing here, he is going to get gunned down, and it looks like that is exactly what happens. Joseph on a 3K. Mickey, honestly, I didn't think that anything different had to have happened. I'm kind of questioning the Astral Divine from Ukers, but with aim like Joseph's, it's very confident that they knew that retake was going to go in their favor.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, again, Ukers has just been so solid today, and you're right. That Astral Divide was definitely it was a little weird. It was a little whether or not it was necessary is definitely up for what's that word? Up for I don't know. It's you can figure it out on your own, but it's definitely an unorthodox maneuver right there. It's a 2v2, 2v1 scenario. Did you really need to use the ult in that situation? But nonetheless, they were able to capture the 5th round in Joseph and company. And let me just touch on the fact that both KOs at the moment are 11-5 here in round number 9 of Ascent. So that's nothing to shy at. Both initiators definitely living up to their roles, and Demon as well living up to that name. Currently not the most fragging character, 5 and 8, but again, popping the 4th running back, but Sev, my goodness, puts down Demon and Karma. Zambi and Cute Fat Boy there to pick it up. Zeke now, it's all up to him and his devices, but Cute Fat Boy gonna put him down very, very quick-like, and it's gonna be 6-3 as Ukers starting to take some serious control here.
Not only taking control of the map, but really just control of their own agents, as we've seen. I mean, when you're up against a Phoenix that has popped his ultimate a solid 4 times here, okay, that is one, a flex in itself, but also you have to really question, are they able to do anything with it? Because the run it back gets them some space, gets them some space created, but then the retake, the potential from Ukers is monumental. The fact that Sev last round with that Hunter's Fury just gunned down 2 players so easily at the very start, just that's what you want from a Sova. But right now, we're seeing another A hit here, Mickey, and if you're gonna do an A hit, you're gonna have to do it as a team, because you need to shut down Cute Fat Boy, and that's how. There we go. Zeke gets 2, and this is now gonna be another retake that Ukers needs. Mickey, do you think that it's actually gonna be possible for them to really take it back with all of the lineups, all of the damage? Unfortunately, that's not wall bangable, my man. You're gonna have to make some space and now try to push in.
I just can't get over 66 just walking on the site, just not even looking at anyone really. But oh, Joseph was too preoccupied with the floor. Demon picks up 2. Sev is there for the trade, but he gets put down. And once again, Zeke has just been so solid on not only the trades, but the multi-kills in general. I think that's Zeke's like 3rd or 4th 3K just in this game. And they are not in the most favorable spot. 6-4, they're down by 2 at the moment. But at the moment, the worst possible scoreline to finish this half for Fish Tacos is that 4-8. And even that is not totally impossible to come back from. It's only 4 rounds, right? And again, it all comes down to the communication and the teamwork. And at the moment, Ukers is just doing a little bit better. They've won 4 rounds in a row, and 2 of those were a full-on retake with the defuse coming down. So Ukers is definitely there on the communication side, but the question is, are they going to be able to continue to frag like this? And Sev going to go ahead and answer my question with a resounding wall-bangable Odin headshot, yes. And it all comes down to 1:20 on the clock, and it looks like a potential A hit here once again. And it seems that Fish Taco is really favoring A site.
Yeah, I mean, Fish Tacos, they like A, and they like using Run It Back. That's another one we're seeing from Demon here. But is Demon actually going to be able to get anything with it? And the answer is no. He gets his team to try to push up with him, and now they meet the Odin, the gun that reigns supreme on Ascent. And now it's just Demon here who ran it all the way back, but his team needed to do that too because they're dead. And Demon's just going to get swung out. He is going to get the pick on a Zambi. It's definitely winnable for Fish Tacos here, but they're up against Joseph and Sev, and with an Odin, he doesn't even have to peek it. They just have to keep going, but that flank from Cairo shut down by Demon. The exercise is what you're gonna need to do against this man if you really need to win it. But is an exorcism gonna actually happen, or is this Demon gonna get possessed? The answer is it is holy water sprayed down from that Odin, getting all the picks, and now defenders are in a beautiful spot, taking over this defense.
Sev and company have just been phenomenal. Not only holding their angles, but retaking side as well. And on the rare occasion that they do need to retake these angles, they've just been so solid. And now Zambi with the no command, as does Rest out with the out of the shadows. Couple ults on the board, but the thing I'm concerned about here is that Ukers actually has 2 more ults that they could potentially get and use this round. It's the Blade Store, excuse me, the Cosmic Divide from Cute Fat Boy and the Nightfall from Joseph on Fade. If those could be absolutely detrimental if they're able to lock them in on this round. And the same goes for Zeke's no command and 66's tour de force. That op could be detrimental to changing this round, but at the moment it is gonna start off with a relatively normal, usual stalemate early in the round. That's what we like to see a lot. These teams kind of hang out, gather as much information as possible, and then they'll execute once they get the communication down. But 66 over there kind of playing with fire is going to have a Prowler come towards him, going to deny that information. But meanwhile, at A side, it looks like once again another A hit coming out from Fish Tacos. And again, 7-5 is the best case scenario for Fish Tacos, and Ukers is just not in the business of letting that happen at the moment. The haunt comes out, the information comes out, wall bangs aplenty. Cute Fat Boy picks up 3 and knocks down Zeke in that no command. Is he going to be able to finish it? The 4K does come through, and now it's just 66J in a 1-on-4 with a Vandal and a Dream. Joseph gonna shut him down, and that's gonna be 8-4 as Ukers taking that first half with utter bliss. What a first half.
Honestly, that first half, I mean, you know that we've said this before. Ukers is one of the strongest teams in the IG League.
Oh, yeah.
And honestly, I hope to see them in the inaugural division coming up on the 3rd. But what I also want to say is I need them to really bring their A game here. Because, yes, we have a lot of games to play. But if you could say that you straight up washed an entire tournament and made sure you were the king of the bracket, that goes on your resume for esports.
Oh, yeah.
And with franchising happening, there's a lot of players that definitely want to get in on some of these newer teams, some of these real teams that have been founded. So hopefully, I mean, some of these guys, they are Radiant level gamers. They are up here with a lot of them, and I could honestly say that these players on the team of Ukers can go really far if they just continue to play this well. But are they going to play that well with a little bit of a full push coming out from the defense into market? This is going to be a tough thing to go against, but Sev, he's ready to make some noise and make some space for his team as they rotate over to A. Mickey, do you really think that they are going to get called this bluff? Is 66J going to get him down?
He's ready. He seems to be ready for it, and that early information coming out from that attacking recon Sova gives just amount of the information for them to make their way to A site, where 66 was ready and waiting. He does pick up one. Immediately the trade out comes through, and now it's just a 2-man retake here, or it's going to be Karma and Rest, and I'm just gonna say it, they haven't been the most predominant on the fragging, but this could be their opportunity to really show up, and Karma is gonna spot the head of the fellow Fade, but Cairo with a wallbang gonna shut him down. Zambi does the same to Rest, and that's all she wrote. 9-4 is Cairo and company continuing this dominance into the second half. Again, it's the first round of the second half, so there's still some space for Fish Tacos to create for themselves and get an upper hand here, or at least try to tie it up. It's a 5-round gap. Not impossible, right? It is not impossible, but again, Ukers has just been so solid today.
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing from Ukers is definitely putting Fish Tacos on their toes. One thing that I will mention here is I'm kind of disappointed from what we're seeing from 66J. He just, on Chamber, you want to be that guy that can really prevent things from pushing out, and so far, hasn't really happened. Him forcing up a shorty here, going instead the route of no headhunter, but I like this aggression that we're seeing. Unfortunately, Cairo loves it too, because it's padding his KD, and if you're going to pad his KD, you're just gonna have a rough time. Joseph gets him down, and now it's about 2 in the boathouse. Can the 2 boathouse players actually clutch it up here? Right there, that's gonna be a big pick from Zambi on a rest, but they don't know where Demon is, and that is gonna almost get one, but you know, that's what my shorty does.
Yep. Yeah, same. It just, you know, why does their shorty do more damage than mine? I don't understand. Zeke doesn't understand either. The Haunt gonna come out, just barely, doesn't reveal his location, but he telegraphs it anyways, says, hey, I'm over here on the Defender Rally. The headshot's coming through. No kills, unfortunately, for Zeke. Cairo's gonna shut him down with a stinger, and that was all she wrote. Cairo and company, again, they've just been so solid. And I do want to touch on, you were touching on 66 on that Chamber. You're absolutely right. He's getting a little too aggressive. You're a Sentinel, my guy. You're on defense. Sit back, let them come to you, play that information, right? You have the rendezvous, use them to your advantage, and I feel like 66 has hardly used his util this whole round, or this whole game. We've seen a couple headhunter shots, a couple trademarks going down for watching flanks, but at the moment, he's just really not playing those headhunters, at least not as much as he should be playing them. So it comes down to that util usage, and again, you are a Sentinel, and finally we are going to see him kind of sit back and wait for the information to come to him. But now the question is he sitting a little too far back? But again, it's going to be an A hit once again from Ukers this time around.
Yeah, I mean, this A hit from Ukers, it's doing a great job, but look at that stock getting 2 people. Cairo, he's happy about that. Now we got 66J, always the last man to show up to a fight. Hopefully, though, he comes packing. Right now, Damon's able to swing in, get 1. Jay is going to get Zambi down, and now in a 2 versus 3, the retake coming out of tree. He's going to get it. Karma is going to get what he deserves, and now that is another round. We're seeing over double digits against it. I mean, right now, we're seeing Ukers on a 5-round win streak going all the way back to the last half. This is not a game that looks very winnable for these players. We might have to see if they can do a little bit better. Fish Tacos, are you better on Fracture, or is it going to be even close to getting towards that 3rd map on Haven? That's the real question I have to ask you guys. You might need to see something different. Honestly, though, real question, where is the timeout? We haven't seen them even take a break. They're just kind of going head first into this.
I was about to say the same thing. We're on the same brain. It's okay. We share a brain cell today. But you're 100% right. There should have been a timeout called, at least in the first half, right? On that 4-round loss streak, where they finally did shut it down, but only after they got they got their site completely demolished 4 rounds in a row, and we still haven't seen one. Guys, take your time out. Take a minute, say, what are we doing wrong? What do we need to change? Let's fill these gaps. Let's communicate better. Do whatever we have to do to stop Ukers from dominating us. And at the moment, they haven't been able to do that. Joseph gets full flashed. It doesn't matter because Zeus himself is at his side providing whatever cover he needs. Rest gets caught in the middle of that smoke, and Sev puts him down, and again, Ukers is just coming out of the gate so dominant here on this round. The flash, beautiful flash, but it's not going to catch Cairo. Cairo is instead going to catch the toes of Zeke, and that is, again, going to be the opening onto A's site that Ukers needs, and now it's just 66 and Karma left in a 2 versus 5, and this is just not at all where they need to be.
It's not where you need to be, want to be, but it's where you're at. And what they need to do is actually start popping off, but that's a headhunter, which means you got to start clicking on some heads. Karma, last man standing, finally gets gunned down through the floorboards into his head, and that's going to be another round and match point advantage given to Ukers. I mean, Ukers, with a name like that, they are just doing it so clean. It's just every single game this bracket. And you can say caster bias, but I can also say I'm biased towards the team going 12-4.
Yeah. You're 100% right. I mean, and then if we took a look at the, the frags even, if we look at Ukers, Sev, Zambi, Cute Fat Boy, 17, 17, 15 kills respectively. They're all equally sharing their weight, 11 for both Joseph and Cairo. And then on the other side of things, Fish Tacos just not being able to do the same. It's 16 and 12 from Zeke leading the pack. Demons all the way down at 10. 7 kills from 66. They're just not evenly distributing the fights enough. And Cairo, gonna prove me right, takes out 66 with the immediate trade from Karma that could create enough space for them to take B site. But they're gonna take that information. They're gonna roll with it all the way to another rotate all the way back to A site, because A site just seems to be the hit this game. I mean, both teams are heavily focused here on A site, and I gotta say, I feel like B is an easier push, at least for me and my buddies in unrated, you know, the 5-stack duelist comp that we usually get. But Zambi gonna catch Demon off that rotate. Joseph and company officially on the post plant defense, and he's in a great position to do some serious damage through that floor, especially with the Soba Dart coming in. But Rest and company are just not going to let this happen. They're trying to get this retake going, and they're just not having a good time. But now they finally are. They're getting those kills picked up on the board. Cute Fat Boy and company are might be at a loss for words here.
Yeah, but with the ultimate coming out from Sev and the spray, that's how we're gonna end it today. What a shot from Cute Fat Boy. I mean, that is why you love seeing it. The Astra absolutely dominating that game. And you gotta just hand it to these players. They were able to consistently bring it every single time. Cute Fat Boy 17-9, Sev 18-6, Zambi 18-10. What we're seeing from Ukers is a domination right here. I mean, 13-4 is the final score of best of 3 game 1, and now we have to go see if they could do it any better on the map of Fracture. And obviously Fracture, that is a map where it could be a little bit different, but with what we're seeing from Cairo, he plays agents that move fast and absolutely kick butt. But what we need to be seeing from these gamers is something that can really keep up with the momentum from Fish Tacos. Fish, you're gonna have to lock in something that can try to get the same kind of speed. And honestly, I don't think that they have that. I think that what they need is to really just take a deep breath here, maybe in the 5-minute in between games we're gonna have. Open up your aim labs, open up some playbooks, start reading and start clicking a little bit better. But that is what I think. Hopefully Fish Tacos can bring their A game in the next round over on Fracture. Mickey, what are your thoughts?
I just want to touch. I think it's kind of hilarious that the team with the Sentinel wasn't actually able to do very good on defense. I mean, that was. Wait a minute! I just realized Fish Tacos didn't even score in the second half.
Didn't need to.
They're
putting their eggs in Fracture. I mean, is it heartbreaking or is it motivation? Is this going to be a Mighty Ducks level comeback, or is it going to be really disappointing to watch? Let's find out here. This is, of course, the finals of the top bracket. Neither of these teams have lost yet, so only one can, however, keep that title. One thing I'll mention, Mickey, is if this team for Fish Tacos really wants to win, Demon, he played that pretty well. He had so many ultimates on a map like Fracture. You have the 4 ultimates, the orbs that we're going to be seeing there. So those ultimate orbs should be giving them just the amount of edge that they need to really try to win it. But against players like Sev, Zambi, and Cairo, it's going to be tough. One thing I will say is we will be trying to see you guys in a little bit. 5 minutes to spare. Just got to get these teams something to maybe splash some cold water on both teams' faces, get them really awake and ready to roll. And we'll meet you guys, I think, in Agent Select here.
You are my ecstasy.
Alrighty, and welcome back. It was a little bit of a break, but these teams are riling and ready to go. Obviously, a very strong start from Ukers taking that win here, but on a map like Fracture, let's see if they're going to be able to do it. We, of course, have on the defense Ukers and on the attack Fish Tacos yet again, but only things can happen as we move into the second game here. One thing that I do love is this team composition. On a map like Fracture, you want duelists, you want initiators, and you want only one smoke. Honestly, sentinels are optional on this map in my opinion, and that's why we're not seeing any sentinel that isn't a chamber. But what are your thoughts, Mickey?
I agree. In terms of Sentinel, you don't really need, maybe a Sage or a Killjoy. Even that, like you said, not super needed just because of the choke points in this map. Arcade specifically is a huge choke point for the attackers coming into that. There's two different angles that you can break through the lines, but there's also two angles that you can get absolutely demolished from. So the choke points here are a little bit skinnier than the rest of the map. So like you said, the Sentinel won't be the most necessary here, but like you said, again, we are gonna have two chambers starting it off, and I believe we are on a mirror composition here. And I do want to touch on Papaya was saying earlier, Raze is one of those duelists where not necessarily do you need to go in and be super aggressive and or there's two playstyles, I should say, where you can go in, be super aggressive, do damage, do all the damage in the world, create all the space for your teams, but at the same time, Raze can also play for post plant, kind of play back with the util. That Boombot is phenomenal for just creating space. But again, we are on Fracture with Joseph and company. It's going to be Ukers on defense, Team Fish Tacos starting off on attack, and let's get it underway.
Yeah, right now we're already seeing a big push-up coming in from Demon. He's getting so much space, but when you pull your knife out like that, you're gonna get right-clicked by Cute Fat Boy, and this is now a big push. Obviously, we're seeing the attackers without their Raze still able to touch that site, get the bomb planted, but the retake potential from Ukers is always so large, and we're seeing very low players in tower and main. But let's see, in a 4 against 3, do these attackers really have enough? Is Fish Tacos gonna be eaten? Looks like we're seeing JJ getting headshot down, and here's the real push. Cairo gets his pick on a Zeke. We're trying to see Karma clutch it up, and Karma had a rough game last time. Are we gonna see anything different? Looks like not yet.
Nope. Not yet. Not quite. There's still plenty of game for Karma and company to pick it up, but again, Ukers coming out very strong. That's the way you want to start this map. This map specifically is, anyone who plays this game on a daily basis can agree, this map is an absolute hellscape. There is no room for errors here. The smallest of slip-ups will allow the enemy team to just demolish the rest of your team, and that's the case on both sides. I wouldn't say this is defender side or attacker side, just because of it's pretty it's just chaos in general. It's just chaos in general, just because of the amount of angles that both teams can come at each other with. But again, I love seeing Breach on this map. Zeke and Zambi, the two Z's who were both seem to be initiator mains. Joseph ready and waiting, not gonna do very much or does a good amount of damage, but not gonna pick anyone up. And Demon now sitting at 13 HP, a duelist main as well, not quite used to being down at this low HP, but what is, it's a rotate through the zip line. We haven't seen this very often here.
Yeah, but luckily this isn't going to be another rehashing of VCT where a guy gets a free ace. Looks like no one's really watching Zip here.
Man.
Ready to try to get that A site. Obviously, we're seeing a little bit of a push through Dish here, and I do like the positioning here from the defense. They understand if we sit on A, we're going to get split off, and when you get split, you're not going to be able to take your 2v1s, you're taking 1v1s, and that's going to be suicide. But Cairo, he's ready to go. Demon swinging out and getting gunned down. A very ballsy play with low HP, but this is what we like to see. The nade now coming around, and this is going to be a retake of a 3 against 4 attack. Already very happy with what they've done to get onto site, but can they actually hold it is my question to them, and hopefully they have an answer soon because the push is now live. There it is.
That's
I love that
Satchel.
from that. Oh, that is a lot of damage. Only Zeke
Cairo
remaining
itself.
on site,
Last player
and
standing.
there it is.
Oh my. Oh, absolute chaos at A site. Cairo picking up a 3-piece. The Satchels doing just the same amount of work as the paint shells, arguably creating that space, allowing him to get into positions that he needs to pick up the little 1-2 with Sev there to back him up. And just like that, 2 in a row here for Ukers. Once again, they're starting off relatively strong.
Yeah, definitely a strong start so far by these gamers. Obviously, I have to give props to Fish Tacos. They were able to get those early picks, able to get onto the site, able to do some damage, and not only that, but they got 3 kills, and that's pretty solid for after losing the round, but they did invest not a whole lot of funds into it, and because of that, this bonus round is going to be incredibly difficult for this team Ukers to actually win, and when you want to have rifles, you want to push B-site, because that is where the long range and the difference in that accuracy from across the map really counts.
Agree, but meanwhile, Demon Company looking for some early information on comes out, not provide anything. Cute Fat Boy keeping his distance with that stinger, gonna be able to pay it off for 1, but he goes down relatively quick. 2 versus 4 now. Joseph, Chamber versus Chamber here at Arcade, and it looks like 66 gonna go ahead and exit that awful situation that he just found himself in. Now Rest is in a beautiful position to do some beautiful damage, but the kill does come through for Cairo and Joseph. 3 in a row for Ukers.
I'm at a loss for words. I mean, there's no real reason why anybody should lose a rifle round against a bonus that poorly. I mean, they got onto the site, they pushed in, and it was just gunning them down every single time. I mean, that kind of damage is not good enough. I mean, you only got 1 kill and allowed the enemies to team ace you. They had ghosts. They had pistols. You have rifles. But Fish Tacos, I'm gonna need you to try to sauce yourself up here and maybe not get eaten so fast. I know Fish Tacos are tasty, but right now they're feeding the enemies.
Yeah, Joseph is in a great position here, and he does catch Demon, but will it be enough? Can he get a second off of that? But the good news, Joseph getting that first one, is he's going to back out of that position, but it is going to be just enough to force Fish Tacos back just a little bit. But 66, ready and waiting. Cute Fat Boy goes down. Zambi with the quick trade. 33 HP from Karma. Zeke about half health. The damage is done across the board. All 6 players alive. I believe there's only 2 of them at full HP, and Joseph gonna go ahead and drain Rest. He goes down. Zeke's there for the trade, and now it's Cairo and Cairo and Zambi in a 2 versus 2 going up against Karma and Zeke. A K and a Z versus a K and a Z. Initiator duelist and 2 initiators here. Is this going to be enough? Is Cairo going to have enough energy in the tank with his buddy all the way at Canteen? The Showstopper comes out. Zeke gets shut down. The paint shells and the satchel with a combo provided with that Vandal from Zambi. And again, Cairo and company so strong here on Fracture. It's going to be 4 rounds in a row. Team Fish Taco, excuse me, just can't seem to find a break, Edu.
Yeah, I don't think that we're going to be able to find a break here. One thing that I will mention is how much damage we're seeing done by these gamers. Obviously, you're seeing a lot of damage from Cairo. He's 7-0, already popped his ultimate, the Showstopper, mowing them down, getting them all the damage that they need, and that's the kind of gameplay you love to see here. One thing that I will mention is with all of the damage that Cairo is doing, you also are looking at the mobility, the absolute momentum he's been getting. That entry with the Showstopper was such a high skill play that he, like the satchel, using it not only for mobility but also for stunning and a slight little bit of a push off. That is why Cairo is one of the best duelists in this lobby right here. And here we go. Joseph now anchoring it down with the op, is not going to get the shot. Almost a collat though. Maybe this time he's able to try to re-peek. We'll get Demon down, and he is not going to get the shot down. Demon gets Joseph, and this is now a push that is incredibly hard to stop. This is what we like to see. Demon pulling off the raise, needing it to keep him back. But right now in this 4 against 5, Ukers, they have to try to stop this momentum. And Demon, he's in a great spot. Very much pushed up. Gets the free pick on his Sev. He's already on 2, and I think he wants to get to 3, maybe to 4, maybe to 5. Let's find out as the retake finally underway.
Demon looking to solidify his own dual skills here with a 4K. I don't know what that second satchel was, but it's okay. The recovery comes through, and so does the ace. Demon absolutely going off to finally secure Team Fish Tacos with their first round on the board. The raises have just shown up so far, and let me just say, Demon's got 6 kills, and 5 of them were in that one round.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has toggled on something in his brain. Maybe he got the motivation to finally start clicking on people instead of around them, and we gotta hand it to Demon. He is absolutely carrying his team right now. 4 kills above anybody else, 5 kills in one round. Let's find out. With the showstopper newly found in his hands, are they gonna try that same B push? As they are now being very aggressive, but they're up against a triple stack on B site, and that is, of course, Cairo joining his team this time.
Watching here.
The thing that's getting me here is we have multiple ultimates on the board. I mean, a showstopper from Demon once again is up on the board. Both Rolling Thunders from Zeke and Zambi respectively also ready. Orbital Strikes from both Brimstones also ready. And Karma's Nightfall and Joseph's Tour de Force are literally just one away from being able to be utilized in this round. So any one of these ults could just completely turn the tide here for either team. But Ukers with the strong hand starting off here is doing pretty phenomenal. But again, Fish Tacos is done pretty well at creating space for themselves. 66 playing that timer because he knows as soon as he rips out that trademark, it's going to basically telegraph where the entire team is. It looks like Demon is going to find Zambi, but he's going to get traded out mid-air. From the grave, showstopper comes through. 66 not able to take out Cairo. 3 versus 3 now. The Nightfall and Orbital Strike coming out for both teams. Karma is not in a good position here. Going to be able to take the Haunt off the board, and look at the skills from Cairo. He's able to get onto site. The Rolling Thunder comes out, and that's just going to leave Rest in Company. They have to get this down. They have to hold this site, and Orbital Strike's going to allow them to at least create space to do that. Zeke is now stuck in long. Cairo with the 3-piece, and Seb is going to shut it down, and Uger is going to go ahead and take control right back here on Fracture.
I mean, what we're seeing from these players is definitely just a lot of confidence, but also a real mess of a round. We saw how many ultimates getting popped there. I mean, no one has an ult remaining except for the people who weren't alive to use it. Zambi, he still has his, Joseph has his, but if you look at the enemies, Demon pop Showstopper, Rest pop the Orbital Strike, Karma pop the Nightfall, and Zeke pop the Rolling Thunder. That's 4 ultimates to still lose a round. You gotta ask yourself, are you guys gonna be okay? Right now, you've won 1, but Ukers absolutely flexing on them right here. Hopefully, Ukers can continue to do so, but I need to see some more from Fish Tacos here, because if you're gonna invest 4 ultimates into a round, you have to actually win it.
That's just heartbreaking. 4 ultimates completely down the drain. Demon, beautiful satchel maneuvers, but Joseph read him like a book and absolutely rips the page out and just uses that page to completely just shove it down Zeke's throat and shuts him down as well. The ultimates are not. Team Fish Tacos just can't seem to catch a break whatsoever. Minute 15 on the clock. 7 Company doing phenomenal, shutting down site, not letting a single attacker slip by, and now it's Karma stuck in that corner, and there's no way out. There's no way out. Karma goes down, and that's 6 now, 4 of which were in a row. Now the next 2 in a row. Ukers is taking control here, and now finally, we are going to see 66J and company, Team Fish Tacos, are going to pull out that timeout that we were so desperately asking for on the last map on Ascent where they needed that. And hopefully this will make the difference. Hopefully Team Fish Tacos will be able to gather each other, say, hey, what are we doing wrong? What can we do to fix this? Because they have to find some window of opportunity here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that they're finally listening in on our conversations. I was shocked that we didn't see a timeout for the entirety of the first game there. Going 13-4, you'd expect that you need to take it. But now with this timeout, we have to say, you know, this could be a moment of silence for them before they get put under, or this could be a team huddle, an absolute necessity to really bring back this game. Obviously, right here, right now, we're seeing a timeout getting activated for these players, able to try their best to really work out all the kinks that are kind of having them lack. And I think really, is it coming down to a skill issue, and is their aim just not matching it? Or is this coming up into saying, okay guys, we're using so much util and not really capitalizing on it? Are we working as a team here? Who's getting peaked? Who's getting the first initial blow? The question, you know, Demon, he's able to bring it together, but I think that whoever is IGLing right now, 66J, really needs to try to bring his team together a lot more. But looking at this very aggressive defensive play, Cairo is going to get gunned down. Rest is able to get one, and finally the trade. But this is an eco round. Getting Cairo down for a 1-for-1, that is perfect for them, because now A site is open, and this is definitely winnable with this Thrifty on its way.
Got Demon providing the space that they need, and Cairo, that was Cairo's second death. We're on round 8, you do? We're on round 8, and Cairo only has 2 deaths. He's 10-2. I mean, getting him off the board that early is definitely pivotal, but the question is, yes, I mean, Zambi's going to go ahead and answer the question for me. I was going to say, are they going to be able to get this retake going? Before I can even get the sentence out, they've already got half the team off the board. It's 66 with 2 and a force, and a Dream picks up 1, picks up 2, but no, Sev is going to be there to shut him down and continue the reign of terror that Ukers has solidified here on Fracture. It's 7 points on the board for Ukers, 4 of which have been in a row. A little break in there with Fish Tacos picking up 1, and now 3 more in a row. This is best case scenario for Fish Tacos at this point. Best case scenario in this first half is 7-5, and at this point, I honestly don't see that happening. Fish Tacos has just not been able to create enough space for themselves to get on site. It just hasn't really happened.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you, Mickey. One thing that I have to mention is that was a Thrifty round. They were buying for next. They were making sure that they had sheriffs, they had economy. Using the ultimate from 66J, it was able to get a lot of picks, and that's kind of the best case scenario. Obviously, after they got scared off of the site, the Brimstone's going to split the site with all the smoke, and you're going to have to try your best. And they made the best of a bad situation, getting that bomb planted, getting 4 kills, but now they're pushing into Cairo here, and the stun. Cairo, he's able to anchor it. He's just going to pop his ultimate, though, and that's going to get himself 1 and 2. He is ready to go. Remember, this man knows how to do it, and they flawless immediately after. Honestly, it's not looking too good for Fish Tacos.
Cairo, what in the hell? 12-2, fully stunned, fully flash, just decides to wing it and say, why not? Why not? You know, we're up by 7. Well, now we're up by 7. Why not just throw the showstopper at my toes and see what happens? And he was able to capture one, and it just, that was absolutely gorgeous. Paint shells didn't catch anyone, but that's just because everyone was already dead. And Ukers, again, they've just been so solid. I mean, if they've allowed Team Fish Taco on site, they've been able to retake it almost immediately. I mean, it's 8-1, and exactly 5 of the rounds at the moment that Ukers has taken have all been full retakes with the defuse coming in. 5 out of 8 have been fully defused, so they've just been so solid on not only holding those angles, but also being able to retake, and Fish Taco has just haven't really shown up quite yet. But Joseph holding down long and not able to connect here. And here comes the double satchel. Joseph, you're in trouble, my guy. Get out of there.
He could be in trouble, but he's got Cairo with him, and that is why you know how to play around your teammates. Karma now stuck in arcade, getting himself 1, getting himself blinded, but he's finally gunned down, and again, defenders are taking it. We are seeing an 8-round deficit here for these poor attackers, and you know, the funny story is this map has been considered attacking sided with the team composition that's here, a mirrored team composition for both sides. And if you have a mirrored team comp and your comp is supposed to be the attack heavy one, why are you losing this bad?
Yeah, this is, I mean, they have a double duelist setup. They have, as in Fish Taco, they have not double duelist, double initiator with Zeke and Karma on the Fade and Breach, and they have Demon, who is, as we were saying, such a pivotal player, but they just haven't been able to give themselves the space to play, give themselves the space to take site and hold it. And all of a sudden, I mean, you're not all of a sudden, it's been a long time coming. This whole game has just gone in the way of Ukers, and 66 goes down now once again. Again, for the umpteenth time, it's Karma stuck on site with no chance in hell of getting anything done, and cute fat boy there to shut him down, and it's last round and half, and this is the last chance Fish Taco has to at least start to close the gap here in this first half. But again, best case scenario is now 10-2, which is, might I remind you, we saw a little bit ago, Ukers shut down Strix. They shut down Strix with 13-2. That was their final score, and I'm just praying for Fish Taco's sake that it's not going to be the same here on Fraction.
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing right off the bat, I mean, let's just pause to see what happened last round. The ultimate orbital strike forcing into the breach, and there's nowhere to go but death. Cairo takes out JJ, but this is just consistent with how these guys are playing. But Rest, he seems to be one of the more consistent players for this team. I mean, right now, Fish Tacos, consistency seems to be their main issue. Hopefully, though, they're able to get some nice crispy shots as now cute fat boy, he's pushing in through Canteen, trying to find anybody, spots out one, almost gets Karma on the re-hit, but this is now a 2 versus 2 because of Joseph getting that pick, and I don't think that they have any idea, but he does hear the breach running under. They know that he is going to be coming, Zeke is there, but they already used the ultimate. They can't play post plant very well if they don't know where the enemies are. Rest is going to get spotted out. Of course, Zeke, he's able to scare them off the bomb, but honestly, at this point, there's nothing left to stop them from just sticking it. I think that this is going to be a full push and a stun, but that's one, and it still doesn't matter. But the bomb, it's so close to getting ticked down, and he just barely gets it. That's just how you like to see it.
Less than a second on the defuse. I genuinely thought for a minute that Team Fish Taco was gonna finally take that one, and I'm not gonna lie, it was because of Rest. Rest getting that early 2-piece really opened up the site, really opened up B site for them to work with, and unfortunately they just weren't able to capitalize it, at least not to the point where they needed to, and Cairo and company are going to continue their reign of terror. Might I remind you, Cairo currently 16-4 on that raise. Zambi right below him, 13-5. Joseph 10-6. I mean, the entirety of Ukers, while Cairo is definitely showing up and showing off, the entirety of Ukers is definitely carrying their weight. They're all going positive. They're all using their util beautifully. And now we are going to switch over where Ukers is now on the attack side. So the question is, Edu, will the tables turn? Will those turntables do their thing? Or will Demon and Company continue to just not quite show up enough?
You know, that's definitely a great question, but I'm going to give you a follow-up question. Is there such thing as an 11-1 curse?
No.
No, there isn't.
Really
it's going to be tough. It's going to be incredibly tough to really bring this back. I mean, you're down 10 rounds. You need 10 to tie. And if they get one, it's match point advantage in their hands, and you're going to have to force every time. I mean, you're going to have to force every time here. The economy is just not going to be looking good unless they can snowball. And JJ being in this position, not getting that pick, and instead having to TP out before he even gets one, tells me that this site is now going to belong to these attackers. Zeke, though, tapping his shots. He's able to get one, just timing it. And look at that. I mean, when it comes to doing things that don't require brain,
Zeke,
this is an amazing team.
Zeke just got a third of his kills completely blocking through smoke. I mean, he's 6-12. Finally.
I mean, he's just shooting off like a metronome.
Yeah, I mean, Ukers is finally getting shut down here, but Zambi's still running for his life. Zeke picks up a 4K, and that's finally Fish Taco is going to get their second point on the board. But like you said, this is one hell of a mountain they have to climb. It's 9 rounds, and that's just for a tie. That's just for a tie. And like you said, Ukers is just 1 away from match point, 2 away from completely taking this game. So it is entirely possible that we will see a second 13-2 tonight. But again, Fish Tacos, they haven't quite given up on us. They're still got a little bit left in the tank. But I mean, so far, I gotta be honest with you, Edu. I don't see Fish Tacos taking this map.
Yeah, I mean, I don't either, but the one thing I will mention is it's not very often that you see in the second half someone double their kills in one round. But that's what happened with Zeke, and now he's the top frag. So that really tells you the state of the game here. Obviously, we got 66J trying to maybe get himself 6 kills because he's only at 5 right now. He just needs to get 1. but that's going to be tough against a big arcade push. We did see a full force coming up, all of the stingers, but a judge, definitely a scary weapon. Cairo hears that judge and has to back it up, but what a round. It looks like we're seeing a Cairo able to get onto the site, but 66J, well, getting out of there with only 2 HP. Big kind of gameplay, but right now, the spike is planted, and we're seeing an incredibly passive defensive team. I mean, I'm surprised that they're being so passive, especially now we're seeing Demon finally get himself together, get onto the site, push up, get himself to. The spike now has to get planted, just up to Cairo to really anchor it down. The bomb slowly getting diffused and tucked away, and I don't think Cairo has anything he can do here outside of some damage.
That's okay. That's okay. Cairo, it's all right. They have plenty of room to work with here. Cairo knew he didn't have to push that because, you know, I mean, it's look at the difference here. It's 11-3. They have plenty of rounds to play with. It's not 100% necessary that they take that round. They have time, they have money to play with, or that, well, they will have money to play with relatively soon, but it wasn't imperative that he pushed that, so it's better that he just sat back, did the damage, played for picks, but unfortunately he wasn't able to get any kills off of that stance. But now it's going to be full stingers across the board for Ukers, and that tells me they're going to get super, super aggressive here towards one of those sites, and it looks like a 4-stack all the way from dish to a site, so it's definitely going to be an interesting one with Sev leading up the charge all the way on the opposite side down long. But again, Fish Tacos, they got to pull out all the stops.
Yeah, I mean, they have been, though. I mean, Demon's absolutely bringing it back a little bit. He might actually have a positive KD by the end of this game. That might be something that he wants to flex, but with the push coming out, Cairo is going to get one. Karma getting the trade before 66J, backing him up, getting another one. But here we have a 2 against 3, and everything is really set up for these attackers. Zeke knows that the man is dropped. He's looking around, and he is able to get it. That's what we're talking about. Now, the economy, that was a buy for next coming out from these attackers. We're about to see them have rifles, and that is terrifying.
Yeah.
With rifles in the hands of Cairo, Zambi, Cute Fat Boy, Joseph, and Sev, it is going to be incredibly difficult for them to even try to win right here.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing this amount of work with stingers and pistols. It's terrifying to think what Ukers is going to do now with rifles. And again, that last game on Ascent, Ukers took control very early on. That half, I believe, ended, 8-4, and after that, Fish Taco didn't get a single point on the board. And not the same, but at the moment, it's 11-4. Very similar setup from that last game, that last map on Ascent, and Ukers. Obviously, there's no secret. They're definitely taking control here, 11-4. But now Team Fish Tacos is starting to get their footing on this mountain climb, and they're starting to get some kind of momentum here. But the question, Edu, are they going to be able to keep that momentum going?
You know, I think they just might be able to if they could take it. If they don't get this round, their momentum is gone. The game is over. This is the most crucial round. I'm surprised we actually didn't see a timeout called, but right now we got Demon. He's ready to roll, ready to rock it. Against Joseph, though, I mean, it's going to be tough. Joseph is one of the best fraggers here, and he's at the bottom of the scoreboard. So I think he's kind of itching to get himself some kills.
Yeah, but he's at the bottom of the scoreboard of the winning team. So there is that.
He's still positive with 10-9, and that is tied with the top frag of the enemies. So it's,
it's definitely saying something.
I mean, honestly, he doesn't really care. In an environment like this, he's not playing for RR. He just is playing to win. And when you're 11-4, you're happy with whatever you get.
Exactly. And the fact that Sev, the fade for Ukers, is 8-8 and still doing better than 3/5 of the enemy team is also something to talk about. He's even right now, and he's doing better than the majority of Fish Tacos. But Cairo, once again, starting to show up here. 18-7 is he. Sev trapped on site, basically alone. Has some help here and there, but this looks like an Ukers round. I think it is going to go ahead and switch to match point here, but Karma looking to save the Phantom. Not going to allow it to happen, says Joseph. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, match point here, map number 2 of a potential 3, and I don't think that third is even gonna get a glance. It would have been Haven, but it's not necessary at this point. 12-4 match point. Uker's just been so solid here on Fracture.
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing from everybody in this game is 100% of the time, Uker's just demolished them. I mean, we saw
Yeah.
a little bit of momentum shift in their favor, but when I said this is the round that is the most important thing that you win or else it is GG, they decided to get flawless. So, you know, Fish Tacos, you guys have had a great run. I'm not saying that the game is over yet.
It's over.
Because we have to wait a minute and 30 seconds before that really happens, or maybe less than that if they all die. Obviously, Cairo in the start, ready to rock it, ready to roll. Who is going to be taking it there? That's Cairo taking down Demon. Good job, Demon. You were able to get double digits. Let's see if anybody else on your team can join you in getting double digits this game.
Yeah, without Demon in this duelist position, I mean, that's your duelist completely off the board for the defensive team. But again, you are a defensive team, so you're going to kind of rely on that Sentinel more than the duelist. But while saying that, I mean, 66 he's been doing pretty okay at holding angles, but as far as skills go, he hasn't really shown up. Cairo, again, just doing work. Now 20-7. The Haunt comes out. No information to be had, but the Rolling Thunder going to provide a beautiful, beautiful retake here. Zeke has got one of his own. 66 picks up Joseph. It's chamber on chamber violence. Breach on breach violence. Zambi takes out Zeke. And I think, Edu, that is going to be all she wrote, as it's now a 1 versus 3. 66 with an operator and a Dream. I mean, he's got to be Shroud to get this done.
Teleport's ready.
I mean, he's done this before. He's gotten 3 kills. He just barely got missed the last one. He definitely might be able to grab this here. 66J, he's a good player, but these are some of the best. Can he actually do it? A big push coming up, the flashbang and the one tap, the coordination and the GGs. You know, honestly, watching that game, it reminds me that I could not perform in this lobby. If I would have to fight Ukers, I would get absolutely stepped on. So you have to say congratulations to Fish Tacos for making it this far. We are going to be following them into the loser bracket, and hopefully we can now hype them up instead of shut them down, because I want to see them really perform. That, of course, is the first best of 3 that they have lost in the Weekend Warrior series so far. So we will be following them along the path over to the loser finals, because that is where we're going to be seeing the 2 teams that had the redemption arc. Finally, the training arc, the redemption arc. What is going to be coming? Are they going to be good enough to beat the antagonist, which is Ukers, absolutely crushing them today? But only time will tell as we get into that next best of 1. Mickey, any final thoughts, any send-offs you could say to the team Ukers, who absolutely dominated the upper bracket, before we say hello again to them in the grand finals?
I mean, 314. Those are the numbers in my brain. 314. That's the average combat score for Cairo, who went 20-8, absolutely leading the charge. Cute Fat Boy was all the way down at 229. I mean, that's nothing to shy at. Obviously, you're a duelist, you're a Raze. On Fracture, with that verticality in play, you have to be able to frag, but Cairo absolutely went nuts. Sev even was doing better than the majority of Fish Tacos, and he was even the majority of that game. And Karma, I gotta say, Karma for Fish Tacos, my guy, what happened? You're an initiator. You have to get in there. You have to initiate those fights, get the damage done. And he went 6-13. It just was not happening for Fish Tacos. But I don't want to take anything away from Ukers here. They absolutely obliterated. They have been obliterating today. This is their second 2-0 in a row just within the last couple hours. I mean, it's impressive to say the least.
Yeah, and they definitely have earned this well-rested break that they get. Obviously, they're going to have to just take a little bit, maybe a 45-minute break as we move on to the next game. A little bit upset that we didn't see a Game 3, didn't see a Haven, but with us following into that loser bracket finals, we will be seeing you guys in a little bit. But if you guys want to see if you can really perform, if you are tired of the casters really calling it and cursing it, then maybe prove us wrong by heading over to IG League TV, joining the brand new inaugural division. Obviously, you guys have to pay a little bit to get your team in, but there's a chance at winning $2,250 at the end of the 6-week total round playtime. Obviously, there's so much. If you want to learn more, check out the Discord, check out igleague.com, and we will see you in a little bit. And welcome back, everyone, to Icebox. Now we have two amazing teams for you guys today in IG League's Weekend Warrior. This is going to be the finals of the lower bracket. Nyx, N-I-X, versus Fish Tacos. Of course, Nyx is on the defense, Tacos is on attack, and I'm Educast, joined by Sir Mickey. Now, Mickey, tell me all about Icebox and how you think this game is going to go.
Well, Icebox is different from other maps based on the fact that it's icy and it's also a hellscape, so it's more of a frozen hellscape as opposed to Fracture being a just a regular hellscape. No, but in all seriousness, this is a very compact map, a lot of close quarters, and I think measurements like Sage and KO, I think they're going to be absolutely beautiful on this map. We're going to see double Viper coming out for the controller. It looks perfectly mirrored composition. Never mind, Karma's picking out Fade again. And I do want to touch, I don't know if Karma on Fade is going to be the best decision. Not that Fade wouldn't work on this map, just based on the fact that Fish Tacos hasn't had too much luck on Fade in the last couple maps. They lost both maps against Ukers with Karma on that Fade. So you got to ask yourself, is that going to be the most are you going to be able to utilize that character to the maximum capacity, especially on such a close quarters map where Fade isn't really going to get that many opportunities to throw that haunt. The Prowlers, however, are going to be pretty detrimental, as is that Nightfall. But again, it all comes down to the person on that character. But nonetheless, like you said, Nick's going to start us off on defense here on Icebox. Fish Taco on the attack. And again, this map is definitely going to be an interesting one.
And I completely agree with you, Mickey. Of course, we are going to be following the always A Observer Hydra, and we're going to be seeing how it's going to be going right here, right now on Icebox. I agree that this map definitely has some flaws with it. I also agree that the team compositions are mirrored here. Well, actually, no, we are missing a different initiator. Instead, we have Karma back again on Fade. I mean, he does love his Fade, but is it actually going to be enough? Here comes the push coming right out onto that A site. Of course, we're seeing a lot of a push-up coming in. Soapy now having to back it up, waiting for his team. This is a good strategy already right off the bat. NIX is doing a great job trying to hit that retake potential, but with the Sage walling them off, it's going to be a lot harder. So this is the flank that they need to do. We have all of them now trying to make some space, make some noise. And here we go. Rest pushed up, getting a one-tap down clean, but Hydra will shut him down, and now we are in a 4 against 4. Huso is ready to get the shot off. If he could just get on, he does have that headhunter in hand, looking to see if he can find anybody, but Hydra finds Demon, does a little bit of damage. And it looks like we're seeing Hydro in a pretty bad spot. Luckily, Soapy is backing him up with the retake. He finally gets one, making this a 2 against 2. Initiator and Smoke versus Sentinel. And there it is. Demon just running in with the right click. But what a shot! That's a free gun! And the right click from the Classic is what you like to see.
Joey absolutely saving the round. Not only basically sticking the defuse to get half and then just hitting the double right click onto Fish Taco. That's not how you want to start this game off. If you're Rest and company, they just jumped right into that nonsense, and Nick's starting off pretty strong here with an early defuse, and that's definitely gonna feel good. But I want to talk about the mentality for Fish Tacos coming in here. They just got 13-4 twice, essentially 26-8. That's not very. It's not very nice. It's that can't feel good. So this is really their redemption arc. This is the anime montage that we need from them. You know, Naruto working out, eating the noodles and whatnot, getting in shape to fight Sasuke. I don't know, I've never seen Naruto, but this is Fish Taco's final chance. They have to put their foot down in order to get back into the grand finals here that we're going to see in less than an hour. But Soapy doing what he can to at least halt off the offensive maneuvers here from Fish Taco, but he's going to get taken out super quick, and now it's just Joey and Julio left to their own devices in a 2 versus 4. Bomb is now going to get planted at A site, and it's a 2-man retake, and this is just not at all where Joey and company want to be in this. Nyx is starting off the game pretty solid, but now they're in this spot, and I don't know if they're going to be able to recover here, but Julio Gonna avoid that flash. The haunt comes out. No information to be had. 66 is ready and waiting with that stinger, but Zeke's not gonna wait. He's gonna jump on through. Gets the payback from Julio, but Karma is there to get that trade and shut it down. 1 for 1 here on the Icebox as Fish Taco is gonna be able to rebuttal.
Yeah, I mean, right there, the fact that we're seeing TFT, Team Fish Tacos, absolutely push back this team here, definitely what you like to see. NIX, yes, they had a very close end of the pistol round, and I think both of these teams are going to be really close. And the fact that we are seeing a momentum shift in the favor of TFT is going to tell us that this game is going to go on a lot longer than we really expected. But right here, right now, we're seeing a big push from these defenders in mid. We're seeing the Sova, Joey, looking to find out if he can get an early pick, but he gets spotted by Karma and has to now back it up. But they know where he is, and that's just gonna make it so he's gonna get gunned down. That wall, not very thick. You're gonna get gunned down, and now it's a push from these gamers. I like the shorty in the hands of Julio, but oh!
Nothing.
It's so close.
Not gonna find very much damage. The heal is gonna come out almost immediately from Fish Tacos, and it's like all that work that he just kind of barely did just got removed off the board. 66 almost back at full HP. Now it's Huso and company on the retake. Once again, they're left in this position. Not a great spot. Demon gets taken out, as does Rest. That's the controller off the board. The flash comes out from Hydro. He completely flashes himself, but nonetheless, he's going to be able to create a little bit of space to get that retake underway. But now, 66 with a headshot of the Hydro is going to leave Huso in a 1-on-3, but 66, again, getting aggressive just like we saw him last game on Chamber, getting aggressive. It didn't seem to pay off on Fracture or Ascent, but now it is. Now that he's on a different Sentinel, it seems that the Battle Sage is starting to come out just a little bit. He's now 5-1, and honestly, this is right here, 2-1. This is the best we've seen Fish Tacos all night.
Yeah, this is the kind of gameplay that you just have to say, wow, every time. I mean, it's clean. It's exactly what you kind of want to see, and I think that we're going to continue to see it. Obviously, Huso is trying his best to do some damage, get himself in here. We're seeing the util and the push now. The operator in his hands. He will TP out so he does not get stuck on top of 410, but with an A push coming out here, one thing I will mention is 66J has been doing a great job being aggressive on Sentinels. Right now being the top frag, already has Resurrection available, but Hydro, he's popped his overload and he's trying to keep these players back. But with both of these guys doing it, they're in limbo. They are not able to go. Both are trying to command the other, and that's going to make them short circuit a syntax error for these computers here, as now they need to try to get in and try to now go in with no ultimates available. The suppression now gone. Let's find out with more suppression. Dang, this is just nonstop.
It's like Windows Vista versus, I don't know, 32-bit. I don't even know what's going on at this point, but it's just a stalemate between the suppression after suppression, and another one comes out. Zeke and Hydro fending each other off. Hydro finally goes down at the hands of Demon, but Uso has an operator trade of his own. These chambers absolutely going ballistic. Uso! Oh my word, what a flick to the brain of Zeke. And it's going to leave it to a 3 versus 4 as Rest off the Resurrection. Going to get back into things, but Huso again with the operator in hand. Are they going to be able to create the space, get this site taken back? The retake is underway. Demon again has been so solid on the operator himself. Is he going to be able to take down Joey? He is. Goes down. 2 versus 4 now. Huso left with his buddy Soapy. Soapy gonna get dropped as well. Huso, just save the operator. Get out of there, my friend. No. 66 gonna execute him through the wall with a headshot, and that's gonna be 3 in a row for Fish Tacos. And after going essentially 26-8, 2 rounds, 2 maps in a row, this has to feel a little bit better for TFT.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of gameplay that we're seeing right off the bat, TFT, they're happy about this. I was talking to Rest in between games, since, you know, Rest, he was popping off before, and I asked him, what's the game plan? And he said, chug a Red Bull, move forward. And I think that's really what they're doing here. He's got energy in his blood, and he's really helping his team try to continue going forward. But let's see if it's going to be enough. He's just being extra patient in middle, trying to see if anybody wants to peek him. We, of course, have Soapy, the other Viper, now locking it down, making sure to spot out Zeke, scare him away with the Viper Spit, and now it's time for them to get in.
Oh, Joey could get caught off guard here. He's holding that angle, but Rest, he has no idea. Rest crossed over to Tube. This could be detrimental. He's got the Marshall. Rest knows exactly where he's at, and he's going to pinpoint him beautifully. Joey goes down. That's information almost off the board here for Nyx. They still have that KO in the form of Hydro, but is it going to be enough? As it is going to be Rest down to just less than half HP. Demon whips the operator shot. That could have been detrimental, but there's still a chance that Demon and company are going to go ahead and take the side here. I don't know where that fragment was heading, but it didn't go to where it was supposed to. 66 gets dropped as well. Demon with a trade. It's nothing but chaos here at B-site. Bomb is planted, though. Huso taking a smidge of damage. Lines up for Karma. Gets out of there. It's nothing but chaos at B-site. It's utter chaos.
You know, absolute chaos on the battlefield here as everybody's trying to find out if they can get the pick. But with Huso and a Marshall, is he actually going to be able to use this sniper now that he has no reason to save? 8 HP, one shot through the box, and that's going to be it. All that she wrote, as Mickey would say it. And now TFT is in a clean shot and a clean round. And honestly, this is something different than we've seen from other teams. They're actually using their timeout feature.
Yeah, I would too. That's 4 rounds in a row that you just haven't really been able to get back on site. Nyx is just not. They got that first round. They got the defuse pretty early on with Joey getting that beautiful, just sticking it all the way to half, double right, like sticking the rest of it, and they won. But since that happened, Fish Tacos TFT has just not given them any kind of room to breathe here. So you kind of have to wonder, all right, now it's time to just sit back. We need to think about what is happening. What do we need to adjust? What gaps are we opening too far? As defenders, Nyx is just not holding those angles properly. They're allowing Team Fish Tacos to just create too much space and let themselves onto site, and they're not even beginning to get the retakes in order here. So Soapy and company have got to work out the kinks, and they've got to work them out relatively soon, because this first half is going to mean everything. It's going to set up the rest of the game, and currently 4 in a row for Fish Tacos, that's not where you want to be if you're Nyx.
Yeah, and I completely agree. If you're not in that position where you know what's going on, how it's gonna go, you're gonna get gunned down, and there's gonna be nothing to show for it. Right here, we're seeing Team Fish Tacos be consistent, and that was what they were lacking. One thing I will mention, kinda to add on to that, is that Nyx, they have what they need to try their best to get those picks, but they've been stupidly aggressive in middle, and that's just giving free kills. And I think, Joey, if you're not able to get at least one here, which you are, that's getting Rest down. No more controller, and the ultimate now coming in, and is it gonna connect? Looks like it might not, but
left Beyonce, no!
To the left, and to the wrong shot. Now it's Soapy 6 HP, looking to find out if he can get himself some picks. Obviously, he is unsure where they could be. Demon, the op now down. And this could be winnable for the defense here. They've already taken out 2 relatively for free. Zeke in kitchen looking for more. And not the right kind of shot. But here we do have Huso. He's got himself the tour de force, and he's looking for some damaging players. Only one left. It's the Sage. And hello, enemies. That is a flawless round. Their timeout really worked it out for them. And I think it all came down to that initial pick from Joey, taking down the control that you need to have to take this site.
Yeah, that was honestly. Are they gonna defuse? What's happening?
They're waiting to make sure they get the op that the player Demon dropped all the way in spawn. Yeah,
Makes
a smart
sense.
play, honestly. I mean, I'm glad that they don't have, you know, just bad memory, you know.
I do. I didn't even realize there was an operator in play that round, but Huso is going to go ahead and pick that up, and just like that, it's 2-4 as Nyx is starting to get a foothold here, but the question is, will they be able to keep that going? And so far, Fish Tacos has been pretty solid. That round, they got a little bit overwhelmed, a little bit overzealous, maybe a little too, maybe overpeaked just a little bit, extending themselves a little too far out on those early swings, and Nyx was able to pick them off one by one. But now we're seeing 10 rifles across the board. Demon is gonna go ahead and elect to stick with that Stinger. I mean, it's been doing okay so far. He's 6-3 with it, so you know, if it ain't fixed, don't broke it. But Rest is the question. Is yes, he is gonna get his head ripped off by Hydro, but 66 is there for the trade. The heal comes out, and unfortunately, Joey was not able to get the trade off onto 66, so that's gonna leave that mid-site that mid area completely open. The Aldrome comes out for a little bit of information. I don't think he really found anything there, but Demon now with a tour de force gonna absolutely obliterate Julio. He wants Joey to peek this again, but I don't think he's gonna bait into it. Less than a minute on the clock. Bomb making its way to B site. Julio, you gotta turn around, my guy. You got a Sage right behind you. I can't believe they haven't seen each other yet. Right as I say it, they do. He gets found out. Huso goes down to the hands of Zeke. The wall comes up. Bomb goes down, and the retake is commenced.
Retake commensable, and Joey able to get down Demon. This is what NIX Knicks really needs, or else they might jinx it for themselves. They need to keep it going, keep that position moving, as now we have Soapy all the way by Snowman and trying to find that W key, trying to get the one tap if it's possible. Very scary positioning, but that is a flashbang to push these players back. NIX in a rough spot. So much util goes a long way, but this wall that they've put up is about to drop, and what a shot! That's gonna get him down, and there it is, the end of the round.
That snake bite from Soapy, that just shot into Narnia. I don't know if you saw that, Edu, but that thing went to Narnia. I don't know if he jumped weird or what, but that potentially might have actually cost them the round there, to be 100% honest. That was very weird. Kind of just like went out into nowhere, but nonetheless, 66J and company absolutely are gonna start to take this, or not start to take it back, but, you know, re-administer control here. They had 4 in a row, got shut down just a smidge, and now they're going to go ahead and say, that's fine. Your reign of terror is over. Fish Tacos definitely putting more energy into this game than they did the last two. They already have more points on the board than they had the last 2 maps, almost combined. But, you know, it's still, nonetheless, Demon is again living up to that name, taking out Julio nice and early. That's the heals. That's that resurrection completely off the board for Nyx. So that's gonna make it that much harder for any kind of take. And Rest is gonna pop the Vipers out at the worst possible time. Hydro takes him out, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 4. Zeke and company have this pretty much in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing right now from these gamers is just a big push. We are seeing the res coming out from this attacking side, but Soapy immediately gets Demon down, and that's the kind of gameplay you like. But look at this right here, right now. We're seeing a big push up, and Soapy's able to get one shot down onto Rest. And now, Soapy, you're the last person standing. You got nothing on these attackers, but maybe, just maybe, he could try to win this for his team right now. Let's see what can happen with them pushing in. Obviously, we got Soapy ready to see if anything is going to happen. A little bit of a push.
Oh, Soapy.
Oh,
I'm
Soapy.
Baffled.
No! This happened yesterday!
Man.
Why?
I'm just baffled at how Soapy even got behind, I believe it was Demon there? Or, yeah, he got behind Demon somehow, and Demon had that, he had the trademark set up for that flank, and it just didn't detect him somehow, and he was able to take him out, and that just opened up a whole can of worms for that attacking side. They were getting flanked. 2 of them got taken out from that flank, and then unfortunately the timing there just didn't work for Soapy, and Karma just turned at the perfect possible time and was able to locate that enemy. Demon does the same with a beautiful opening pick onto Soapy, and just like that, 6-2, 4 versus 4. Julio to Zeke. Hydro setting up with a Bulldog here on Belt. With some help, Demon takes out Julio as well. Demon has just been so solid on the operator tonight. In general, Demon has just been going off left and right, living up to that namesake time and time again. The Haunt comes out, no information as of yet on B site, but they do know there's 2 people there. They have to play this beautifully, and Karma and company looking to do exactly that, but that's a very risky play there from 66. It gets taken out. 2 versus 3. Spike looking for a Planet B site, and it's just Hydro left to his own devices in a 1 versus 2 as Rest picks up 2. It's Karma and Rest on the defense for the first time, and Hydro has got to do this phenomenally.
Yeah, and I think Hydro just might be able to, but he's got to find out, where is Rest? Where is Karma? Is he going to get it? Or unfortunately, is Karma going to get him first? Obviously, you check your corners, and Rest is going to put to rest Hydro. and he will fade away in the wind. But these attackers, they are on a roll. It's almost like they took some notes down after they fought Ukers for the first time, and they actually might be learning something here. I mean, Ukers was in this exact position against them before, and now they are in that position, taking it up. And honestly, you gotta ask yourself, NIX, are you gonna be enough to beat them? This is, of course, nearly mirrored team compositions. Only thing different, is it going to be the Sova versus the Fade? I don't think that it's any different outside of just a skill issue. Let's see you guys play together here and maybe, just maybe, take out Rest again, because the only time you win your rounds is when that Viper goes down.
Yeah, that really seems to be the common denominator, is when Rest gets taken out here. I mean, he's 8 and 8. He's not doing pivotal on the frag, but he's definitely a controller doing exactly what he needs to do. And just like that, he goes down. Julio picks up 2. Zeke is there for the trades. Joey as well. Bomb still in the back of Demon here. It's essentially a 1 versus 3. Is he going to be able to pick up Zeke? I think he's going to bait him out just a little bit. He knows Joey's right on site. He's gonna stick the stabilization. He gets Zeke up, but the question is, will he be up in time? He is. The flash drive comes through, though. The recon as well. Information provided. The flank from behind. Sophie and Uso shut him down. And it's 7-3 as the defenders, Nyx, finally gonna be able to get their 3rd on the board. Team Fish Taco, though, they're not backing down. Neither of these teams are backing down. This is definitely in the favor of Fish Taco at the moment, but Nyx is not giving up any kind of space. They're continuing to give their best effort.
You know, I completely agree. The effort is definitely coming out from NIX, from Nyx. But, you know, one thing that has to be stated is when we are in this position, the flanks have been crucial from Soapy. They are finally picking up exactly what they have to do, but the problem with how that gameplay is it is incredibly readable. But you know what else is readable? When you don't check your corners, Rest. Try to look to your right sometime, and now we're seeing Huso inside of the tube, looking to see if he can find anybody to get the 1-tap, and let's see if any damage can really happen here. Right now, we're seeing a big push-up from these attackers, but with the wall now up, Zeke is ready to swing it, but there's Soapy, and Soapy's just gonna clean them up there, taking down Zeke. 66 J gets gunned down. Demon with the trade on the Soapy, and now that is gonna be a 2 versus 4. Holding it against that retake. Obviously, we're seeing the ultimate now coming out, so we can't have the ult used. The Tour de Force is no longer a factor, and here's the push. Obviously, they need to try to stick this down, but I love that. The use of util, able to be long, and it's over for Hydro, gets the 2.
Goodness.
Oh, you love to see when Sages know all the ins and out, and what a shot from them.
Round in the half.
That wall 110% just saved the round for Nyx. That's Julio putting up that wall orb, absolutely detrimental to that round. And now we're at the last point, or the last round, I should say, of this first half. And this is where Fish Tacos really has to put their foot down. An 8-4 half. If they get their 8th point here, this will have been the best they have played all night. It'll be the same amount of points they got against Ukers combined in those 2 games. So for their mentality's sake, they got to keep it up, man. Huso and company, though, have been pretty solid on the defensive side so far, especially Huso with that op. He's just been phenomenal with the operator. But the question is, can he keep up that momentum? He spots his fellow chamber, gets out of there immediately. Soapy and Rest, the 2 Vipers, have just been so detrimental on their controller positions, doing phenomenal. The wall comes up from Huso as well. Or from Julio, excuse me, and now Soapy and company are there on site, ready for that retake, and Demon just runs right into the Fist of Fury, and Rest and company, I mean, they haven't even been able to get bombed down. There's so much commotion, and now it's just Rest. It's just Rest in a 1 versus 4 scenario, 55 on the clock. He's got Spike on his back, full HP. This is totally doable for him, but the problem is he's in a 1 versus 4. And the heals aren't coming out just yet for Nyx, so he's got a window of opportunity, but that window is ever so slowly closing. He is going to be able to take out Joey with the beautiful wall bang off of that rope audio, and Julio as well with the headshot. Goes down, 30 on the clock. Rest is going to opt out for a rotate here, but the question is he going to be able to get there in time? No, he's going to play the audio. He's going to play the audio. He's going to hope to God, to the Valorant gods, that the rotate's going to come through. Soapy's going to anchor A site while he sends his chamber buddy all the way back to B. This could be detrimental. Rest could capture the round here, but Soapy was ready and waiting. Beautiful headshot sitting on Jenny, and that's going to be 7-5. And that 8th point is just going to have to wait till the second half as Team Fish Taco's not able to get the best start here, but 7-5 is definitely a better start than they've had the entire night.
Yeah, I mean, what we just saw coming out from them, obviously, I love the fact that we saw, I am a Viper main, and Icebox, I have an 88% win rate. The ability to cancel your ultimate to make sure that if anybody tries to rotate early, you can try to bait them out and anchor that site after you have dropped it. That little bit of false information you can try to sell to the enemies always works out in your favor unless the enemy happens to be Shroud. That man sees through walls. He's a cheater. But right now, we're seeing NIX absolutely bring this back. The first half went into their favor. At the end, can they keep that momentum now that they are now on attack? But let's see what can happen right here, right now. With everyone pushing in. And oh, that's a lot of damage though. Rest 10 HP. And he's got to bail real quick here. Little bit goes a long way as Demon takes out Soapy on the back end. And right now, we're seeing NIX in a pretty bad position.
Yeah, Flex Tape Who, that's a lot of damage coming out to start off the round. I mean, that's not where you want to be. It's not where you want to be at all if you rest. Fortunately, the heal is going to come out from that fellow Sage, and now it's Huso and company gonna go ahead and redirect their attention back to A site. But 66J and company, they're already there. They're already on the rotate. They're already putting up on the defensive side. And Rest and company are just ready and waiting. The Frenzy with a two-piece. Joey picks up two of his own. Gets traded out though. Julio to Rest. 2 versus 2 now. Chamber KO versus Chamber Sage. Demon, beautiful headshot on the Huso, not able to finish the job. It's all up to Julio versus Zeke. Still got Bomb on the back and opt out for a rotate. The heal comes through immediately, is going to have the advantage here. Still has Bomb control. Zeke has no idea where his opponent just went. That wall went up and his brain cells left the room. Zeke is completely clueless. There's Bomb all the way back on the other side of the map. He's got no clue. Finally, he's going to get the notification that Bomb is planted all the way on the other side of the map. And Julio, he's got 20 seconds till his next heal comes up, but he doesn't even really need it. He's got a classic and a dream. Bomb is planted for him. He just needs to hold this angle, and he will get the 6 point on the board from Nyx here.
Yeah, honestly, what we're seeing from Julio, the entire round has been scuffed. A big ring around the rosy in Icebox here, but with what we got from Zeke, is he going to check his corners? He is, and luckily he's going to get it. That is a very close round, and that makes it so we are seeing TFT take another round, and that is going to shut down the momentum that was built up towards the end of last half, and now it's going to be incredibly hard for them to really bring this back unless we might see a force, but if they go for a full save, it's incredibly risky because we know what TFT, what Team Fish Tacos can do. And I think Julio, he's listening to me here because he's going for the stinger, and now that's going to be a full force up by the attackers.
Yeah, I just want to say, this is like a night and day difference. The Team Fish Tacos that we're currently seeing is completely opposite from what we've seen the last 2 games. They just got shut down on Ascent, got shut down on Fracture, and now they're on their way to doing the same to Nyx, but Nyx is still putting up one hell of a fight here on Icebox, but nonetheless, 66J alone on B side. He does have his fellow KO in the form of Zeke watching that long angle, but the wall is going to go up and provide a perfect opportunity for Julio to get that bomb down, and just like that, site completely belongs to Team Fish Tacos, or excuse me, to Nyx. They're able to get that done. Toby to Zeke. Nothing but chaos unfolding on B site. Demon picks up 2. Julio denies the haunt. A quick tap on defuse. Julio stuck. He's sitting in that snake bite. He's completely vulnerable. He's got to peek through. Chaos unfolding. Soapy takes out Karma with a snake bite, and 66 is there to clean it up. My goodness gracious.
Yeah, real question. Karma there went down to go down. I mean, that is just a little bit sad in that position for these gamers. I mean, honestly, they tried their best. It's really always kind of funny that you could be stepping in something and your body explodes. Weird thing about Valorant.
Yeah,
I don't know,
really
but you know, snake bite.
Damage.
You just die.
It's really weird. You know what's really weird is when their stinger is better than mine.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, they just hold left click and everybody in front of them just falls apart and dies. Now, let's see what can happen right here, right now, with everything getting pulled forward. But let's see that happen. It's a clean shot onto nothing. Demon, next time you should try to hit them, but with the operator in hand, he's ready to do it again this time here with a big push up, and he is taking a little bit of damage going a long way. Let's see right here.
Julio
And there it is. That's going to be the damage, but the spike is not going to go down, and that is the Spectre making some ghosts and making some people regret being born. Now Zeke is ready for more. The spike is down at 3 against 2, and this is not where you want to be. NIX, last man standing, Hydro, the top frag, and that is a frenzy, but like a frenzy, it's a little bit too unrelatable. Now, or unreliable. What a round though. I mean, 5 to 10. We're seeing TFT really take this.
Yeah, they really are. They're showing up, to say the least. This is completely night and day difference from what we saw earlier. I don't know what happened, but they definitely. I think it was that timeout. I think it was a timeout. Knicks kind of took a second. They took that timeout and they're like, all right, what are we doing wrong? And Team Fish Taco also took the time and they said, okay, what can we continue to do to demolish this team? And at the moment, they're doing just that. It's 10 to 5, 5-round difference. Obviously, this is not impossible for Knicks to come back, but Team Fish Tacos has just been so perfect on this defense, and right here is a huge reason why. Resting that controller position, going super aggressive, taking out that heals. That's so detrimental to the gameplay here. The heals off the board, the resurrection off the board. The trade does come out, but it doesn't matter. That's completely. It's so pivotal that. Excuse me, I'm losing the ability to speak here, but Julio off the board, that's huge. That's no heals for Knicks and company. It's just so hurtful, painful for that team, and Soapy now the controller off the board as well. And now it's just down to Joey, and he has no idea what's going on around him. He is able to take out 66, but that's going to be famously all she wrote as Zeke and company absolutely dominant here on Icebox 11 to 5. Team Fish Tacos finally decided to wake up. But the question, Edu, if they do take Icebox, if Team Fish Tacos takes Icebox, and I'm going to be honest, it looks like that may be the case, do you think they're going to be able to have enough left in the tank to retake Ukers here in the Grand Finals?
You know, Ukers definitely are. They're getting a whole break right now. They get a breathe, and that might give them an advantage. The fact that they are also map pick because they have won every game. They get to pick the map almost every time. That's dangerousness. That is something that you don't want to lose with. When they pick a map, you're going to have to be in their home court, and if you're at their home court, you're going to have to start learning how to play ball, or else you're going to get thrown out. I mean, right now, we're seeing TFT perform an amazing game of Icebox, but if we see Ukers not pick Icebox, you are SOL, and I need to see if that is going to happen. But right now, we still have a slight chance. We have 4 ultimates available for these attackers. If they get on site, they might be able to pop that Viper Pit. They might be able to resurrect anybody who dies to take it. Of course, they have the Tour de Force if they really are wanting to hit some shots today. But against Demon's Op, the Tour de Force is only even. But here we go, making it out. Demon is going to get spotted. If he tries to re-peek, it's just going to be a suicide attempt. But here we go. A little bit of a push. Can we see them actually try to push into him? Hugging it down. We do have one. Gonna be the KO first, and he whips the shot, but Demon, he goes down. That's what we're talking about. We're seeing it. And Soapy, he's making some space over at A just in case his team wants to rotate or maybe do a really large flank. But Zeke, he's going for the wall, breaking it down, spots another. Only 1 bullet remaining in the Vandal, but he's gonna back up his teammate, and there it is. That's a shot. Huso gets 1, but these defenders, they're trying to get for the retake. The Nightmare, the Nightfall, the 14 seconds, and you have to get the bomb. The bomb planted right now. Hydro, 10 seconds, make your move.
4 seconds.
And you're sticking it down right in front of you. No, it's over. Zeke gets the pick.
Zeke, oh my God, saves the round completely. Not only denies the plant, but also picks up the 3-piece. And ladies and gentlemen, we've reached match point 12 to 5. Team Fish Tacos has completely, not only have they woken up, they're completely out of bed. They're dressed in a nice suit. They're all dripped out. They got their swagger ready. They got their bow tie because bow ties are cool, and they're ready to go to work. They're already at work. They're already clocked in And I don't know where this metaphor is going, but they are definitely destroying Nyx here on Icebox. It's a completely different team than what we saw earlier going up against Ukers. But the question again, Edu, I ask you, are they going to be able to keep this momentum going when we reach them? Because like you said, map pick is everything, and that's a huge advantage for Ukers to have. So is Fish Tacos going to be able to continue this reign of terror when they go into the grand finals here in just a moment? But Sophie, beautiful snake bite onto it. 66 here, picks up a second one. Karma and Demon with the trade. Sophie right back into things, but Demon with a blind shot with the 2 to 4 puts him right back in the ground. And we are seconds away from TFT taking this round, but it's got to be perfect execution here from Karma. Bomb planted at a site. He's in a 1 versus 2 scenario. The wall goes up. This has to be surgical. It's got to be absolutely perfect from Karma. He has 0 information on the enemy team. He's gonna get dropped out of Nest here. He's looking for any kind of gun other than the operator. This isn't the best gun for him to have in this situation. There's Vandals spread out. I think he's gonna opt out to save that operator and just play time because they have room to play with here. You know, 12 to 5 is nothing to shy at. Let him get that 6 point. Come back the next round stronger, because at this point I do have to say Team Fish Tacos has definitely begun to I don't want to say think, but they've thought out their strategies a lot more than they did in the previous games, and it's definitely made a difference.
Yeah, and this strategy that they're pulling off here, just play it smart, play it slow, get the picks, and say, yo, you are not better than me. And that is exactly what we love to see. Obviously, we got Karma, and he's actually living up to his name, being very charismatic and absolutely just demolishing anybody who shows up. But let's find out right here, right now, as we move into the next round. Obviously, look at the economy right now. They saved it up, but what is this smorgasbord menagerie of guns? You got an op, a classic, a stinger, a Bucky, and a sheriff. You know, last time I've seen these kind of different weapons, it was in the buy menu, not on a team.
It looks like it literally just looks like the mystery box from COD Zombies. I don't know what's happening, but it's not the best lineup for weapons. But Demon gonna play his luck with the operator, takes down Soapy, immediately traded out, and just like that, the operator's completely off the board, but not for Nyx. Huso still got it in the hand. Rest with a Bucky, picks up one. Can he pick up the second? No, Huso shuts him down with a headhunter. 2 versus 3 now. Bomb is still on the back of Hydro and Company here. This is still possible. It's 3 versus 2. They have the man advantage. They have the gun advantage for sure.
1 enemy remaining.
66 has that res on the board, but it's going to get shut down before he even gets a chance to press X. And now it's Zeke with a stinger and a dream. He's got to do some economical damage here. He's going to be able to do a headshot to Huso, but unfortunately Hydro was just that much quicker. And ladies and gentlemen, we're still on match point. Team Fish Tacos got to put their foot down and get this last point on the board.
Yeah, I mean, you need to get this final point. I'm hoping that they stop forcing, but luckily, last round was a buy for next, and this round is going to be a timeout. We have a whole minute here, and you know what they say about a minute of time? It feels different based on how much your heart rate is beating. Obviously, right now, we're seeing these guys have a little bit of a big push-up coming in from these gamers, and because they are anxious to win this, this is going to feel like an eternity talking to each other, asking ourselves, are you guys ready to win it? Are we ready to go? We have to win this. We've spent all of our money for this round. We've saved up for the past few. Obviously, we built up the ultimate on Jay. We almost have Rest and Karma up. We can do this right here, right now. But NIX, Nyx, the people who are here to try to put a damper on that plan, they've been popping off, and honestly, I think they might be able to bring this game back if they just continue to hit A this well.
And back to that time you were talking about, this has to feel like eternity for Nyx. They were on a roll, they had 2 rounds in a row, and now it kind of puts a stop to their momentum, but we are going to see rifles across the board. All 10 members picking up rifles. We have 2 ops, 1 from Huso, 1 respectively from Demon. So that's both chambers with the operators, which obviously if you're going to give your teammates operators, it better be your chambers, and they better know how to hit their shots. But Rest and Company starting to get a little aggressive towards B long, going to get forced out of the position by that 0 point, and I think that's basically going to be all we're seeing from B site for at least this round. They have that rendezvous set up towards mid. Actually, both chambers have the rendezvous set up towards mid, so they have their flanks covered. They have the information should they need it. But the question is Nyx going to be able to create enough space for them for themselves to get on site, especially after that timeout? That's got to be a little bit of a mental dampener in terms of momentum. And Soapy's already trying to get bombed down here. The Viper's pick comes out as well. Damage being thrown all over the place. Abilities being thrown all over the place. The Viper's pit goes down just as quick as it went up. Julio now completely trapped on site alone. Picks up a shot onto Karma. That's beautiful, but it's a 3 versus 3 now. Bike is still planted. They still have all the time in the world, but this is looking like a Team Fish Tacos round.
It is looking like that. It's not planning for them in top, but this is where Hydro really comes and drops them. Now with the push coming out, he is going to get gunned, and that's the end of the game. Defenders winning that one. Unfortunately, Team NIX is going to get Nyx absolutely executed over on Icebox. But one thing will be certain is we're going to see a rematch of Ukers versus TFT. The Team Fish Taco absolutely ready to get bitten down, or are they going to bring the same momentum into the next game, into the best of 3, the grand finals? Mickey, how are you feeling about that game?
I'm feeling very. I'm a little worried. I'm a little concerned, confused as well. Where was that? Where was that 2 games ago on Ascent or Fracture? Team Fish Tacos coming out of absolutely nowhere and shutting down Nyx. Obviously, it was a lot closer game than we have seen earlier from them, but it's definitely the dominance was there to say the least. And Demon, I mean Demon. We've been seeing him go off. He went on Ascent. He decided to just go ballistic as Phoenix. And then later on Fracture, I believe he went Raze and was still doing a good amount of damage. This time around, completely switches the role from Duelist to Sentinel. Hops on that chamber. 23 kills on the board, 17 deaths, only 2 assists. Completely different gameplay, completely different player. What's this energy from TFT in the last 2 games? But again, Edu, I ask you, are they going to be able to keep this up against Ukers when we hit the grand finals here in a moment?
You know, Chad says it best. TFT is an aggressive team. W key all the way. The reason why that worked against Nyx is because they weren't prepared for it. A team like Ukers, though, very patient. If you want to just hold your W key, you're gonna also have to learn how to use the S key, or maybe just let go sometimes. Because what happens with Ukers is when you're trying to fight a team that is significantly more patient than you, you will lose when you start being aggro. But that is a prediction coming out from the caster. But, you know, I'm not a 600 RR peak player. I'm just a guy who casts great gameplay, and let's see some great gameplay in a little bit as we experiment and see who is going to be taking the grand finals of the Weekend Warrior series. And of course, if you guys want to ever join IGL, you guys can check out igleague.com, and there is an upcoming division on October 3rd with a grand prize of $2,250. If you want any more info, feel free to join the Discord. All links should be on the website at igleague.com, and we'll see you guys in a little bit with the grand finals, Ukers versus TFT rematch. Alrighty, and here we are back again at the Weekend Warriors Finals. And of course, we are going to be talking about these two teams. They have a lot of history together, considering one of them just got knocked down in the lower bracket and sent all the way back up. But let's find out if they are ready to go. Obviously, let me ask you a question right here, right now. Mickey, how are you feeling about this?
Scared, man. I'm worried. Uker's absolutely dominated Team Fish Taco the first two games, and then TFT decided that they wanted to continue to play the game, and they remembered how to play it, and they hopped on Icebox and essentially obliterated Nyx. It was a bit of a closer game than they've had, but nonetheless, they did take that victory, and now, like you said, we're here in the grand finals, and the grand finals on Haven, and I'm ready. Like you said, a lot of history here, and TFT, they've definitely they've got something to prove. They have everything in the world to prove and everything in the world to lose, and Ukers is coming into this super confident. But again, we've had Ukers kind of had about an hour or so of hang time where they've been able to just relax and let their mental state kind of, it's kind of mellow because it was yellow. I don't know, but either way, we're starting off on Haven. And Team Fish Taco starting on the defensive side, and it's no secret that this map is pretty attacking-sided. So for Ukers to start it off, not only is it their map pick, but also they're starting on attack. I mean, this is definitely going to be an interesting one, to say the least.
I completely agree, and this is a best of three, the grand finals here, and the three maps that they have picked for us today is Haven, Ascent, and Breeze. If you notice, there isn't a single piece of Icebox there, and without Icebox, I don't know if TFT could really bring their A game against Ukers. Are we going to see two fast 20-minute games? Who knows? The question is only going to get answered by time, and time tells all tales. But with time telling all tales, who's going to be taking the top spot as the game fragger? Let's find out right here, right now, as we now move into the pistol round. Obviously, we're going to be following our wonderful observer, Hydra, and we're seeing a big C push start to develop.
Yeah, a lot of movement already towards C, where Joseph is set up with that headhunter. He's going to go ahead and call out. He's got essentially every person from Ukers starting off here, but oh no, Demon's coming through Garage. It's, like we said, it's definitely a C hit here. Joseph putting up a fight. Cairo putting up a fight as well. Takes out Demon. 66 hopping on through the window, taking down Joseph. And now he's just going to sit on that paint shell like it's a goose egg. Gets taken out. Karma now on a 1 versus 4. Bomb is planted on C's site, though, so he's got that going for him. But he's stuck between a Zambi and a hard place. He's going to have to let that defuse come through. Can he take one out? Cairo puts his life on the line. Cute Fat Boy takes him out. And once again, Ukers starting off pretty dominant in this just the first round, just the first round. Still plenty of game to be played here, excuse me. But Ukers, right out of the gate, definitely showing the dominance.
Yeah, I mean, Ukers already just pulling off and pulling no punches. We got Joseph absolutely getting the one-taps, getting the headshots down, taking out the poor team with that headhunter and then teleporting out. Remember, the first pick you get is the pick that matters the most, and that is what is happening here. First Bloods, it's why you rank up. If you want to rank up, insta-lock yourself Raze and just suicide down and get yourself one pick every time. And then if your team ever questions you, just say, I'm good for one. And it's always funny. Now, what you need to do is see how is that going to really translate into this tournament right here. And that is about how is Cairo going to try to be the guy to get the first blood with a large push developing by the attackers. Right now, we're seeing TFT very aggressive against these players.
Very, very aggressive. Shooting down A long here. Nothing but red down long. This is definitely not where Cairo and company want to be. But Seb is going to provide a pretty good entry frag here. 66. Cairo picks up two, but gets traded out immediately. Zambi's there for the final. No, 66 again with a third. And now it's a 1 versus 2. Cute Fat Boy providing the distraction necessary for Joseph to come right around through short and shut it down. 2 in a row here from Cute Fat Boy and company. Ukers definitely starting off pretty strong here on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, Ukers so far, right off the bat, we're already in the round 3 buy phase. If I remember, I blinked, and now it's round 3. I mean, pistol round went and ended so fast. I mean, Ukers is just a great player, or great players to move their team in very efficiently, you know? If you want to be a professional player and you'll want to say, oh, I make $80 an hour, it's because they won all their games in 5 minutes. It's insane. Like, they know how to do this, and it's just amazing to see that. But let's see what can happen now that they're pushing forward and trying to do some damage. And Q Fat Boy dinks Karma before getting gunned, but there's Zambi getting another. But oh no, the bonus round is not going too well right here. We're seeing another force up by these attackers yet again. But this is a rifle in the hands of Cairo, and that is gunning them all down. Now it's just 66J, and he's gonna go down.
Wow.
That's it. Attackers winning just by the skin of their teeth. But that was the bonus round for Ukers, and now they get full rifles here, except for Cairo, because, you know, he did buy one earlier, but he's got himself the showstopper, so that should shut them down.
There.
Man, the Raze is definitely showing up and showing off tonight. 66 and Cairo, and Demon was also on Raze earlier, and all three have just been doing phenomenal work. And Demon, now back on that Sentinel, was also in that position on Icebox, did phenomenally, ended up top fragging and essentially winning the game for Fish Taco here. But the question is, are they going to be able to keep that momentum going? 66J with the satchel work beautifully throws Cairo off of his game in that last round, just satchels him just enough for him to lose focus, kind of stuns him a little bit, and gets knocked off the point. Cairo wasn't able to finish the job. 66 was, and now it's only 9 kills on the board combined for for Fish Taco, but that's essentially all they really need at the moment, because on attack, you don't really need to, obviously kills are great, but what it's really about is getting bomb down and protecting it, and so far they've been able to do that for just 1 round. So Ukers definitely, again, obviously a contender.
Yeah, and I think they're really just contending to just beat these players off. But right here, we're seeing 66J ready to try to get that entry frag. Obviously, he is the agent that would want to try to make the most amount of space. He's got himself his ultimate, the showstopper, already. But Cairo, he's got his showstopper too, and he's 6-2. But this is going to be one.
Demon.
Cairo is going to get gunned down, and there it is. Demon able to try to back it up, and now it's just a full push in, and there it is. This is what we like to see. If they win this round, we're going to see Ukers finally pushed back, and now it's just up to Joseph in a 1 against 5 to really cut down these teams and their economy. But that's one, and that's all he wrote. What a shot for these gamers. Unfortunately, we're going to have to see it happen yet again moving into the next round, but no economy, and this is going to be a nice light buy coming out from the team Ukers.
Ukers again, I mean, it's almost like Fish Tacos. They're starting. They're on their game now. They're starting to get their footing, but can they grab onto that rope? And the rope is like, right next to them, but there's high winds and it's flapping everywhere. But if they're able to grab on, I mean, they could make this climb, and it's definitely doable. It's all tied up, and this being an attacking-sided map, this first half is where Zeke and company need to put their foot down, and Rest is agreeing with me by starting things off with the beautiful 2-piece onto Joseph and Cute Fat Boy, and Sev, unfortunately, is going to be able to get the trade-off. Bomb, in the midst of all that, is going to get planted at B, where Karma's essentially alone on that post-plant defense, with Zeke taking up the mid angle here, but he might make contact with Sev. Sev, check your corner. Sev, turn around. Gets the headshot down. Demon takes out Zambi as well, and now it's suddenly Cairo and a 1-on-4.
Cairo 1-on-4 here. He is going to get spotted, but he is tunnel efficient onto JJ, and JJ is going to respond by clicking on his head. Remember, we are seeing an amazing gameplay. This is the grand finals, best of 3, game 1. So these guys have battled it out. They earned their spot in this game, and now they have to win and earn that title and get that money, because we all know that they're here not only to flex how good they are at Valorant, but also to flex some bans at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, as a wise man once said, get money. And at the moment, Team Fish Tacos definitely on their way to doing that. This is, don't judge me, man. This is the first time all night. I mean, it is definitely a very wise man. Joseph with a beautiful opening onto Demon, but Fish Taco this is the first time all night that they've gone up against Uker and now have the advantage in terms of round points. It's 3-2, and the entire night we've just seen them, for lack of a better term, get their raise nades handed to them, and it's good to see them finally being able to stick it back to Ukers and start to create some space for themselves here. But Cairo with a paint shell kill, not gonna connect the showstopper. Instead, the Boombot's gonna have to finish the work. Satchels as well. Boombot does finish the job on Zeke, and Sev is there to clean up the round with the two-piece. And just like that, Ukers is gonna go ahead and start to take back this map.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do is you see a lot of damage getting developed by the gamers, absolutely shredding them. But one thing I have to mention is right now you're seeing just Ukers back and forth with the economy. Now that they have it, we're seeing Joseph with an operator, and up in the hand of Joseph, that's a chamber, that's scary. It is Haven, and this is almost a perfect team composition to have. Honestly, I love that Fade has been getting picked more and more over Sova, and we're just seeing that consistency. But Joseph, he's kind of stuck here. He knows that they love to push him here, but if he could just play it passively, play it patiently, he can try to get some picks. But these attackers don't care. They're pushing into grass towards Cairo, and Cairo is the kind of guy to hold this down, and that means it's going to be another slow push. And I'm going to ask you, Mickey, do you think that this default is just wasting time? This was a problem in the first time we saw them today.
I mean, at some point, it's a yes and no, really. Demon opening up the round, that's gonna be a very, very good pick to start it off. That fellow chamber, that sentinel on defense going down is huge, but at the end of the day, wasting time is exactly what the defenders need to do. And so far, Ukers has done a pretty okay job. You know, it's 50-50 right now, neck and neck, but allowing them to get the bomb down almost every round is definitely hurting their economy. And Cairo is going to be able to at least attempt to help out his team to recreate space for themselves. 66 picks one up, gets traded out immediately. Zambi with a second one, and Zeke is going to be there to finish it off nice and smooth as Team Fish Taco once again going to go ahead and take the lead on this one.
Yeah, I mean, Team Fish Taco, they're being kind of unrelentless here in trying to get this momentum shifted. This is a different team than we saw in the first game we casted back all the way back in the upper finals of the main bracket, and now they have really just upgraded themselves. I gave them a little bit of a pep talk after that first game to say, yo guys, we need to see something better, we need to see some more, and I try to gas them up, and I think they really took that to heart. But against a team like Ukers, it's going to be tough to really take that. And the reason why I want to try to give them a nice warm-up is because I want to see some great gameplay. And right now, we're already seeing it.
You know what I think is happening, Edu? I think Rest's Red Bull is finally kicking in. And like it kicked in halfway through Icebox, and now we're seeing the full effect of that sugar high. And 66 is ready and waiting for Fat Boy. He's got no clue he was there, but Zambi is going to be able to get that trade nice and quick through that box. Look at the aggression from Sev. The defensive fade coming out gives away the position, essentially telegraphs that he's right on top of that Omen. He has no chance but to cancel that ult. Rest is going to be stuck here. Demon essentially sprinting across your screen, takes out Cairo, and that's going to be a nice quick sight take for Demon and company. The operator not able to connect onto Zambi. I don't know where the hell Sev came from. Demon goes down. Zeke picks up 2, 1 with the aftershock. And Joseph now left in a 1 versus 3 with a 2 and a 4 and a Dream. Rest gonna take him down 5-3. Like you said, Edu, this is a completely different Team Fish Taco.
Team Fish Taco is absolutely making sure that they aren't soggy right now. They are doing some amazing work here, getting all of those picks. And one thing I will be mentioning is every time we've seen TFT really adapt, it's just been an overall increase in not only skill, but confidence. Confidence wins games, and this team, you can tell, has got their confidence back. They were scared for the first best of 3. They got pushed back, but honestly, Ukers was on a break for a little bit here, so maybe it's because they're on that break. But Joseph, he's finally warming up afterwards and getting that pick down, using that op all the way in C long. right now, Cairo, he's still anchoring over on long, and the grass push is massive for these attackers. B-site left relatively free
There.
outside of a single trip.
Fat Boy's got a great angle here, but it doesn't count for anything if he doesn't get aggressive with it. And it's just not going to happen. 66. Also, Showstopper, not going to happen. He didn't get quite aggressive. I think if he would have double satchel there, he might have been able to locate someone. No, just short of the positioning he needed. Fat Boy ultimate for information here. Now it's going to come down to a 5 versus... Never mind. It's the numbers are dwindling, dropping like flies. Both teams are going off the board like it's nothing. Joseph makes it a 2 versus 3 with Cute Fat Boy at his side. Takes out his fellow Omen. Rest goes down. Suddenly it's a 2 versus 2, and I think this is going to be a 6-point on the board for Fish Taco.
Last player standing.
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing is a big retake, though. I mean, Fish Taco, they want to get the 6, but that ultimate is going to... Okay, Joseph, we understand that you hit those, but looks like we are still going to be able to save that operator. It's just barely getting thrown away, but honestly, that was so close. If they got that to half, that would have been a 1 round, and you got to hand it to Joseph. He is popping off right now. A staggering 7 kills already with that op now in his hand. His team, unfortunately, is going to have to go for an eco round.
That was just an incredible... I mean, it was the 6th point on the board, but that shot from Joseph was just phenomenal with that headhunter there. But like you said, this is not the best position for Ukers to be in. It's a complete night and day difference between these two teams. We saw Ukers absolutely dominating Fish Tacos earlier, and now it's the exact opposite. Now we're getting the exact opposite reactions out of both of these teams. Joseph holding down Garage here, but he's completely alone in terms of on-site action. Now that team's going to finally rotate in. They're going to be able to all come from essentially the same direction for this retake, but they're waiting for that opening, which Fat Boy kindly provides, but they have to make a move here. They have to make a move here and get aggressive on that retake. It's exactly what Fat Boy is going to do with the help of Joseph. The trade comes through. 66 still fighting though. 1-on-3. Fat Boy takes him down with a 3-piece with that operator. Phenomenal gameplay here in front of our eyes. Fat Boy and company. Uger's going to go ahead and get their 4th on the board.
I mean, 4th on the board, we're seeing some amazing kind of gameplay. It's consistency incarnate every single time. They're just hitting all of the shots that they need, and now Ukers might be coming back here. Obviously, we are seeing a little bit of a stagger, but the economy is now slowly getting repaired after, you know, a little bit of a recession coming out because of that damage. Hopefully, you know, they can keep themselves out of going under, but right now, we are seeing Karma, for example. This is the last buy round we might see unless TFT can actually win this and keep their money up. But nades are coming out, and that is gonna get 66J, the combination of Cairo and this man, Sev. It is just such a beautiful thing to watch, but let's see it. Demon, he's got an operator. He knows that he's lost his raise. The main entry that they have relied on is now gone. This is gonna be a tough round to win unless Omen in B can really make it work.
Yeah, this anchor here is really all on Rest, but unfortunately, like he said, he's not able to make it count. Now just over a minute on the clock. This is definitely going to be an interesting situation. Zambi's got that Rolling Thunder. If he has to, he can force the plant off of B site. That's why he's set up alone with all 4 of his teammates spread out evenly to A and C. They have no one in Garage, so essentially no information there, so they could go for a wraparound, but I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Cute Fat Boy and company ready and waiting for this. Zeke takes out Joseph. Now it's still a man advantage for Ukers, but is Fish Taco going to be able to capitalize on this situation here? Demon, ever so gently, spots Cairo, beautifully takes him out, shoots him right in the funny bone. Not laughing, are you, Cairo? This is not a fortunate situation. 20 seconds on the clock. The Rolling Thunder does come out to prevent the bomb, but it's only going to delay the plant. Semi takes up Karma. Zampany Zeke 1-on-3 for the retake for Demon. He's got to put this up. He's a one-man army. Not going to do much, though. Gets one, gets traded out, and that's going to be 6-5.
Yeah, I mean, 6 to 5, and they're giving the ultimate orb over to Cute Fat Boy, and that Cute Fat Boy now has a teleport across the map anytime he wants it for some info. Now let's see what is going to happen in the last round before the half. We do have Joseph 2 away from his ultimate. He still has that operator, but we got 3 ults on the board for the defense, only 1 for the attack, and it's rest, and it's an Omen ultimate, so really they don't get a whole lot outside of if someone wants to be real ballsy with the bomb.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, you don't want to risk it, right? You have a pretty okay lead right now, 6 to 5. You just lost the last 2 rounds. If you want a Hail Mary ultimate with Omen, go for it. But I definitely recommend against taking bomb in this aspect, just because you've been doing so solid with it so far. But at the same time, the majority of the 5 of the 6 rounds that Zeke and company have on the board are from just eliminating Ukers, not planting. Only one of them is a plant win, but Cairo with the showstopper looking to drain the scoreboard once more. Rest and company read that like a book. They all got out of the way. Showstopper's not going to connect with anybody, and it's still complete stalemate here at A site with just a minute on the clock.
Yeah, just 1 minute remaining, but one thing can be certain, and that is Cairo ready to try his best at anchoring them down, making sure nobody is going to be peeking them, but is that actually going to happen? We got Cairo here right on top of the box, looking to see if Rest and 66 are there, but now it's just 4. All pushing up, and Cairo, he knows how to swing, and he falls down on a J. That's going to be 1, 2, 3. Let's get a nade down and a nade to get the pick, but Rest is going to TP out, but Demon immediately from the flank gets 1. Rest, you now have grabbed the spike. You've used your ultimate. You have nothing left in a 1v4. Do better, or you're not going to be able to do enough for your team. 18 seconds remaining. Spike needed to get planted, and Joseph's just going for it. Joseph is going to get gunned, but that is the end. Now tied 6 to 6. This is a much closer game than we've seen today. Honestly, I am loving what I'm seeing here. Mickey, you need to tell me, do you think that we're going to see a timeout, or are they just going to let this go one after another?
I want to say, I mean, the half just ended, right? So we have a bit of a break between those two, between halves. So I think both teams are going to use this as a chance to kind of gather their thoughts and rethink strategies. But I think both these teams tonight, they're versed enough, they're experienced enough, and they've showed us that they wanted enough. I think they're definitely going to take those opportunities as they come. We might even see 3 or 4 timeouts this game, just not quite yet, just because they've been giving each other so much room to breathe and so much space to utilize. So at this point, I don't think the timeout is quite needed, just because you're both doing pretty good. But in the second half, we're going to see at least one. I want to stake my I don't know, my hat on that, but I don't want to lose a hat just in case. But nonetheless, you do have to remember that the sides are now switched, as this is an attacking sided map. Zeke and company, how are they going to fare on defense now?
You know, that is a good question. How will they hold up against this team? Obviously, you got Cairo. He does have a ghost in hand and a nade. This is a big play, but with Demon being a little bit aggro here, he's gonna have to TP out, and he does do a little bit of damage, but that TP position is actually working out in your favor. Very rarely does that actually work out, but now the defense just gunning it down, getting the spike, getting the players, getting the one shot to the head, but Joseph is finally gonna go down with the rest of his team. The boat has sunk, and now we're seeing this team, TFT, absolutely pop off. And I think you're muted right now, Mickey.
I am. Thank you. Oh, man. But like you were saying, they're definitely popping off. Yes. But it's not the most dominant performance. It's definitely their best they've had tonight, because even though they did take out Nyx on Icebox just a few moments ago, this is the rivalry that's been brewing tonight. Ukers has dominated 2 in a row on these guys, and they've had enough. They've done it. They've had enough of Ukers' domination and ridiculous shots and whatnot. Demon, get out of there, man. Demon, no! Get taken out by the Aftershock. But they've had enough, man. They have stomped their foot down. They took Icebox just to get here. They're here and they're ready to take this, and they have the conviction to do it. But Karma's got the ammo. The paint gels come out as well. It's a 2 versus 2, Edu.
A big 2 versus 2 here, and now they are going to be rotating around. Obviously, cute fat boy trying his best to work out how he's going to make some more space and maybe get the spike in his hands onto A site. But let's find out. Is it going to go to A site? Is it going to go to C site, or is it going to be baited around and back on a B? I think it's going to be C just for the rotation aspect, buying yourself time for it to tick down and maybe playing time. But with this round, both sides are relatively even for everything here. So let's find out. They do have the bomb ready to get planted, and everybody else on the defense is over at A. So it looks like they did read this properly,
30
but
seconds left.
even though you can read something, it doesn't exactly mean you understand how to hold it afterwards. Let's find out right here, right now, with a big push coming in.
Yeah, this is a huge. This is the closest. This is the only time on this map right here. Is the only time that TFT has had any kind of advantage on Ukers, and they have to do whatever they can to keep that advantage because Ukers is such a solid, cohesive team that just like that, they were holding the same angle. Edu, they're ready. They play together. They stay together. They might. This is. I mean, they know TFT knows how solid Ukers is, and they have to keep this advantage on the board. They have to. They have to do whatever they can, desperation or not, to solidify their hold here, and they know that.
Yeah, and I really do think that they understand how this game has been motioning, but TFT, just because they've allowed the enemies to really tie up with them, this has been a neck-and-neck game. Two of them both reaching their arms as far as they can without dislocating a shoulder to grab this title, grab this cash, but right now we got 66J grabbing the orb and now booking it down with the classic, but he is going to be facing off against a lot of people, and it looks like his spider sense was tingling after hitting that mark and had to back it up. He knew that could be suicide. And Demon here, is he going to live up to his name? He's going to be the Demon for this team versus Zambi. Obviously, two monsters of the night trying to find out who's going to be on top. We got a zombie, we got a demon, and we have four other players trying to find out who's going to get first blood, who's going to get the first info so they could take some sites.
And I do want to. Oh wait. Oh no! Just a few pixels. Just a few pixels. Zambi just barely ducks under those shots. 66 and Karma. Exactly what I was talking about, the cohesion. And now TFT taking a few notes. They said, hey, let's attack this together. Let's hold this together. And it's starting to work on the defense. Cairo getting a beautiful run swing peek on the Demon. And he's gonna go ahead and just super soaker full of holy water, gets him off the board. That's a sentinel off the board. The retake is gonna be that much harder, but 66 and Zeke gonna go ahead and peek through, but Zambi, I blinked and I missed it, but suddenly he has the opportunity for a 4K clutch. I think it's doable with the amount of health that Karma's got. Zombie, just go ahead and swing him, man. I believe in you. And just like that, the double right click gonna end it. And that is a beautiful, beautiful round from Zambi and company. Him picking up a 4K and Ukers finally going to go ahead and take control back here.
Yeah, honestly, that's the kind of gameplay you love seeing. I mean, we did see Karma, however, yes, Zambi got him 4K, but Karma, he was lurking and even on the flank, taking out one player, almost taking out another, and that came down to 1 versus 1, and when that happens, it really is just nerves that gets you. Who's got the better nerves? Who is the man of steel, and who's gonna really be able to steal a victory for your team, as now a little bit of a push-up is coming in here, and this is a big round to lose, especially since the economy of these attackers is in shambles right now.
Yeah, absolute shambles. I mean, this is just tattered, worn, half-burnt pieces of shambles. It's
wow.
For both teams. For both teams. That's the thing. There's no economical advantage. There's barely a point advantage. There's no fragging advantage. Both teams are doing phenomenal. Obviously, 66 doing a little bit better than the opposing top fragger, but that's to be expected from Arrays on Haven. Arrays, mind you, that has been super consistent all night. Whether winning or losing, Team Fish Tacos 66 has been doing phenomenally, as has Demon, switching it up once again on to the Sentinel of Chamber. But even Demon, not playing Duelist, has been consistently aggressive. Whether or not it pays off every time, yet to be seen, but it has been very consistent in pushing off space, giving his team more space to work with, and that is what defending is all about, just slowing down the attacking opposition and
30 seconds
allowing yourself to hold these angles, and that's exactly what they've been doing. And now, just barely under 30 seconds on the clock, Joseph and company gonna go ahead and get bombed down here at A site.
They did get the bomb down, but it did cost Sev his life, and that's why 66J is absolutely popping off today. But that is the ultimate, and the showstopper gets one, but he dies the fall damage.
That's right.
And here we go. Let's see it. Is Demon able to get himself a gun? He is grabbing the Vandal, and now he's ready to go. A 3 versus 2, the retake of the players on site, but Demon has been exercised, and Zambi is going for the brains, hitting rest down every single time, and that is a beautiful round. Look at what we got going on. I mean, it's just the kind of gameplay you love to see, but let me ask you, Mickey, is this gameplay going to be consistent for these defenders to try to bring it back? Their economy now shifted over. We're seeing a massive, massive push for Ukers.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. They've kind of just thrown away the script, and they've started to take this a little bit more into their favor. And we're actually seeing a legitimate lead for the first time in this map, and that's huge considering the two teams that we're looking at. And it's just been so solid on or not solid from either team, really. They're both putting up one hell of a fight, but there's been no consistency in terms of a real lead. The most we've seen is TFT with a 3-round lead, and then Ukers essentially took it back almost immediately. So Cairo and company, they've done well, but they still have a lot of work to do.
And I completely agree. Doing well, but that is not what we like to see. If you're going to teleport past something, you're going to want to do it, because now that's just 2 free kills for Cute Fat Boy. And this Cute Fat Boy is hungry, and he wants some more picks. But let's see what's happening right now. We got Demon again, just getting gun in. It's a collateral from Joseph. That's the kind of gameplay you love seeing. Ukers is being relentless right now.
My goodness, the Holy One, Joseph, going phenomenal to close it out. Now a 3-round difference. Ukers again. It was a very solid fight while it lasted for Team Fish Tacos. Obviously, it's not over yet. Still got quite a few rounds for either team to really solidify their hold here, or for Fish Tacos to make their way back. But Ukers, again, has just been so solid tonight. Even disregarding the last couple games, that every time we see them here at IGL, almost every time, they get to at least the semifinal, or at least the winners bracket finals. I feel like whenever they show up, they really show up every time. Ukers is just one of those teams that's just determined to really put their name out there, and they've been doing phenomenal tonight, and that will continue to happen as long as they do what they're currently doing, and that's just plain perfection.
And I agree, plain perfection, but Q Fat Boy taking out Zeke, a very vital pick. And here we go. Rest is going to have to rest assured that his team can clutch up, with 66J immediately getting Cairo afterwards, and the ultimate now coming down. But with all of these utils getting thrown their way, we're seeing Siev going in for some picks. And here we go. It's going to be the counter ultimate, scaring everybody off the site. But Seth, he can't see anything, but Joseph's there with him. And now it's just one remaining. It's Karma. And is Karma going to be able to bite them in the butt, or is he going now to Zambi? Now, double digits, 1 away from match point advantage. We're seeing Ukers absolutely bring their A game. My question for you, my man Mickey, is do we think that we're really about to win this game? Is Ukers going to take it, or can we see a potential comeback with this timeout?
And I really, it's looking like Ukers is just on a roll. It really is. I mean, if you look at Team Fish Tacos, they're buying to save next, or they're buying to buy next round. They're saving this round, and they're just going sheriffs at the most. I mean, Karma's got a stinger, but again, Karma, my man, on the initiator, they've just been so inconsistent tonight. They got a couple 3 pieces here and there on Icebox, but every other map aside from that, the first 3 before that, just almost double negative every time. The consistency's just not there, and as an initiator, especially on a map like Haven, where creating space is the name of the game, you can't afford to be an initiator with an ability like Nightfall or Rolling Thunder, something that just clears sight. You can't afford to not be getting kills. You can't afford to not be completely capitalizing off of creating all that space. But the timeout is going to come out here from 66 and company, hoping that that will slow down the mentality in terms of moment. Or words are hard, but 66 is, you know, they're doing stuff.
Yeah, they are definitely doing things and stuff and things, but are they going to be able to stuff the enemies full of bullets? That's the real question, is now we're moving forward in this game. Of course, we're seeing a big push up from Rest here, but every time Rest has been in this position, he's been dead. Every time.
Very dead. Living up to the
Every
name.
time.
Put to sleep.
Put to sleep, slept away, and here we go. Everything is ready to roll, as now we're seeing a big push-up coming in from Zeke to Ease, but can he get 2 kills today, as now everything is ready to roll, and these gamers are trying their best to move in with these pushes. Of course, Cute Fat Boy, we know what this man is up about, and he's joined by Cairo, and Cairo is gonna say, oh no, bro, I'm dead. Cute Fat Boy is gonna say, it's all right, I will help with the trade. But Joseph taking out Demon yet again. I wish Demon could actually live up to his name and be a speed demon, getting some sick kills, but that man is not, and Cute Fat Boy is getting another one, and that is attackers winning yet another one. I mean, match point advantage. How are we seeing it, Mickey?
I mean, I don't really think it's about how I'm seeing it, because what I'm seeing is a 12-7, and it's match point. Ukers is definitely. I mean, this is, you could be blind to see this happening right now. This is not looking good for Team Fish Taco, and I gotta say, it's kind of in the no bueno section of Zeke and company just not being able to frag out and help 6-6 in the situation. 6-6J is currently 21-15, and the next below him is Zeke at 12-15. This is not good on a fragging standard for Team Fish Taco, but Cairo is gonna go ahead and rip the brains off of Rest here, the showstopper. Not gonna find anyone just yet. It could potentially find Zeke. It does, just barely shoots him right in the booty, and that's gonna create enough space for Cairo and company to get that bomb down on C site. And Edu, I think this is going to be all she wrote. The end of the book. The chapter is closing on TFT as Joseph takes out 6-6 and Demon is left to his own devices.
Well, listen up, you better call Sam Winchester because you need to exercise Demon in the last round of the game. What a play coming out. I mean, honestly, you guys tried your best. You put in the effort. You really did a great job, but that was only game 1. And of course, we're going to be on another map here. We're going to be on Ascent. And obviously, Ascent is a map where both teams are pretty even on. But if you would recall, the last time Ukers faced off against TFT on Ascent, it went 13-4. But is that going to happen again, Mickey? That's my question to you.
I certainly hope not. I mean, at this point, Team Fish Taco has just put up one hell of a fight. I mean, they took down Nyx on Icebox, and then they did better on this map. It was still a single-digit loss, but it was almost exactly the same amount of points they've got against Ukers the other 2 maps tonight. So they've gone too far. They've come too far. They've put up too much of a fight to just flop into a 2-0. And I really hope that ends up being true. I hope we get to see a map 3 genuinely just because of the fight that these guys have put up.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I want to preface incredibly, these both are insanely solid teams. We've seen Rest, for example, over on the side of the team at TFT. He's been popping off a lot of different games, just not this one, but you gotta hand it to 66J. The fact that they went only 7 rounds won. This man has 21 kills. That is amazing. He got match MVP, highest average combat score, a significantly better just showing than he has for the entirety of the game. And I really have to, I think, chop that up to the fact that we are seeing him now on a duelist and not on a sentinel. I think if he were to just stick to duelist, and if Demon sticks to sentinel, just switch their roles, you're going to see a better game consistently. But we're going to be moving into that next game on the map of Ascent once these players are ready. And of course, we might see in a minute, maybe a minute or 2, but let's find out right here, right now. How are we going to be doing? And if you guys, this is the biggest grand finals of the weekend event for IGL Weekend Warriors number 4. And if you guys want to join number 5, check out the Discord, head on over to igleague.com, or make sure to just say hi in chat and tell us, who do you guys think is going to win? We'll see you in about 5 minutes at Agent Select in the map of Ascent here.
You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't come in, couldn't saw me rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like it's stolen. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa. Yeah, whoa. can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my you are my you are my
And welcome back, everyone, to the greatest gaming series in Twitch history, IG League Weekend Warriors number 4. But I am EduCast, joined by the awesome Sir Mickey, I think, on that side of me. But Sir Mickey is a great caster, and we are going to be telling you a story today about how Ukers versus this team, TFT, the Team Fish Tacos, is going to go down. Is it going to get to game 3? We're on Ascent right here, right now. Are we taking it to Breeze? Let's find out. Mickey, tell me what you've been thinking, how you've been thinking, what do we need to see differently?
I said it beforehand, but I'm gonna reiterate. Team Fish Taco they fought too hard to just let this flop into a 2-0. They have to just every string that they've ever been able to pull, they got to yank on them right now and just make a big ball of yarn and then throw it at Ukers just to slow them down enough for them to take the lead in this next map. I mean, they've just fought so hard. It would just be so heartbreaking for them to go all the way from winners finals down to the lower bracket, all the way fighting their way and themselves back up to the grand finals just to get put down again. But on the other hand, Ukers has just been so phenomenal. It would be heartbreaking to as well just to see them also get just be so consistent and phenomenal all night to just get slapped, and then it would just be unfortunate on both ends. But at the moment, it's looking either 50-50, to be 100% honest with you, from my point of view.
Yeah, it definitely has been seeming 50-50 with the comeback that we've seen from Team Fish Tacos. If you were to ask me 3 hours ago, who do I think is taking it? I'd say Ukers. Right now, I'd say maybe 60-40. Ukers, near the end of that game, got their mojo back. They absolutely brought it hard. And when you bring it that just dominatingly, it's terrifying. And what I need to see, okay, if you are on TFT, you have to ask yourself what is not working towards the end there. And I would say, as I think many people would agree with me, it's that the roles have just not been filled properly. I think Demon playing Duelist had not worked for him the first time. I need to see him on less Duelist. I need to see him on more Sentinel, maybe a Chamber, maybe something like that. And also Karma, as we see right now, is locking in Fade again. He's been Fade every single map, and his delivery has not been doing too well. And I know, Mickey, how do you feel about Karma on Fade?
I mean, all in all, obviously, Karma's a good player. I don't want to take anything away from you, but if it gets to map number 5 of the night and you haven't done your job as an initiator, I mean, no offense when I say this, it's time to switch roles. At the very least, experiment with Breach or another initiator, or maybe even try to pull out Neon. Neon's great at clearing space, as is Reyna. Pop a Duelist on the bracket or something. Because Karma, at the moment, you're just not cutting it as this Fade, and we need to see you creating space. We need to see you initiating and helping out your team, and help at least carry them onto site. But nonetheless, Edu, we are going to be here on Ascent. Defending once more is going to be Team Fish Tacos. Attacking is Ukers, and we are far from a mirror composition.
Yeah, far from a mirror composition. We only have 3 things being the same, and that's the Fade, that's the KO, and that's the Jet. But, you know, Astra on Ascent, we saw it before. It did not work too well for the previous time, but now Cute Fat Boy back again on it. Obviously, Astra, great unit. This is the map where they went 13-4, so
Yeah.
if they're going to be bringing that again, I'm hoping to see what is really going to happen here. Obviously, we got Sev, we got Joseph, we got Zambi, we got Cairo. Everyone here locking in the exact same team composition that we actually saw in that game 1 of the finals here. So, of the upper bracket finals. But upper bracket finals has been over. Right now, I also want to point out we're seeing 66J, a guy who just dominated on Duelist, locking in Killjoy. And that's a big question mark at the end of that statement.
Yeah, 66 been pretty solid. I believe he was on Chamber earlier as well. So switching back from Chamber to Raze, and those have just been the only 2 you played all night. To Demon just saved Zeke's life. That was incredible timing.
That definitely was a very, very good timing to have, but that's why we need to have Demon here absolutely pop off, and let's see what can happen now that we're going in. Cairo's gonna get Karma, but only 14 HP remaining. It's gonna be 66J. We know that he is a fragger.
Nope. Nope.
What? Did we just see bunny hopping Sova 90-degree twist himself to 1 tap with the right click? Okay.
I don't know what is going on right now.
I think we just saw a difference in not only skill, confidence, the amount of girls they get, and the amount of grass they touch. That was such a difference
It's like
in everything.
It's like a Black Ops 2 trick-shotting lobby. I don't know what's happening right now. I'm pretty sure we just saw multiple 360 kills. But, again, I blinked, so I'm not really sure what I saw. But, I gotta say, real quick, I think this is hilarious. All night, Zeke and Zambi, both Initiator mains, they've just matched up all night. They both went KO, then they both went Breach, then they both went KO, then they both went Breach. It's just hilarious. I love it. They're just like accidentally brothers in arms. But nonetheless, first point on the board for Cairo and his buddies here. And Uger's looking pretty okay out of the gate. But again, we're still very early on in the game, so there's plenty of room for either of these teams to either fail or succeed in these coming rounds. But one thing is for sure, both these teams have 110% given all of their effort tonight to getting right here, right on the cusp of a potential Ukers 2-0, or maybe a reverse sweep in the favor of TFT. You never know.
You never know what's going to happen here. Cairo dashing in, closing the door, and not spawning anything quite yet. But with this team now on the site, they don't got the spike though. It looks like the Astra actually might get caught off here with the spike all the way in mid, but he's just gonna be able to walk in. You gotta go, but that's the spike down. This is an awful position to be in if you were this attacking side, but luckily Zambi is able to grab that bomb and start running it. But there it is. They're guarding the Bulldog with their lives. They know that the enemy team wants it, but that's Demon. Oh, what a shot. Finally, he's popping off. I'm glad to say that he might earn the title of Duelist if he can continue to do it, but Zeke is ready to go, ready to make some noise. He is going to spot Cairo, but Joseph took out Karma yet again. The Fade just not delivering, and here's Cairo dashing in and getting gunned down by Demon. This is a winnable round, but Zambi is not done quite yet, but Bulldog versus Spectre. Anything can happen. Full HP versus not, and that is it. Oh, such a close round. They put so many eggs in that basket, and they all just got shattered.
Man, that Bulldog has just been passed around, and it's just been, I'm pretty sure it went across, it killed about 4 people across the hands of maybe 6. I mean, that was absolutely wild. That Bulldog is definitely on an adventure it's going to tell its grandkids about, but nonetheless, 2 in a row here for Ukers, definitely showing up once again and starting to show out, just show off just a little bit here, but we are going to see a full, it's going to be buy round for TFC. Finally, Demon and Rest and 6-6 they're ready to put some rifles on the board, ready for their economy to be significantly better than it currently is by taking this round, but 66J already has the turret up, is ready and waiting. The Prowler comes through, the turret doesn't work, then it gets taken out. The information has to come in from Joseph, not quite yet. This is worrisome for both teams.
This is definitely worrisome for the team. One thing I will say, because Joseph does have a rifle joined by Sev, they are able to really compete against it. The Bulldog that you were referring to a while ago is now in the hands of Cute Fat Boy, so his economy is looking real nice. No matter what's going to happen here, this is a rich team on attack, and I think that Ukers is very happy about that. But they last went 13-4. They're already on that way up. But can they actually battle it out against full armor rifles over on that A site? Of course, we do have Demon. Demon was popping off here recently, but let's see right now. That's one.
Demon,
That's
there we
two.
go.
Damon's got it. Here we go. Almost gets another one, but he's blind. He's got to back it up. He's joined by the Omen, and he already has his knives out, the Blade Storm, but it is a 3 against all, and Demon's gonna get 3 for himself. And now it's just up to you, Sev, to really keep them in here, really get ready to win it. But is that actually going to happen with only 15 seconds? I think not, and that is the end of the bonus round. Luckily, though,
left.
Sev, he bought full armor, didn't take a lick of damage, so he's completely okay with saving here.
I mean, Edu, I'm just, not that it's, you know, your fault that Ukers lost that round, but you did ask Demon to live up to his name, and he definitely just did that. 7-2 now.
Yeah.
I mean, that was.
I'm glad that he's
nuts.
finally doing it, though. I asked him 4 games ago, I asked him to do it, so I'm happy that he finally got to him, okay? But honestly, Demon, congratulations. You're finally on the scoreboard at the top, 7-2, the first place you've been there, and I want to see more, obviously. My question is, why have Jay buy his Spectre instead of just dropping him the Vandal and popping Blade Storm? That's questionable, but that is a big ask. Is it going to actually really impact this game here? Obviously, we're seeing Ukers now on that full buy. We do have Joseph, though, kind of poor, rocking a stinger.
Yeah, you have to remember, players, or agents like Chamber and Jet. Obviously, we don't have a Chamber in this game, but we do have 2 Jets. And Jet can be so instrumental, especially on those save rounds when you can't quite buy a rifle. Just go ahead and whip out the Blade Storm, and that's basically a gun in of itself. And then if you do end up capitalizing with a kill on that, you can pick up a free gun. So it's definitely a help economically, but Cairo gonna have to wait just a little bit longer for those Blade Storms, as his counterpart, Demon, has them in the back pocket, ready and waiting. Not gonna use them quite yet, but Cairo is currently on site. He's got like a sliver of health, and he's not going to get taken out by 6-6. Somehow Rest going to go to get in there as well. Demon takes out Cairo. 4 versus 3 now. Zambi takes down Demon. It's nothing but blue flooding on the site. Oh my goodness.
That's a lot of damage, though, and everybody's ready to roll. Here we go. A little bit of a push, and that is a team ace for this attacking side. Yet again, Demon, unfortunately, was going to get shut down, and that is a decent amount of attempt here for these gamers. But one thing I will be mentioning, I really like how we are seeing Demon kind of step up to the plate there. Obviously, I think they should have won that round. I think that TFT, they are doing a little bit of a great job keeping themselves up, but they've only won 1 round. My question for you, Mickey, what do you think they're really lacking here to keep the rounds won?
I mean, at the moment, they're on defense, and at the moment, Demon is the only one with a good amount of kills. He's 8-3. I mean, the next up is Rest at 2-3, and maybe Rest is really living up to that name and just taking a nap right now, because at the moment, TFT has just not been very solid on this defense. They have 1 round so far. Obviously, again, it's still very early in the game, but you do have to remember that they're on defense, and you cannot afford to just leave gaps like this. I mean, there's hardly at one given moment, there's a huge gap either mid or on Cat or on B site, and at the moment they are very stretched out very evenly, and they're doing okay, and they are going to be able to close that door to solidify just the garage push here. But now Joseph and company going to start with the information.
Yeah, and that info definitely going to be there. Demon has already used 3 of his knives in the Blade Storm. 2 remaining. He's going to come down to the wire. He's waiting for the Silva to get some info, but Is the Sova actually going to hit that? Arrow looks like it's just going to be a big push up here, and this
30
is a
seconds
great
left.
position to be in, honestly, because they're not making a lot of noise, but that is the bot that is going to spot him. Honestly, I hate that bot position as an attacker. It's such a nuisance of a utility, but doesn't matter anymore. The Killjoy, who's this attached to, is dead. Demon is able to get one, but 12 seconds remaining. The bomb has to get planted right here, right now, and Rest knows he's got to stop that thing. But there it is. That's going to be Karma finally picking up one and
There we
two.
go.
There he is. Now he's just got to stick it. He knows that there is an Astra rushing him, and that Astra is incredibly low. He's now going to have to swing out, and Karma finally gets it.
It's about
Honestly.
time.
About time, Karma. You have now shown up on the scoreboard, went from 0 kills to 3, and that is what we need to see. But in round 6, who's going to get the next few picks?
Ooh, that was a nice little rap god moment. But Karma, we're not hating on you, man. We're just rooting for you. We're so excited. I mean, you got to keep this going, though. You have to keep that energy going, especially as an initiator. Pick up that role, help your team, man. Keep it going, Karma. But again, it is currently in Uker's map 3-2, just a 1-round deficit for TFT. This is more than doable, at least to tie it up. I mean, Demon is definitely creating space. Look at how aggressive he's getting all the way in Garage as a duelist on defense. He knows that there's enemies around him, but he doesn't want to push too deep just in case they are ready and waiting. And let's face it, Ukers is usually ready and waiting.
Yeah, honestly, Ukers is always available for the re-hit here. No matter what's going to happen, in Pizza is where we're seeing most of the action, though. We're seeing Jet and Zambi already pushed all the way up right here. And, of course, this is a very slow start of the game. And now, Zeke, does he have any idea that there are people in his spawn? Because if he's going to be here, he is going to get gunned down. But make sure to have a weapon up. You don't know where Cairo is. And there it is. I do think that he got a little bit of info, but he's looking to see if anybody is going to try to peek it. Of course, Cairo ready to finally make first contact of the round with only 40 seconds remaining. Oh, but that's going to hit for 50. Now we're seeing Sam popping his ultimate, and that's going to try to hit something, but let's see it. The Nightmare is going to connect, but it only stops you from being able to hear, but not see Demon able to get gunned down. And that is, of course, Karma trying to anchor it. Karma! That's it! Let's see it. Last man standing. It's going to be the Astra. You're looking for it, Karma. And Karma is going to bite back. That is it. Defenders, they're bringing this back.
What goes around comes around, and this man is going off. Finally putting himself on the board, 6-3. He's gotten 6 kills within the last 2 rounds. He had to have heard us, right? He heard us telling him that we love him and we need him to show up and show off. And it's exactly what he's doing. He picked it up, turned his monitor on, and now here we are. And it's looking like a tie game it is a tie game at the moment. But again, there's still plenty of room for either of these teams to continue to succeed and pick up round after round. And there's also time for one of these guys to maybe trip over their shoelace and just bust their face on the curb. Because, I mean, what we've seen tonight, one of these teams is probably going to end up not having a very consistent game at the moment. But, again, still plenty of game to see.
Yeah, there's a lot of gameplay to see here with Rest inside of Wine, but is he going to be able to juice out these enemies here, or is he going to go sour? Let's see it with a blind coming out in a swing. That's 1, that's 2, and is he going to get 3?
No.
The answer is no from Cute Fat Boy. Now, we got Cairo ready to go, ready to look for some more damage, but obviously Cairo, he's ready to try to get them back up.
You want to fight it?
But look at that, the divide,
the
the
Astral
Astral
Divide.
Split. This is it, though. Zeke, he's going to flash out, but if you're not pushing with the flashbang, you're not going to have a good time. But that util, that's perfect to do some damage. Flashbanging out, but honestly, it's so hard to push in here. With all the defense, though, they know they have to be anchored back. The shock dart's coming through. And there it
This is
is, lots of
insane.
damage. Oh, but Cute Fat Boy from the flank is able to get 1, but the wall is now down, and everyone joins it. What a play. And now we're seeing for the first time a big win for these players right here, right now. We're seeing a completely different TFT on Ascent, and I'm hoping that they continue to do this. We were talking about how Demon was kind of solo carrying with 8 kills. He's only gotten 2 more in the time his team has gotten 10. That is what you need to see. Teamwork. You can't just have one person carry you.
I'm kind of befuddled on that play. Cute Fat Boy puts up the Cosmic Divide, or the Astral Divide, right? But why there? You can't hear the defuse through the wall, right? Or am I wrong? Can you hear the defuse through the wall?
You can just quite barely hear it because it's up against the wall. But the
Okay.
problem that you're having is that
There's
you're
no
not
angle.
playing around your team. You're not playing around your team. Cute Fat Boy is kind of baiting two of his players, and when you bait two of your players, it's just gonna get mowed down by 66J, and that's what happened. You know, in an analytical perspective, it's a play that's trying to go for post plant, but unfortunately, the only thing getting planted is you, a face plant. Now, let's see what's gonna happen in the next round here as everybody's ready to go. Cairo gets Zeke, and now it's a big push up. We got Karma knowing that mid is open, but Demon immediately taking out Sev over in outside of B. Let's find out what can happen right here with A side now open, and Cairo making some more space, spots the head of the ponytail of the Jet, and now a rotate towards A has developed.
Yeah, this is a scary position for Fish Taco to be in, as Zambi is gonna unload on that null command, just barely not spotting 6-6, and it completely throws the round possibly. Cairo goes down, as does Zambi. That was a mess. Zambi didn't check that corner, and that Killjoy was just doing Killjoy things, sitting in a corner, ready and waiting, and that corner didn't get checked, and it meant everything. 66J able to capitalize off of that mistake, and gonna go ahead and put TFT even further in the lead in this right here. Edu, I believe this is the furthest lead that Fish Taco has had all night on Ukers, and that is nothing to shy at.
Yeah, nothing to shy at, but 4 wins in a row on the rounds. That's what you need to see here from this team if you really want them to pop off. But Demon absolutely going Demon mode. Can he do it again? But Cairo is going to get gunned down by Karma. I mean, Demon and Karma have been kind of lacking, and they're picking the pace up. But unfortunately, it looks like Demon is going to get gunned down here. Now we have Karma ready to rock, ready to roll. A little bit of a push coming in, and they're facing off against this team. Obviously, we're seeing 66J take out Sev, making this a 3 against 4. Still a very winnable round for the attackers, but with the economy that they don't really have a lot of weapons to use here. Obviously, only 1 Vandal remaining, and Karma's ready for it. He's swinging out, but not ready for Zambi. Able to swing with the Guardian. 1 tap down, and now a 3 against 3, but an incredibly low KO who just got gunned down by Rest, and this is a scary position. Jay popping the ultimate. That's a lockdown. And is he going to be able to shut down the push down onto this site in Boathouse with everybody ready to rock, ready to roll? Jay gets one, but Fat Boy gets the other. Now, it's up to Cute Fat Boy. He's got his Vandal. He's got what he needs. But does he actually have the bomb available to get planted? I mean, with how many people are up against him, he's just got to play it slow, play it safe. Spots one, but gives away his position with the shot. He has no idea that the Omen is in lane, but now he gets it. But blinded, sitting behind the box, waiting.
Oh, no.
Here's one, spots it, but that's the end. Oh, so many things happened back to back, but that was a lot of ultimate for the defense. We're seeing Jay pop his, and now we have Demon ready to use his Zeke as well. This is a stressful game so far if you're Ukers. You've never been this far back.
Yeah, going up against a team that you 2-0'd in one series earlier, and now it's just a complete coin flip. This is entirely different from what we saw earlier. And I'm just gonna say it. It's entirely because of Demon. He's 13-6. Obviously, Karma definitely showing up this game. About time. 7-5, right under him. But Demon is definitely showing up. Demon is showing off. Demon is flexing every muscle he has in the mirror and just constructing that Tinder profile so well right now. Just low-key almost carrying the team. He's doing phenomenal work here, but nonetheless, Ukers has definitely, we've seen them, you know, we've cast Ukers too many times. We've seen them come back from worse than a 3-6, right? This is entirely doable for either team to either capture or fail here, so let's wait and see. But 66 does clear the corner, but Cairo was just waiting.
Yeah, and honestly, that is what we kind of need to see here. The ultimate now coming out, and that is what we love. Karma, he's been able to anchor B quite well, but when he gets spotted by this, that's going to be an anti-push with the last man standing being himself. But unfortunately, it's not going to follow the trail. He's just going to have to follow the footsteps, follow the nose, and let's see. Unfortunately, he is going to get shot, gunned down, and nothing left to show for it.
Yeah, Karma, just for a second, kind of went back to his roots of earlier tonight. But it's okay. Karma, 8-6 right now. I mean, at the end of the day, both of these teams, I will say this. No matter who wins this map, who wins the series, both of these teams have shown that they deserve to be here. They've put up one hell of a fight all night across all now 5 games that we've seen between Ugers and Fish Tacos, Knicks included. Both these teams deserve to be here, and both these teams have done a phenomenal job tonight.
Yeah, honestly, it's what matters most for these gamers, but what? Seaman! Oh my god, get some holy water, call a priest, because this man is a beast. Now, let's see what's gonna happen now with them moving forward in this game. We got Cairo with the Blade Storm ready to rock, ready to roll. Let's find it. If he's ready to shut down the demon, could he be the man with the white collar, or he's ready to go, but oh, 6-6-J! Honestly, replace the J in your name to 6, and that's going to be 6-6 kicks, the mark of the beast in it. Now, let's see what can happen with them pushing forward for this. We got Zambi rising from the grave after last round, ready to try to do his best here.
2 versus 5 scenario here. This is not the situation you want to be in. If you're Ukers, you've been so phenomenal all night, and now you're at this much of a disadvantage. 40 seconds on the clock. Fat Boy has got an okay angle to at least get some information from, but I think they have to be aware at this point that basically all 5 members of Fish Taco are ready and waiting. 6-6 is ready and waiting, but Fat Boy has a beautiful angle on him, as does Zeke with the trade. Zambi gets taken out through the smoke, and that is all she wrote. And I think at this point, the pen is broken for Ukers. They just cannot capitalize on what they've been able to do in the past.
Yeah, honestly, I think that it's about how you can actually gain what you have. And Ukers, they were able to get the last round, and I think they might want to, or no, they were able to get 2 rounds ago, but they can't replicate that magic. And you gotta hand it to Demon, 14-7, pulling out that op. But the question is, he's on defense with an op. Once you switch to attack, you're not going to be able to use that op on Ascent. It's not going to be an option. So let's see what can happen with these guys now that the last round is here. If they lose this last round and the game goes to 7-5, I think that Ukers will take this back. That's my prediction. Writing in the sand, make me get the payout after the gamble, because that's Cairo getting karma.
Cairo says we need to take this game back. He picks up Zeke, but immediately gets traded out. And the Hunter's Fury comes out as well. Sebi's got 1 bolt left. Unfortunately, we haven't seen very many Hunter's Fury successful tonight. We've seen 1 pick up 2 kills, and that was earlier on this same map, but we haven't seen anything since then. Demon, once again, Holy Water is just not found anywhere. And he's just going off. He's just absolutely going off. And now it comes down to the 3 versus 3. Zev playing super aggressive here, but 6-6 is ready to back up his buddy, and that's exactly what happens. 3 versus 2 now. It's a man advantage while on the retake. The Killjoy ult comes out as well. The lockdown is definitely going to help this situation. But Zambi takes out Rest. 1 versus 2. Man versus Beast. 6-6. And Demon, the team from hell, the boys, able to take it back 8-4. Demon and company absolutely showing up.
Yeah, showing up, showing down, just linking everything that they need here for these gamers. Of course, we are going to see a little bit of a tech pause, though, as we watch for Zeke to reconnect, but looks like we're going to see when these guys are going to be able to get connected here. I'm going to ask them real quick, but my question for you as I do that, Mickey, is what do you think that these players need on the side of Ukers to really take it back? I kind of hit on it a little bit with the Jet getting switched.
I mean, yeah, I mean, short of a role reversal here, or at least some kind of swap between, I mean, I don't know, at this point, Ukers has just been so solid tonight, you gotta wonder if it's kind of mentally taxing now that they're back on Ascent, and they've just been put through hell. Both teams have been put through hell tonight, and it's definitely started to say something, but I believe the boys are ready. I believe both teams are now ready to rock and roll here, so we're hopping back into it, but, you know, not that we ever left, but it's just been nothing but chaos and action and just overall amazement here all throughout tonight. From start to finish, including Storin and Papaya's games earlier, it was, I mean, Ukers has just been phenomenal from point A to point B, and we're approaching point C, the finish line, and again, both these teams have just been phenomenal.
And I completely agree. It's how are they going to really move forward here for these gamers? And obviously we're seeing just insanity coming out from Demon and Karma. They're bringing their A game. They're just shutting down these gamers consistently. And when you shut them down with that kind of consistency, you're not going to have to worry about a lot. But that's Sammy getting 1 and 2. That makes it worth it. You've now opened the door for your team to take an easy game. But Cute Fat Boy with the classic. He's trying to get his shots, but he misses all of them. And now it's just you, Cairo, in heaven, looking around. Ukers needs this round. Rest is going to be buying some time for the plant and take a little bit of damage though, but he's so low, and there is going to be a fade directly underneath, and I think they did spot her, but that's going to be the headshot down. Rest now going away, and there it is. Zeke gets another one, but Zeke's 1 away from an ace, and he might just take it if he can find this fade. And he gets it! Zeke acing it every single game. That's what we love to see. 2 E's, and it's happy days for him.
Zeke again. I believe that's the second or third clutch play that he's had tonight. Just phenomenal gameplay here from Team Fish Tacos. Again, I can't get over the fact that this is the same team that we saw earlier. It was a very quick 2-0 series. That's 2 13-4s in a row. And now here we are, and it's like they had a roster swap or something. I don't know. Something happened. Karma turned his monitor on, and now we've just been soaring ever since. We've been smooth sailing from here on out, but Joseph getting a little aggressive here. Is it going to be able to spell a victory for Ukers as Demon and company approaching side here? Looking to create some space to get themselves on.
Yeah, honestly, what we're seeing right now is everybody going for it, and that's Cairo getting Demon down, but on the reload, that's the problem of the Stinger. It's just, it just can't keep up enough. Zambi, however, does take out Rest, and there he goes, finally taken down, but now a 2 versus 2, too low, 1 with HP. Let's see it right here, right now. Only 7 bullets remaining for this Silva. He's gonna have to get a different gun, but Cute Fat Boy, he's gotta back him up. He spots 1, goes through the running gun, and oh! The pop and swing popping off. Cute Fat Boy gets himself 2, and they are still in this game, finally stopping the momentum right at the source.
And the Nova Pulse there from Cute Fat Boy, the Astra utilization, that is what we have been missing. That is exactly what Ukers has been missing, the utilization of their utility. It's been phenomenal. Fat Boy played that so incredibly perfectly. He concussed it, then he swung it, his teammate went down, and he got the trade. And that's exactly how Ukers needs to continue to play this game.
I 100% agree with you. I mean, we need Ukers to continue to do exactly that. They need to be either consistent in their sprays or they have to be consistent in their plays. And if they're not going to do that, they're going to get shut down every single time. But right here, right now, we got Cairo ready to anchor, ready to spot anybody here for that pick. But Cairo, he's not able to do a lot of damage, and Zeke is unfortunately going to get gunned down. Demon going demon mode, speeding it down, getting those picks, and now it's ready to go. He's gonna get another pick onto 1 more, and there's already 3 deaths for the side of Uker, and this is looking like it's gonna be a game 3, best of 3. Right now, Sev, though, ready to go. Joseph gets 2, but they're all here, and this is what we like to see. Sev, he's just going for it. 3 bullets remaining, has to go around on a site, but it's planted for not them. He might be able to clutch this up. That's 1. No, so close, but Rest is gonna be resting his team assured as now they secure double digits.
Not able to capture the second is Sev. And man, this is, I think, yeah, this is definitely the first time that we've seen. Man, that, okay, sorry, I got distracted by Cute Fat Boy skins right now. Look at these skins equals wins, obviously. So like, these are crazy. These skins are so cool. I don't know what this set is called, but I definitely want them. But nonetheless,
It's the newest one.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called though.
Oh,
it's just called the newest one. Like
it's called Too Much Money for Me.
Yep. Yep, it's called Go Touch Some Grass. But Ukers, excuse me, Team Fish Taco getting a little more aggressive than usual. Demon heading up the spear, entering sight, looking to penetrate the rib cage, and that's not gonna happen. Sev picks up 2, 8, a third as Fat Boy finishes off Rest. And just like that, Ukers begins to get a grip back on this map.
Yeah, honestly, that's kind of what they needed. One thing I will say is every time Sev gets picks, it's always in groups of 3. Have you noticed that? It's just like he sprays and then gets 3 every time. If he doesn't get a kill, it's 0 or 3. There's no other option. I don't know how that adds up to 11. I think he'll figure it out. But let's see what can happen now that they are moving forward with a better economy versus this team on no money. Of course, TFT, they need to win this if they want to bring this game towards their side.
That's a lot of information Zambi just collected. That's 4 people stacked down a long, now suppressed, just for a moment or two. Zambi ready and waiting with that fragment. And the question is, is Uger's gonna play aggressive enough for Zambi to actually make that work? The recon comes in, but it's a little too early as the rotate I don't know, man. They're playing this rotate so weird. Uger's is just so unpredictable on the offensive. And once again, Sev not going to find any information off of the Hunter's Fury. We've just seen a lot of those come out tonight, and not very many of them had a huge impact on the round. But now Demon approaching Tree Room ready and waiting is Cute Fat Boy. But Demon and company ready as well. This is going to be an interesting one.
And there we go, Flashbang coming out and forcing Cairo to back it up, but that's gonna be a beautiful use of tracking, and that's why Aim Labs is awesome. But there we go, Rest is going to get one. Last man standing now, 66J, but 66J ain't doing it today, getting picked down in a team ace for Joseph and his friends. But honestly, Ukers is having a great time today. I gotta ask you, Mickey, one thing about these players is now that we are seeing both ultimates, which team do you think is going to come out on top now that we're about to see the battle of the ultis?
I mean, this is looking for the first time tonight going up against Uker. This is looking like a Team Fish Taco map. There are only two rounds, two rounds off of match point. This is doable, but it's also doable for Ukers because we know how tough they've fought. We know how tough they are as a team, how great they are as a team. So it's entirely possible for Ukers to just capture these next 3 and then continue on that momentum and just win the round. So either of these teams has a potential, but as far as hopes and dreams, I'm hoping to see Breeze.
And I also am hoping to see Breeze here as well. It's definitely a location where you're going to be seeing these jets pop off even harder. I mean, it's the best jet map there is right now. I'm expecting some amazing gameplay coming in from these players. Obviously, we do have Zambi here ready to rock, ready to roll. And let's see it right now.
You should run.
Ooh, the lockdown.
I mean, that is an obscure lockdown because it locks out middle, but
I guess it makes for a mid-take, and then you smoke off the defender spawn, and then you nightfall everywhere else, and suddenly you have control of B site.
Spike down.
All right,
Okay.
they clearly see something we don't.
I mean, they're playing chess, we're playing checkers here. They were seeing 4 moves ahead, and we don't even know what a knight does. But let's see what can happen right here, right now, as Zambi holding that W key down, trying to get himself one. But that is the ultimate coming out from the enemy. KO trying to stall for time, make sure that they can't get the retake with the defensive KO, the null command. But that's going to be 1 over in lane. Demon getting 2, making it 3, and now he wants to make it 4, and that is going to be Zeke getting the final shot. And honestly, I think we might go into game 3 here, which Breeze is a map that most people would consider to be bottom of the barrel. But when you're a fish taco, you're going to have to be shooting fish in a barrel to try to clutch this up.
I mean, if you're eating a fish taco out of a barrel, you should probably just ask for food from somewhere, because I'm sure someone, a decent human being, would be offering
you
food
trying to,
not
like,
from bottom of a barrel. I mean,
wow.
Look,
Hey,
if I see
barrel
someone digging
food's
in a
pretty
barrel
good.
for food, I'm gonna offer you, maybe not a taco, but you know, some kind of like goldfish or something. But I
So
don't
now
know.
it's a goldfish taco.
Yeah, a goldfish taco. There you go. Crush up the goldfish, you sprinkle it on there. It gives you some zest, some flavor, especially if you get the I don't know. Don't they have like different flavored goldfish
They
now?
got pretzels, yeah. They got pretzel goldfish.
Ew. It's just...
Oh!
Oh man.
And like goldfish, they're just going to crumble, and no smile is going to smile back at that. Now, let's see what can happen now that they're moving right into this movement. We got A-Site is the object of attraction for these players in the O of A. But right now, right here, we're seeing a big push today. Obviously, cute fat boy, he's there. But what a
Demon.
pixel-perfect headshot on a Zambi. But cute, he is going to get spotted. The dash from Demon, but doesn't matter. This is TFT in an insane kind of game, but Cairo has the op, I believe, and he wants to try to get some shots.
I don't know what kind of pep talk Team Fish Taco experienced in between these games, but this is a night and day difference, and this is exactly what they need here. TFT has just been so beautiful coming in on the attack and on the defense last round, and now, just like that, it's Uker's Joseph. 10 HP in a Dream, 1 versus 2 scenario. Bomb is planted. He's got a Vandal and a Dream, able to take out Zeke, but Rest is going to live up to his name, tuck Joseph in, and ladies and gentlemen, we have reached match point.
Honestly, Rest is making the enemies count some sheep in their head before blowing the heads off. This is what we kind of like to see. We're seeing an amazing kind of gameplay, a difference. And, you know, you said it best. Whatever pep talk they got, I gave it to them. I was trying to tell them, you guys need to get this. Remember, you will try to win it. And they are bringing their A game. Yes, Ukers took game
it's that
1.
Red Bull.
It's that Red Bull. It's the syrupy water. That's all you need in life. But
Oh man, we're
let's
not
see
gonna
what
get
can
partnered
happen.
with Red Bull.
Oh, no. If we want to get partnered with Red Bull, we need to see some more Red Bull clutches. But unfortunately, Joseph last round instead just died. But let's see what can happen now moving forward into this game. We do have Rest on the flank, and that is going to be one. But the nade from
man.
Zeke gets another. This might be the final round for these players. Obviously, I think that Ukers is finally getting dethroned in this bracket. TFT, the redemption arc, and the plant coming out from Zeke. Here we go. So he's got himself an Ares.
I can't fathom what happened. I mean, Ukers absolutely dominated on this same map earlier, 13-4, and now it's almost the opposite. They're doing a little bit better than 4, but it's just they've fallen apart so quickly on a map that they're usually extremely solid on. So TFT now, Cairo is taking out Zeke, officially taking out Zeke after he got no command in here. Cairo getting a little too aggressive, 66. Gonna show him exactly why he shouldn't get aggressive on the defense, and that's going to be famously all she wrote. 13-7 for the first time tonight. Team Fish Taco has beat Uker, and that is actually their second win of the night here in Grand Finals. This is a best of 3. Don't go anywhere because we have more coming up. That's only the second map. We're heading to Breeze next, Edu. We're heading to Breeze. I didn't think it was gonna happen.
I didn't think Breeze was going to happen either, but unfortunately for anybody who hates Breeze, we're going there, the final destination, and we're going to need a boat or a plane because it's on an island, and this next game ain't going to be a breeze. We know that, of course, Ukers and TFT, they have been fighting it out to try to secure this position here, and one thing I will mention is if Demon consistently plays like that, I am hoping that he's going to hit some clips here so we can upload them to a highlight reel, but let's hope that is going to happen moving into the grand finals round 3. Obviously, you guys in chat have been awesome, and if you want to predict right now who's going to break this tie, the 1-1 to make it the 2, then you got to do it right now in chat for me, and we'll see you guys in a little bit as these teams get ready. We might be experiencing a little bit of a break, and we're going to go right into casting desk and then the final game. So see you in a little bit.
You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my You are my You are my Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't call me, could be sorry rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like you stole it. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my You are my You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good to know that I need you around. You are my
Alrighty, everyone, welcome back to IG League TV. I am your host, EduCast, joined by the wonderful Sir Mickey, the Knighted, and we are here again in Game 3 this time on Breeze. Of course, Ukers has been absolutely dominating so far, and we are now seeing a big comeback from the side of Team Fish Tacos. Team Fish Tacos, TFT, absolutely bring their A game here on a map like Breeze. Now, is that kind of momentum going to be staying? That is my question to you, Mickey, as we now move sort of into Agent Select.
I've said it about a dozen times, and I'll say it a dozen more. Don't get me wrong, but both these teams have just put up such a hard, just a well fought fight. I mean, the first two maps went in the way of Ukers. Easily 2-0 series, not easily, but you know it wasn't it wasn't the hardest fought. And then TFT, excuse me, they proved how much they won it, and they fought their way through Icebox, and then they fought their way through Haven once more, 13-7. Wasn't able to cut it, and then we got back to Ascent, and suddenly something changed, and they took absolute control of Ascent, and now here we are, 1-1 in the series. heading into the final map of the night. No matter what, this is it. This is the last chance for both these teams to solidify their names in IGL history. Weekend Warriors number 4. I mean, who got taken? Who do you have taken it, Edu? I want to know.
You know, honestly, TFT, they have really put in the game here. They've beaten the loser finals. They have secured themselves to get into the grand, and they've even beaten Ukers in honestly a dominating fashion near the end of last game. So I think if anybody, it's the momentum in the hands of these players, and if they could keep that up, this will be GG no re. But let's find out if it's actually going to be enough as we now move into Agent Select on Breeze.
Yeah, again, Ukers has just been so strong tonight, but I don't want to sweep this under the rug at all. This is a entirely possible reverse sweep from Team Fish Taco, and it would just be so insane to see that, especially happening on a map like Breeze. And I mean, it's kind of nuts to think about, you know, the story arc here and how it could end. But for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time all night, Karma did not lock in Fade.
Woo! Different. That's my response.
Oh man, but Demon might be taking up the Phantom. Who's Phantom? The gun? No. Omen's a Phantom. I don't know. Demon might be taking up Fade, but it looks like it's a Jet lock-in. And of course, once again, Breeze is one of those maps. Breeze and Haven are very similar in the fact that they both, yes, they do have a lot of area to take over, but they seem to have a lot of mirror compositions. We had one earlier on Haven. That was the first map of the series. Totally mirror composition. Here we are again on Breeze, once again with a mirror composition, Cypher type. And I'm definitely looking to see. Sev has been pretty solid on the recon darts, and I'm looking to see if Karma is going to maybe you know, fight for that Sova trophy. If you catch my drift.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a tough one. How about this? Let's see. Are they gonna beat the record for most amount of kills with one Sova ult? The record for the day is currently a solid 2. So a solid 2 right there, and that is what we need. If we can see maybe 3, then we will be good to go. Obviously, lots of damage, lots of skill coming in for these gamers, but now on a map like Breeze, I honestly think Sova's one of the worst initiators in my opinion. I think I'd rather just have 2 KOs.
2 KOs on the same team, or?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, yeah,
replication, but it's called selective replication. It was in Charles Darwison's book, but let's see what can happen.
Crazy game mode if you had to like only use, like, you have
just
to use
anybody can pick
like,
anything. But how about anybody can pick anything? Cairo picking off 4 people right here, right now. That's gonna be 2, and that is clean. That's what we love to see, and he gets the headshot. But that's why you buy armor. What a round! Sev gets another, but that is a very low attacking side. They've already lost so many people from Cairo, and here comes the flashbang. Here comes the push. Sev ready to hold it. Spots 1 is gonna leg a little bit, but there it is. A lot of damage, and what a shot! That's why we love Sev.
There we go. The Sova showing up, and of course showing out and showing off and showing us look, a little 2-piece again. That's the second time tonight that Sev on Sova has won the first round of the map with a double right click in the middle of a defuse. Not in the middle of a defuse on this one, but you know, on the defensive side. We had it happen on Icebox. NIX to Nick. Sev just did a little tap with the right click, and won the round. He just did it again. So, but nonetheless, again, a map like Breeze, it's very open, very aim dependent. So, for TFT to immediately come out of the gate here, or excuse me, for Ukers to come out of the gate with a round on the board is definitely looking good for them.
Definitely right off the bat, we're seeing such amazing gameplay from players like Sev, but that's Demon going with a force-up Marshall, and a force-up Marshall is definitely a scary weapon to use, but if you dash away from that, you're going to still get spotted by the recon bolt, and now it's going to be a big panic for these attackers. They don't know what direction they're going. Uker's already off to a great start, kind of shuffling around and making sure that these players are scared, but when Rest pulls off shots like that, this round still could go over to these players. And right now, Rest, he's walled it off for his team, but he's got to help out the Sova in middle, or it's not going to go too hot. Right now, we do have Cairo trying to push forward. Zeke is going to get Seb, but it's going to be a bloodbath down in mid. Zambi able to get one, nading off any re-peek. And they know that Karma is behind the wall, but this is a push and a pick from both to go down. And now it's just you, cute fat boy, and that's another pick. Only one on the site, though, and it's the Marshall. Thrifty round one. We're seeing an amazing gameplay coming out from TFT. Team Fish Tacos going to consistently try their best here.
I was gonna say Ukers was doing such a great job of, you know, the veteran team really showing their experience and splitting up TFT, but they just, the way TFT just, they didn't necessarily take site early, but they definitely got on site, put the bomb down, and then just bought themselves enough time for Ukers to kind of just drop like flies and give them the opportunity to get around on the board. And here we are, all tied up on Breeze. 1-1. Again, plenty of map to be played here.
You know, plenty of map to be played. One thing I will mention is this map is one of the maps where it's very fast-paced at the start, then slow, then fast-paced again. It's not like Ascent where it's slow at the start. You have to just get your timing in, get everybody on, and let's see what can happen. Joseph able to get that pick, and now we're seeing Seb ready to go, ready to roll, and that is a lot of damage. And cute fat boy able to get gunned down. Seb able to get Zeke, but right here it's a 3 against 3, and the retake is coming down. Demon with that Vandal, taking out another player, but taking so much damage on his own as well by Cairo. But Cairo, he's the guy who needs to hit those shots. Suppressed, we're seeing Demon go for it, and he gets one, but that is Zambi getting it, and he does not have access to grab that gun. He still has a stinger, but if he reloads it, he's gonna get rushed, so he has to stick to the classic. 0 bullets goes for the reload, and exactly as you say, what a type.
And you're just telling the future tonight, Edge. You guessed the Cairo getting a 4-piece. He got 2 of them, so I guess you're telling half futures. And he did. You're just being a fortune teller right now. But Breeze, again, Breeze is one of those maps that is so aim heavy just strictly because of how spread out all the cover is. There's a good amount of cover, but essentially, if you're not Neon or Jet or Raze or someone that moves ridiculously fast, it's going to be hard for you to continuously peek in and out of said cover, especially when they're so spread out and there's just so much room for both sides to consume and take over. And the fact that TFT is currently putting up the 2 rounds in a row is just impressive.
Yes, very impressive here for, you know, just the fact of the matter that if you try to push in, it is kind of tough to make space. Right now, we're seeing that. It's a big risk for these attackers to make space over in mid because they don't know what kind of angle they can get watched at. Is it going to be top mid? Is it going to be elbow? Or is it going to be nest? Obviously, or even door. I mean, so many different options are available, but the option they are choosing right now is pushing in for that B hit, and hopefully it works out. But that is going to be the null command coming out for the attacking side. We're seeing Team Fight Tacos already get themselves onto the site, and here we go. It's going to be Joseph. He's been a great sentinel so far and an initiator. Can he actually handle his own though? And Demon popping off, absolutely flexing, but can he keep it up? I do like this though.
Cute fat boy on the controller tonight. It's just been relatively consistent, creating space for that team and taking over space, holding space as the controller should. And Zeke and Seb are gonna have a quick gunfight. Cairo gets his head ripped off from distance. It's gonna leave Seb to a 1 versus 3. Demon picks up a 3rd. And that's gonna be it. 3-1 Team Fish Taco. This is, once again, they're showing up. I don't know what happened between those games, between Haven and Ascent, but it was literally the same score, just completely opposite sides, and Team Fish Taco is just flourishing right now.
And I completely agree. They are confident and they are absolutely popping it. Now, can we see what's going to happen now that we're going into that next round? Obviously, we're seeing a lot of damage being dealt by these attackers and a lot of damage not getting put back towards them. Right now, defense, they're kind of just lacking a little bit. And that is 100% due to how they're holding this. We got 2 people currently watching nothing on the rotates. They're just not confident, but Cairo, that's what we need to see. Can he do it again? 1 knife remaining, but Zambi is going to get the shot down onto Demon. This is what we need to see. This eco so far going very well, but with Rest getting that flank, I think this could be bad for them now. Obviously, a little bit of Yuto goes a long way. Lineups. That's what we like to see.
Own cage. In his own Cypher cage. That is just... That's just disrespectful.
Incredibly disrespectful, but might happen again with Rest, however, on the other side. Still 1 knife remaining on Cairo. Is he going to send it where it needs to go with Rest on site? He's telling his teammate, the KO, to rotate here. Are we going to see a 2v4 hold, or is this retake of a 4v2 really going to just push them out of here?
Cairo spots Rest. This is dangerous for both teams here, but significantly more so for Ukers, or excuse me, Team Fish Taco. Rest and his buddy here, Zeke, on site. They have to hold every angle. There's 4 different angles for them to hold, and they have to do it together. But it looks like a swarm of defenders just striking through mid doors. Zeke goes down. Rest picks up 2 and 3, but Fat Boy gonna show that there is in fact a Viper diff. And it's finally going to be Euchre's second point on the board, 3-2, still in favor of Fish Taco.
Yeah, I mean, Fish Taco, they definitely have the economy, and the fact that Sev, Zambi, and Joseph did go down, that was a thrifty round. They have money now. They are very confident here, and with the buys coming out from Demon, Karma, and all of the others, they are still okay on Econ. Even if they lose this, Demon can buy 2, pop his knives. That is why Jet is so powerful here. No matter what happens, she always has an option to build up economy, and that's kind of how Chamber used to be, but now his Q is just a little bit too expensive to be playing for economy. Still very powerful, but not as efficient. However, now it's going to be round 6 here. Are we going to get this tied up, or are we going to see another big difference here with everybody leaning towards that B side push? We're seeing with the off from Cairo, but he's got his buddy Zambi with him to guard his back, and Zambi backing him up yet again. He is on that 3K. He wants to get a 4th, but it's just Karma here, and Karma is getting gunned down almost every single time. Hopefully it does enough, and right now, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. With Zambi spotting out 1, and there's the headshot, the Phantom, long distance, able to get it because Zambi was slightly lit, but the other ones that he's finding aren't, so he's going to just get gunned down by Joseph.
Yeah, that shock dart almost had him. I think if Joseph missed that shot, I don't think the shock dart would have capped him from about 3 miles away. But nonetheless, here on Breeze, we are going to have ourselves yet another tied game. 3-3 is both TFT and Ukers. Again, they've just been putting up a phenomenal fight, both of them, all night. We have just seen them tooth and nail claw their way back from tie after tie to deficit after deficit to advantage after advantage. And you got to wonder, at some point, one of these teams has to start really dominating the game here.
Yeah, and I think Ukers kind of wants to fit that spot. Right now, we're seeing a huge push, but Demon, that is why we like to see the kunais. But let's see if the kunai can hit 2 eyes right between them. Let's find out right here as he's pushing in, trying to get the pick. And there he is, spotting 1, and nice drone, buddy. But he didn't get that, which means he's only got 1 knife in the pop and swing with a single knife remaining. That's the kind of gameplay you like to see. And now we do have the spike down, getting picked up, and here we go. The ultimate has been popped by these players, but Zambi does not care. Gets a man through the ultimate in between, right inside of cleavage, ready to get it, ready to go. But with pyramids still there, let's see. Are they able to retake it? We are seeing the null command. We're seeing Joseph on the flank. And look at this. That's going to be one. He has his ultimate. He wants to know where are these final players. Now, he knows one to his left. He's going for the shots, going through the spray. He knows that that man is not in his ultimate, and he's going to get it. Now, with this going down, it's a potential ace from Demon, or is it Joseph to clutch up? And Demon, he's going to ace it.
No charges left.
Joseph did a phenomenal effort there on the flank, picks up 2, but unfortunately it just was not enough because Demon, once again, the unholy beast himself, unleashing hell and just decimating Ugers. I mean, all night, Demon has either been very inconsistent or just messing everyone's faces up. It's just, there's no in between.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with you there. It's a lot of stuff that's really just about how are we seeing them push forward. Obviously, lots of pushback coming in from Ukers, but when you see clutches by Demon, aces by Demon, it makes it so hard to really go forward. But Cute Fat Boy taking out 66J, and then immediately we're seeing the spray transfer. That's the kind of gameplay you love seeing, and now it's just Demon. You've had to ace it, and now you're gonna have to pace yourself back a bit because this aggressive plays aren't working anymore.
Seven Zambi, the Initiator brothers, going at it at the moment, creating space, initiating every combat they can. And at the moment, they're doing pretty good in the gunfights as well. They're able to hold their own, and not only that, do damage onto other players before they get traded out. That's exactly what Initiator is meant to do. Get in there, do damage, get the information, and especially a Sova and a KO, you can't afford to not get that information. That's exactly what Sev and Zambi have been doing. I mean, Edge, you said it yourself, Sova's not the most sustainable character on this map, but Sev is here, and I'm gonna say it, he's straight up proving you wrong, bro.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely proven all these players wrong, but what have we said about Sev? Every time he gets a kill, it comes in a pair, it comes in threes. He always is good for multiple, or he's not good at all. But let's see what can happen now that they're moving forward, looking for that damage. We're seeing a big amount of pushback for these players, and right here, right now, we're seeing Zeke looking around for maybe 1 or 2. Hopefully he can find something in time. But I will preface right here, the attack with Rest getting that pick over on A and then taking over mid control will be just enough for them to be able to do the damage. Obviously, we got Rest looking for more, but Cute Boy is going to get Karma, and they have to push through tunnel here. They're running out of time, 50 seconds remaining, and on a map like Breeze, that's not a whole lot. Zambi now gets down. Rest and A site still being anchored by the Sova, but they want that B. They need it, and Cute Fat Boy, only 8 HP, ready to get one, but there's another, and he gets gunned as well. This is a thrifty round, very prospecting into this game, but with the shock dart available, he's not going to be able to connect it. That's what we're seeing from these Sovas, but that's the lineup, and oh, Demon shuts it down.
The opportunity, it was just there. All Sev had to do was just line it up a little bit better, and unfortunately was not able to do it, and Demon once again closing out the round, and Team Fish Taco is just they're continuously prevailing. They go for a little bit and then they might get shut down, but they don't let it hang on that long. Cougars has only had a 2-round gap, and even then they weren't even able to take the lead here. And Fish Taco has just been in the lead since literally round 2, and they haven't let go of it just yet. And Cairo with the opening pick onto Zeke, that is absolutely detrimental because while they're trying to pick Zeke up, Cairo's just unloading, taking out person after person. Fat Boy gets in as well, but Rest is going to show a quick Viper diff one more time, and now it's 1:15 on the clock. Bomb is still on the back of Rest, and it's a 3 versus 4. Still trying to go for that site take, but Sev with a beautiful flank from absolutely nowhere is going to take out Rest. Cairo to Karma, and Cairo with a 3rd on the board takes out 66J. The Sentinel goes down, and finally, once more, Ukers is able to tie it up 5-5.
I mean, this is a back and forth game. I mean, with both of these players backed up to a corner, trying to see which team really wants to take it the most. Obviously, we're now seeing the operator in the hands of Demon, and that's going to be costly here because he's buying an op while his team can't afford rifles. That is a questionable play every single day. But right now, you're seeing everybody on this defensive team just being very content with this push-up. We do have, of course, Cairo being extra aggro. They know that they're facing off against people without money, without funds, and I don't find that pretty funny. Let's find out right here with these players now trying to move again. They're looking for that initial pick, this default going extra slow, but with Sevi looking for more, he is going to get some info that there is a Marshall in mid.
This is a dangerous position for Sev to be in, especially on the defense, leaving site so open and so vulnerable with only one person left on B, 2 on A. Sev kind of pitter-pattering back and forth between mid and A, but it's a very, very slow push from Fish Taco at the moment. Hardly any information has been gathered from either side. Sev lobbing some shock darts through mid, and he might, just might, give Rest a kiss on the forehead, and that's exactly what's going to happen in Rest's favor. Unloading through that Viper's pit, trying to get him down. Cairo's going to get completely enlightened here, and Joseph takes down Zeke, and suddenly the Viper's pit has provided a beautiful entry point onto A site. Rest takes out Joseph, and now it's a 4-on-3.
It is a 4-on-3. Luckily, they do have the ultimate available for them, and that should be able to get them on the site, on the bomb. And this thrifty round, yes, they did not get a lot of info early, but Demon's operator, it's finally starting to pop off, and now it's Zambi here. Last man standing, looking for some damage. I'm surprised Rest is even still alive, but that's Zambi gonna get spotted. He's gotta try to get some info, but he knows they're all up there looking at him, and he's looking at you. And that's the end of that round.
Walked into a firing squad. And Zambi turned that corner. It was just wrong neighborhood, bro. Wrong neighborhood. And that's going to force... If we look at the economy now, Ukers is starting to really suffer here in terms of money. I mean, Joseph has to opt out for a Spectre, but luckily it's only the last round, so they just... If they force this one out and they get those rifles on the board now, it'll be over. Whether they tie it up 6-6 or it goes 7-5 in favor of TFT, Ukers won't have to deal with it anymore. And then at which point they'll be on attack. It'll be their turn to bring the Thunder. But the question is, Edu, are they gonna be able to do that?
And I think they might be able to bring that Thunder, but for a Thunderbolt to get hit, you need to try to first get on site. And right now, this has been tough. Ukers has been popping off. We got Cairo pushing inside of Cave, looking to see if anybody wants to really show up, or is it going to be a showdown? If they do show up, that is only time that tells. But with Cave now getting pushed out, we do have Cairo versus Zeke joined by Cute for the trade. And here comes Zeke. He is only anchoring it down, but that is going to be the first contact and damage dealt. But no more damage taken by these defenders. Beautiful position so far, and that's already one Cypher cage used. Very risky to still be back here, but I like that fake. You see, he dashes into the corner, tries to bait him out, and now he's ready to go in. Now, we do have 66J, a man with only, and I say only, a Phantom, and at that distance he's not going to be able to one-tap, but Joseph on the other side of sight is going to make some contact, but this is again a slow default-esque round. We saw it last time, but I think it only worked because they had an ultimate to stop the retake. With no Viper Pit available, it's going to be incredibly hard to really play the same style yet again. But Rest taking out Zambi, that opens it up, pushing them forward, and here they go. Joseph spraying down 2 before getting off to the back of the head. Now, let's see what's happening from Rest in middle. Spots out 1, but the knives from Cairo gets him down, but the spike is also going to be down. And now, let's see this. We spot 1, and there's the knife. 4 knives remaining, 1 left. It's going to be 66J. Spots another, wall bangs, but can't seem to find where is the jet. Sheriff versus Shorty, and he gets the headshot. 1v1 op in hand. He spots it, and he gets the clutch.
God!
Oh, Jake, that's what we like.
That was insane.
Yeah, I mean,
66J. The J stands for just frickin' ridiculous, my dude. What in the world was that? 4K to not only clutch the round, but solidify this 2-point lead that TFT has fought so hard to bring to the table. Now 7-5. Ukers is not looking too hot. Again, it's only a 2-round difference, so this isn't impossible for Ukers to come back. And you and I have seen them, Edge. We've seen them come back from significantly worse scenarios than a 7-5. So it's still anyone's game, in my opinion. But again, TFT, they're just looking so solid.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking like they want to shut them down every single round. And the fact of the matter is every player on TFT is playing at their peak outside of Karma. And we've already talked about Karma a few times here, but let's start talking about this man, 66J. He absolutely was a demon on Raze, now playing on Cypher. We're seeing that he just knows how to keep his team alive, but this is a round swap. We're seeing a big momentum shift. We now have, of course, Ukers on the attack, and they know how to be a very aggressive team. So let's see what can happen now that they're pushing forward.
Yeah, like you said, Ukers is very good at being aggressive. It's like they flourish on attack. That Haven map was a perfect example. They started on defense, and the game ended up tied at the half, 6-6. And as soon as Ukers swapped over to the attacking side, they took it and ran with it. And TFT was only able to get one more point on the board in that Haven map. Ended 13-7. And then now Cairo, proving me right, getting nice and aggressive up mid, taking out Karma. But Zeke and Demon have something to say about it. Zeke picks up number 2 onto Joseph. Bomb still in the hands of Zambi and Cute Fat Boy, the controller and the initiator for Ukers. Not sitting down just yet, looking for information, trying to take sight. They are going to get pinged out here by that Cypher camera, and look at all the blue, ladies and gentlemen. Left-hand corner of your screen, my goodness, Zambi, beautiful through the stage on the res, picks up another one on the Zeke, and Demon is left in a 1v2. He picks up Zambi, and he picks up Cutie Fat Boy, and that's going to be all she wrote, 8-5 for TFT.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we like to see here. I mean, so many things for TFT is going in their favor. I mean, yes, we saw Zambi absolutely pop off last round, but unfortunately, when you have some players on this team, on TFT, it's hard to try to push in. You're gonna get shut down. You're going to get just absolutely demolished every time you try to say, hey guys, can I try to take a site? I mean, these players want this, and I think they just might take it away from Ukers. And if Ukers is being too submissive, they're going to lose it right underneath them. They haven't lost a single game yet, or a single best of 3 yet. And now that this is the game 3, they're panicking.
Yeah, this is the first time tonight we've seen a map 3, and it's in the grand finals. So not only is Ukers a little scared of losing their title, but there's a lot of pressure on this situation. There's a lot of eyes on this series, seeing as this is one of the few times I can remember that Ukers has been 1-1 all tied up in a series. We've seen them make a comeback, but we've seen them also be very, very dominant most of the time. And Joseph and company kind of starting to prove me right here, as it now becomes a 2 versus 3, 50 seconds on the clock. Joseph essentially completely alone on A site. Again, we see him ready and waiting for Zambi for his KO to come plant bomb, but I don't know if this is the best decision here, because they are already outnumbered, and Zambi gonna get tapped all the way to site, and Demon absolutely unloading, turns that Marshall into a Guardian and just taps and solidifies round number 9 on the board, as point number 5 on the board. TFT's just looking gorgeous right now.
Honestly, I completely agree. Gorgeous is a great word to use here, and I do love how we're seeing TFT just feel comfortable, feel confident, and it's because Demon has been an absolute demon. He's 21-7. 66J is always picking up where he left off, and of course, the only person that's doing poorly is Karma, but that doesn't matter if you're getting absolutely boosted by Demon. Now, let's see what can happen now that we're seeing a buy round coming out from these attackers. Of course, 2 rounds in, you're now seeing the economy finally enough for these players, but let's find out with the push, and it's over. That is a round 3 operator on defense, and if an op is the crutch that you need to walk, then you better start running with it, because this is how we like to see. Now, How are they going to stop the B push, though? There's only one here, and it's Rest, and he's forcing a bonus round with a Spectre. Very stressful, and he knows they're coming in, and they're coming hard. Let's find out with the util. Is it going to be enough? That's going to push Rest forward into there, but he's just going for it.
No.
But walks in front of the gun and gets gunned down. This could be a round for Ukers to bring this game back, especially if they lose that. If this defensive team loses that op and puts that instead in the hands of Cairo, it's GG. You're losing or losing all of your economy. But let's find out what's going on. A little bit of a push, a little bit of a pull. We're now seeing another shot. Zambi taking out 66J. This is where the attackers like to be, but they're playing around the bomb, and that's another pick. But the op in the hands of Demon is not enough. Takes a little bit of damage, and that's going to be one remaining. Just Demon right here. He's got to save it, but is he going to walk right into the KO? And if that happens, that's a big gun to lose. Oh, Ukers, you are looking happy, but they're not going to pick up the op. They're not risking giving that back to Demon.
Yeah, they're just going to keep it out of play, and honestly, that's the best thing that you can do in that scenario. Getting that op off the board is going to be pivotal, especially for a team that is now on a 4-win streak against you. You're finally able to put a stop to that. Take all their utility away. Take their operator away. Take their space away. You need to suffocate Ukers, or else they will continue to claw at said pillow, and eventually they'll get the upper hand in this fight. But I do want to say, Karma should be getting a few more frags as an initiator, but at the end of the day, he's not useless, because as KO Zeke is in the same boat here, they're both getting a great amount of information. The utility usage is very, very good coming out from this double initiator setup on both teams, to be frank. And now Zeke and Demon, again, starting things off. The first and second blood go in the favor of TFT, and they've just been so phenomenal on these early picks. And again, Demon and 6-6, like you said, it's not super bad that Karma and Zeke aren't getting the frags that we need, because Demon and 66 are just, you know, they're picking up the slack. They're picking up whatever they need to. Demon's 23-8. This is already a phenomenal KD for this man.
Yeah, and an absolutely phenomenal KD, but let's see what can happen right here, right now, with Cairo holding the W key, trying to get in here right now. We're seeing everybody for TFT ready to go. Karma finally getting himself his 5th kill. Now, let's see what's happening with Rest on site, getting shot down by Zambi, but immediately with the trade, it's just up to Cairo, and Demon is not done. What a pick. This is a different TFT than I have experienced before, and I am happy about that, because these upgrades, people, are upgrades.
Yeah, that's just wild. I mean, I don't know if... I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. This is a completely different team than what we saw in the first series, and they have just not slowed down since the beginning of this round. They put up more of a fight on Haven than we had seen, and then all of a sudden they just took Ascent without a second thought, and here we are, map number 3, and this is not at all where I thought we were going to be. I'm going to be honest, Edgy and I were sitting there, and we're like, how crazy would it be if TFT actually ends up reverse sweeping here, and so far, it's looking that way.
Oh, but, I mean, when TFT pulls off things like that, there's not a lot you can do. Obviously, it's now 2 against 3, and the attackers are very much pushed into this site, but you're stuck in that corner there, and now you're gonna be buried there. That is the kind of gameplay that you love seeing from them in a team ace. It's only 2 more till GG and the tournament ends at this grand finals. I am excited to say that we're seeing everybody now on TFT, including Karma, even pick it up, but 26-8 on Demon, that's a lot of damage.
It is, and unfortunately Flex Tape is not able to fix that gap, that 5 round gap here that Ukers is experiencing. This deficit is just, it's heartbreaking, because the same goes for TFT. Both teams have put up such a battle, such a tooth and nail clawing for air battle, and to see Ukers go so strong and now fall so far. Seb just killed Joseph. That was a team kill, Hunter's Fury. Seb just killed Joseph. What's happening to Ukers, man? They're falling apart.
Hey, if you kill your teammate, it's a mental game. Now the attackers, they don't know what to do, because the enemies that they wanted to kill are already dead. See? Big brain plays. You're just not on the same wavelength. And as you see, it's working beautifully, because they almost have won. Never mind.
Never mind. Zeke takes out Sev off of that unfortunate Hunter's Fury, and I want to know what happened there. I want to go back and watch that because that was just so unfortunate. But now, ladies and gentlemen, children of all ranks, we have reached match point once again in the favor of Team Fish Taco. And Ukers, this is just so unfortunate for them. It's so unfortunate, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Demon is carrying his team at the moment, 27-9 with 66, and Zeke just... Zeke and 6-6 are still 2 kills short of having the amount of kills that Demon has at the moment, and this is just insane.
Yeah, this is the kind of gameplay you like to see, and it might be the last gameplay you do see, but with Demon, he's able to get caught out here, but the movement diff weaving between the bullets like his name is Neo from the Matrix, but with this matrix of bullets that he just dodged, can we actually see him now push into this next round? We are seeing Cute Fat Boy get Demon. He could not last too long, but these defenders, they have their ultimate. That's the Viper, able to get one down. These attackers are looking clean. They might just be able to bring it back, but can they do it 6 more times to even tie to overtime? That's the question. And now the answer right here. Karma getting gunned down, leaving only 2 remaining, but that's Zeke getting 1, almost getting 2, but
there we go.
The pillar, but finally Ukers is getting a pick, and they might be ooking and awing, but they need to do it a few more times.
Ukers finally has a chance to start to bring it back here. It's 5-round deficit, 12-7, not where you want to be, but again, Ukers is one of those teams where it doesn't really matter how far down they are. They are going to continue to give us their all because that's just the type of team they are. Cute Fat Boy, do you have a lineup for your Poison Orb, my guy? Poison Cloud? That's a lineup. Is that going to land in Nest? That would be insane if it landed in Nest. But Karma ready and waiting with Recon Dart to gather that information. And it all comes down to this, Edgy. This is Ukers' final chance. They only have a few windows of opportunity. And at the moment, TFT is slamming that window shut and looking to break a couple fingers on the way.
Looking to break a couple fingers, but we might not have enough time here. Obviously, we got Rest, R-E-S-T, trying to get himself a 3. That's going to be a Bucky, but wait, that should have killed. That should be death.
That's broken.
That makes no sense. That's unfair. That's not all right. But what is all right is nobody through the smoke, just going right through and getting gunned down. That's the kind of gameplay you like, and there's Cute Fat Boy getting gunned, but Ukers, they ain't done. What if this was all a facade? They are ready to really bring the game back right here, right now.
They've just been playing dead, and they're finally ready to roll over, and roll back over, I should say. And they're starting to put their foot down here. Again, back to the mountain climbing reference, because I know we all love that metaphor. It's or analogy, metaphor. I don't know, but the hill is about halfway climbed at the moment. Ukers is they're there, and they have yet to be in this position. This is the first time denied, aside from Ascent just now, where TFT did take that, but now we're really seeing Ukers in the struggle. This is a struggle for them. It was just 12-5 a moment, or 12-6, excuse me, a moment ago. And now they have to claw. They have to tooth and nail to get this done.
And I agree, they have to try their best to really stop them from ending this game. If it gets to 13, that's a GG no re. And I think that we really are seeing a little bit of a panic from these defenders now that we're seeing, Demon slow down. He was 26 and 9 or 7? And he's just slowed down, but never mind. Demon, I don't know why he's tapped into my comms so you can just hear me say amazing things, I guess. But let's see what can happen right here, right now, with now Joseph pushed up here, looking for some damage. We are seeing a little bit of util go a long way, as now we're seeing a big push up coming in. And that's going to be it. Zeke able to get Sev, and this could be it. Joseph gets Zeke down, and here it is. All the damage, but oh no!
What?
Demon gets Cairo. This is the end of the game unless Zambi can clutch it. The knives, the ones, the twos. Oh, and it's over. So close to being the end of the game for these players, Uker, but that's GG. Congratulations to the wonderful team of Fish Tacos. You guys absolutely popped off here, and I'm excited to say good job to everyone here for playing. I mean, honestly, you gotta hand it to Ukers. They had a phenomenal 0-loss run up until the very end, where they've already beaten came back even stronger, and that is going to send them to the GG no re. And those were maps that they picked. So honestly, that is the way that this is going to end. And my name has been EduCast. You are Sir Mickey. Tell me all about you right now.
All about me. I mean, I'm just surprised, honestly, after such a solid run from both. I mean, I'm not so much surprised as just kind of, I don't know, man. I'm baffled. I'm befuddled. I am concerned, worried, and just straight up confused about what I just saw. Not only a reverse sweep, but a reverse sweep from absolutely nowhere. I mean, TFT, they came out of nowhere and they just shut down. It was the anime arc that we were asking for when Icebox was going on, and it's exactly what we received.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you there. And, very big props to Ukers for getting this far. Cairo, Zambi, you guys are great. If you ever want to play some pubs and carry me, hit me up. And of course, you guys are amazing players to even be here. But honestly, GG for everybody. I gotta hand it to these players, especially Demon. You really picked up the game there. The first time, the first 2 times we saw Demon play, those first in that best of 3 versus Ukers round 1 in that semi, that went okay. But you gotta hand it. He really picked up the pace, popped off. Can't say the same about Karma though. Karma. L, but just kidding. But GG's everybody. If anybody wants to join IG League and take a peek at one of the greatest divisions starting on October 3rd, the 6-week regular season, head on over to igleague.com. Make sure to take a peek at all of the awesome tournaments we got going on almost weekly, and the prize money is just going to keep getting bigger. $2,250 prize money nearing the end. And if you guys want to get in there, the buy-ins there, all you have to do is head to igleague.com, and while you're there, join the Discord, follow us on Twitch, and hopefully, if you guys want to know, my name has been EduCast. You can find me at Educatinator on Twitch or on TikTok, on Twitter. It's been a day on Twitter. If you want, you could just find at EduCast on Twitch and TikTok.
Oh my goodness.
That is the most I've ever started.
I'm right there with you.
End of the night. But as goated as the chat thinks we are. Yeah, so Mickey, where can people find you at?
I'm on Twitter at Sir Mickey with 3 Y's, no E, because I'm not a mouse. But again, IGL to everyone, a Hydra, Cake. Thank you guys on the production side. You guys have been incredible. Edu, it's been an honor to cast with you. Ukers, GG, and well played. And congratulations to Team Fish Taco. I mean, what a phenomenal showing. But nonetheless, I am very honored to be here, and it was one hell of a night, man. Gotta say.
Yeah, one hell of a night, and it's been an honor casting for you. I'll see you guys probably next week, and we'll see you guys next time. Make sure to keep watching, and we'll see you in a little bit. Thank you for everything.
You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make